should see a lovely horse.
Yes.
Yes? You see the horse? We're home free. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And now you see a bird?
Yes.
All right. Very good. We're on track. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am going to move little me out of the way. There's a tiny picture. So let me just credentialize myself. I'm the founder of Visual Thinking, Inc. and the Visual Lean Institute, and we've worked with a variety of companies around the world. I counted it up the other day. I've worked in 21 countries. I've traveled to more than that because I'm curious about the world. But we've worked with all of these companies, and some of them we have done complete conversions. What we mean by that is that we've used the Visuality methodologies to transform the company, and then they usually go into Lean, or it runs in parallel. But these are all the companies that we've worked with. We're closely associated with AME, and also, as Mr. Malagi indicated, I'm a fellow at the Shingo Institute, and I present for them often. I'm going to tell you more about that in a moment. Just a little bit more about our background. We learn, I do my research when I help companies transform. All of the books that you see before you, all of the training programs, everything comes from hands-on work with companies. None of this is academic, although I have spent a good deal of my thinking life codifying what I've discovered there, finding a language, finding images, creating methodologies, creating training programs. This is our methodologies, the 9 methods, the 9 courses that Mr. Malagi mentioned before. These are 9 discrete courses of learning and application. They are transformative. Visuality will always give you, we have never seen it to fail, when implemented effectively, it will give a 15% increase in productivity. But it will also create a culture, a thinking culture, a culture that is curious and contributing, that is interested in improving as a habit. I want to call your attention to my articles. There are over 100 for you to read on my website. They are completely free, along with my podcasts. There are 50 podcasts easily available, and there's another 250 that we will post sometime in the next year. I've been doing a radio show for 7 years, and these podcasts are me teaching. So you can learn everything that I know, practically everything that I know, just through the podcasts, okay? So please take advantage of that. Don't feel that there's any difference, any distance between us. I also want to point out to you on my website, when you go there, you'll see a little pink square that says WTMS, that pink square. And it will take you to a page that looks like this, that has 13 short videos that will introduce you to something called operator-led visuality. It's this book. And we have a complete 12-module, soon to be 15-module training program on that. I want you to be interested in those. I hope that India finds a way to bring the knowledge. I've been thinking to bring this knowledge about, in particular, this is one of our methodologies, about operator-led visuality. I'm not going to be talking about that in detail today. I will be showing you some examples, but it's in order for you to understand what visuality is, so I can contrast it with visual management, so you get the difference, okay? But I was listening to your first 4 or 5 speakers, and all of them spoke about this self-reliance. The self-reliance that is possible in the workplace is much deeper than most people understand. What we each have inside of us is a tremendous spirit, a tremendous resource of light that we want to contribute to our workplaces, that we want to contribute because that is automatic and innate in us. And there is a way to teach the people who work for your company, be them operators or be they supervisors, how to contribute in a substantial, knowledge-based way that transforms your company. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm passionate about it. Now let's move on to our presentation. Today, as I say, I'm going to focus on visual management, both more than you think and much less. In order to do that, I have to introduce you to the visual thinking paradigm. I'm going to show you a 7-element model, and I'm going to touch upon 4 of those elements. 1, 2, 4, and 5. You'll see. This gets very structured. You'll be able to follow it, I think, quite easily. I use the construct of a hexagon, which has 7 elements. And the thing that is useful about talking about a model or an architecture of thinking through these geometric shapes, in this case the hexagon, is that we are able to not only see the elements, but we're able to see a sequence and a relationship. This is a weighted relationship that the hexagon allows us to understand at a glance. We understand so much because of the shape, may I say because of the pattern that the model itself is embedded in. So I want you to know this is very intentional. The center, the anchor element is this, and we'll be going to this enough for you to get a taste. This is actually an 8-hour course. Mr. Sunil sat into about 6 hours of this online about a month and a half, 2 months ago. I'm going to squeeze it into the next 45 minutes. I'm just going to touch on 4 of these, but I think it'll be clear to you. Visuality is a language. Information deficits are the enemy. Motion is the mean. So I'm going to show you that to you. I will not be discussing eye-driven. There isn't enough time. I will be talking about visuality and brain function, and I will be focusing on visual management. The other parts will simply have to wait. But taken together, these 7 elements create, taken as a whole, as they interact, as this synergy begins to bubble. It's like TPM, all of the working parts of TPM, your autonomous maintenance, your life cycle, all of that. Taken together, you create a workplace that speaks. Again, the anchor element is that visuality is a language. It is not a bunch of devices. It is the language of your operations embedded into the living landscape of work. Okay? So we're going to touch on these 4 elements. So I'll just begin. Okay? I think you'll get it because it's visual. It's easy. Visuality is a language. It's not just about information. It is about information becoming meaning, that we understand. We don't just obey. We understand this language of visuality. Okay, sorry. Information and meaning. Imagine what would it be like if all the information, what would it be like if all the questions in your company were visually, and the answers to all the questions in your company were visually embedded into the living landscape of work? What would happen? How much time would be liberated if all the answers were already a part of that landscape? What would you do with all that liberated time? What would your company do? And what would you become? What would your company become if the answers to the questions in your company were already available for us to pull to us when and as we needed it at a glance? What would that be like? That's a workplace that speaks. This is what all companies do. They do this. I want to show you the importance of understanding the informational landscape. We can talk a little bit about the machine, but this is not about the visual machine. I wish that it were. It's about understanding the scope of visuality so you understand where visual management fits in. You don't mistake that. All companies are about vital information translated into exact behavior. That's it. In 4 words, vital information, exact behavior. That's what your company is about. That's what my company is about. Every company is about that. The old way of making that happen, that translation of vital information into behavior, didn't work that well, doesn't work that well. Classroom training, OJT, written SOPs, manuals and binders questions, answers, meetings, supervision, micro-supervision. The new way, the way that I want you to become interested in, is visual devices. Visual devices take the place of all of that activity, which is not at all effective, and makes information a part of the landscape of work. Let me illustrate that for you. This is a before. This is a machining kind of cell where Rick L., a master machinist at Denison Hydraulics, now Denison Parker, they were acquired by Parker Denison, and they're currently called Parker Denison, I believe. I'm sorry, the name escapes me. So we're looking at this landscape, and the question, the visual question is, can you see the information? Because it's there. The information is there. When you look at this machine, it is full of information, but it is mute. It is dumb. It can't speak to you, but the information is there. There's information about running the machine, about repairing the machine, about information that is vital to maintaining the machine, but it's not available. Let me show you the after. And this is Rick L.'s work. This is what he did. He made his workplace speak. He made the details of his operational landscape be available to him when and as he needed it at a glance. This is visuality on the operator level. This is operator-led visuality. There is a parallel set of visual methods for supervisors, another one for CEOs and executives, another one for machinery, another one for quality. You'll see a little glance of this model later. But it's a very specific language for Rick, and he learned how to speak it. Now, I want to say this to you. I've spent a good deal of time, especially in the late 1980s, beginning of the 1990s, in India, working with Indian companies. I had an experience of how far your operators can go when we take the opportunity of training them to actually share knowledge, share principles, so that they become the engineers of their own workplace. I heard a discussion yesterday about the fact that operators in India seem to not have a high skill level. And what my experience has been is you can take the work itself and let the work be the school and teach operators principles that are very, very close to industrial engineering principles. Make that available to them, and they will re-engineer their workplace. There's more to say about this. I'm going to have to not say it. So this is the before, this is the after. What you are seeing there is language. We'll look at that a little bit more closely later on if we have enough time. Let me give you the definition of a visual workplace so you know how to describe this. Okay? Definition of a visual workplace. A work environment that is self-ordering, self-explaining, and because it's self-explaining, it is self-regulating and has a built-in on higher, more advanced levels as the operator or as the executive, as the supervisor, as the planner gets deeper into his or her visual language. There is a built-in PDCA loop. There is built-in feedback. It is the workplace talking to itself, and you have made it so. It's speaking a language that you understand because it is your voice that we hear. A visual workplace is where what is supposed to happen does happen, on time, every time, day or night, because of visual devices. It is the devices that do the work. The devices are extensions of your thinking, your inventiveness. If you take the devices away, the situation will erode. It is unsustainable. So if you do lean without visual, if you do autonomous maintenance without visual, you will hit a point where your work begins to erode because visuality is the gigantic adherence mechanism that you install in order to help yourself follow your own standards, follow your own procedures, follow your own brilliance. These devices become our partners at work. What is a visual device? A visual device is a mechanism. It's a thing that's designed to influence, direct, or limit our behavior by making information, vital information, available at a glance, as close to the point of use as possible to anyone and everyone who needs it without speaking a word. These devices, they're intentional and they're powerful. So the point of this small section is for you to begin to grasp that when you see a workplace with visual devices, it is speaking to you. It is a language. And if it doesn't speak to you, it may be because you're just thinking about those devices isolated. Just as a device here, a device there, an idea here, an idea there. But no, when you learn to think visually, and there is a process for this, you will create a whole language. And your neighbor will create it as well, and your CEO, and your planners, and your business unit leaders. And the workplace speaks. It's wholly integrative. We're moving on to now the second element. This will help you, I think, understand language a little bit more, the visual language a little bit more. Information deficits are the enemy, missing information, and motion is the means. I say motion is the lever, but it's a means. It's the mechanism. This is visuality's operational purpose. A visual workplace is populated not by hundreds of visual devices, but by thousands. Thousands of visual devices and mini-systems, clusters of visual devices that are invented by a workforce that knows how to think visually. We have this. This is what we're talking about, exactly this. With Rick L., you know what? He said to me, Gwendolyn, because I worked with him for a couple of years. It was just a joy. At first, he hated me. He hated it. He refused to get on board. It was okay. I wasn't worried. I knew that he was in charge of his own will, and I knew that I could seduce about 90% of the people in the training class just by showing them the inventiveness of others and the methodology for thinking, that they could become thinkers. And you know how seductive that is. Don't you just love to think? You have a quiet moment and you think. You need principles of thinking, and I knew I'd get him, and I did. I got him. And he created this. And he said, people are always bidding. He was in a union shop. They're always bidding to come into my work area on second and third shift. And you know what they call my cell, Gwendolyn? What? Rick, tell me. They call it the no thinking cell. And I said, aren't you insulted at that? You're a visual thinker. They're calling this the no thinking cell. What do people do if they don't come to your area and think? He said, they do the dance of work. They dance. They come to my cell and they dance. They do the dance of work, and they line up to be assigned to my work area because my work area speaks. Slowly, that went through the whole plant. So the whole plant went through the conversion. But it was very exciting. This is a very good mini case study of what we mean. The thoroughness of the thinking. The thinking, it's a workforce that knows how to think visually. What is visual thinking? Well, here you're going to see the pieces come together. It's the ability of a person, your ability and mine, to recognize motion and the information deficits that trigger that motion, and then to eliminate both through solutions that are visual. Motion is the footprint. The enemy is invisible. All we have is the footprint. It's like some great big monster in the night. In the morning, all you see is the footprint. You see the motion. What do we mean by motion? We mean Ono's definition of motion, your definition of motion, moving without working. This is what Ono came up with, one of his 7 deadly wastes. It's a long story. I'll tell it another time about how he discovered it, why he named it. But here are some forms of motion. They look very familiar. They're microscopic. It isn't just handling, it's handling again. It isn't just counting, it's counting again. Both are motion. It's the rework. It's the testing and the retesting. It's the stopping. And here's your gang of four. It's asking questions. It's answering questions. It's being interrupted, being interrupted, being interrupted again. It's waiting for information. Okay? It's these things. The gang of four. I want to go off to a 10-minute explanation and go on, but I'm going to make it very short so you get this piece of it. Motion is anything you have to do or you cannot do your work, but it is not your work. Imagine if you use that intellectual understanding to inform your own work. Imagine if you, and there are many supervisors out there and many maintenance staff, where you go to your operator or with your own eyes, you say, what part of what I'm doing is work and what is not work? And what is not work is going to be my motion. Missing answers are the enemy. Motion is the means to find that enemy and turn them into visual devices. That's about all I can say right now. I want to move to the next point, but we may have time for plenty of questions. This is what Taiichi Ono said about Toyota, and I consider this to be an inspirational goal. People don't come to Toyota to work, they come to think. That's what he said. You could easily turn that into a banner. You could turn it into a 5-year or 10-year goal for your whole organization. I want this to be said about my company. People don't come to Crompton Greaves to work. They come here to think. People don't come to TVS Sundaram Clayton to work. They come to think. This is what I am proud of. People come to my company to think. That's what I want. That's what we value. That's who they are. We have created a new identity for ourselves. This is our goal. Okay? So what I'm talking about here is that visuality and the methodologies of how you put visuality in place will completely transform the people who are doing it. Plus, you'll get a 15 to 30% increase in productivity. I promise, on the head of my cat. This happens. It happens time and again. We could do a case study. We could do 10 case studies. So let me just stop for a moment. If I haven't given you enough time, I didn't give you a free warning. Sorry. But I want to hear your questions now. It may take you a moment to think of a question, or maybe you already have it in the chat box. It was my mistake not to let you know that we want to have your questions. But just take a moment, and you can just open your microphone and ask the question. And let's just see what your understanding is. Let's see what your curiosity is. And then we'll move on to the other pieces. We're doing fine on time. I would love to hear from you. Can I hear a question from anybody? Don't worry, it won't ever be the wrong question. It might be the wrong moment, but it'll be the right question. Please. Let me open it up to everybody, please. I should have given you a better warning. See what happens. Sam, you can open to my face now if you don't mind. Or do I have to move out of this? Hi, anybody there? Sam? I hope that I hope I'm not alone.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you very well. Over.
Yes, I'm wondering if my English is good enough for you to hear me say that I'm asking questions now, and that I'd like to switch to no share. Do I have to do that myself? Maybe I have to do that myself. Let's see.
I will do it for you, ma'am. I will do it for you.
You will do it. Oh, thank you so much. So we're taking questions now. Thank you very much. Questions from anyone?
Karthik, there was a question. Please read it.
Please.
Okay. The first question is from Mr. Saibal Sarkar.
Thank you.
What is the first step of visual management?
All right. Well, I'm going to get to visual management in a moment, sir, and I will tell you that it's the wrong language. I'm getting to it. I want to show you what visuality is first, and then I will tell you that visual management is a very, very narrow spectrum. But if I were to say what is the first step, change your question a little bit, what is the first step of visuality? It is this. If you want to get started on visuality, this has a lot to do with self-reliance, but it is a different presentation, but I'll give you a little taste. It begins with yourself, literally, and it begins with this question. The question is, what do I need to know that I don't know right now in order to do my work? That is the first of the two driving questions. Visuality begins there. If you're talking about how to create a visual workplace, it begins with the I. This has to do with the self-reliance that was taught yesterday. It will appear to you to be a somewhat subtle answer and a little bit obscure. I've been doing this for almost 40 years now, and I will tell you it begins with that need inside of us to get our answers, our questions answered in a way that will help us do our work better. What do I need to know? Notice the I in that. What do I need to know? It doesn't say what do we need to know. And it begins there, the individual. It begins with the individual. This is the very heart of visuality. If you're talking, sir, about where does it begin in terms of management commitment, the decision to have a visual conversion, to create a visual workplace, or to create a machine that speaks, that comes from a decision of management to formalize the thinking and to teach the thinking and then to implement the thinking and to develop trainers and coaches who can help the thinking spread through the organization. So that's a kind of behind-the-scenes strategic decision. When you see that quality needs, that productivity needs more ownership, visuality is the answer. More specificity, visuality is the answer. More precision, visuality will embed the attributes of work. This is what happens in Poka-yoke. And so I thank you very much for your question. I know the answer was a little broad. We're just getting to know each other. I hope that has helped. We'll take one more question and then we'll move on.
Yes. There's another question from Mr. Gopinath.
Yes,
what are the factors you should consider in visual thinking?
In visual thinking?
Yeah.
So it's the factors that exactly what we're going through. And by the way, I've asked Mr. Malagi to please make this recording available to the membership so you can go back and listen to this again, because if you haven't been introduced to visuality, you will feel a bit overwhelmed or a little bit unclear about how the pieces fit together. Think about Rick L's area. Think about his specific visual devices, and you'll understand that there are components of thinking that you have to learn. You have to learn how to do this. I'm going to go back to my. I gave you a very short answer. I know it was not satisfying, but let me go back to my presentation. Thank you. And
Dr. Gwendolyn,
yes, sir.
May I just interrupt?
I do a lot of please.
Yeah. I do a lot of consulting across the country and even overseas. And my experience is I see the business heads coming up and saying that I spent lakhs of Indian rupees in creating so much of visual boards, so many of what we, so to say, after learning from you, calling it as visual devices. But I see that no one follows that. No one uses those visual devices. So this is the kind of feedback that comes from them.
Yes.
But last time when I attended your session,
Yes.
I always make it a point to tell them that yes, if you put in a visual device without the proper thought process of its need, then yes, this kind of response will very much happen. So I tell them about identifying the information deficit.
That's right. That's right.
But and make a visual device that will close that information deficit. But when they actually attempt doing that, they get into some kind of a challenge. They are not able to identify the information deficit.
Right. That's right.
So in your presentation going forward, if you can dwell on this, how to actually identify the information deficit, I think that would help the practitioners very much.
Yes, but sir, I'm following your orders. I'm not blaming it on you, but you told me to prepare something on visual management, which is very important, and I've done that. I'm looking right now at my presentation to see if I can find some extra slides in here. I can help you a little bit with that, a little bit. But we will not be able to. Let's figure out a way for me to share more. We'll figure out a way. We're very smart people, and we are very motivated. If people want to learn about this, this could help. And, you know, what I'm interested in is just one or two companies in India doing it, so you have a showcase. And the showcase will then teach other companies how to do it. But I would love to show you all of that, but I can't squeeze it in. I will not be able to squeeze it in. Not today. But thank you for bringing it up. Thank you so much for bringing it up. So I've just imported a few slides here, put them into place, and now I'm going to resume. I'm hoping that I can teach this concept, but when it's brand new, when things are brand new, it just takes a while. And so you'll be able to watch this again. It'll come clearer, but don't expect to be able to be practitioners. You didn't do that with TPM. You can't do it with Visuality either. You just can't. You have to learn more. So here is our paradigm. Can you see it, Mr. Malagi? Can you see the 7? Is that up?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, great. Yes. Okay, but thank you very much for your coaching. So we're now going to look at brain function, this one right here. So you understand that what we're talking about in Visuality is a condition of the mind that you were born with. I've never met you. I've only met Mr. Sunil through an online relationship, but your brain is the same as mine. This is the way God made us, and that's it. The fact is that 50% of our brain function is dedicated to finding and interpreting visual data. 50% of our brain function is dedicated to finding and interpreting visual data. Our brain is constantly looking for visual information to interpret. First, to give us feedback on our safety, and then it moves on to higher orders. This isn't 50% of the 10% of the brain that is thinking. This is 50% of the brain that is involuntarily dedicated to finding and interpreting visual data. It is an involuntary activity. We are visual beings. Therefore, we live in a visual world. It is not the other way around. The world didn't teach us to be visual. We needed the world to be visual, and it became so that we could be safe in it, so that we could connect our communities, so we could develop our commerce. That is why Visuality is naturally a system of thinking. It is a system of brain function. So when you talk about visual displays, and I put up the dashboards and nobody pays attention to it, it is because the way that you're creating the system is completely backward. Visuality is a pull system, and you create, I have hundreds, we have over 70,000 examples in our database. So I'm giving you just the smallest taste, but these examples came from other companies throughout the world. Some of them actually came from India, some of the older pictures from the 1990s. It's a system of thinking first and then a system of doing. The mind is a pattern-seeking mechanism. The mind needs architecture. I'm talking to you about big concepts right now. I'm not going into the running of your company, because if you put visuals in place that are not created because of the pull, no one's going to use them. And you're going to feel like people are trying to sabotage you. But no, the pull comes from a need. The need leads in visuality. The mind needs architecture. Let me give you an example. Without a visually based environment, we are quite literally lost. We have no navigational anchor. We are at risk. It's just like a desert. Here's a desert in the Sahara. Here's a desert in a company. No orientation whatsoever. No visual pattern. No way to find out where, what, when, how many, who. Zero information sharing. This is the before of the Rick Ells area. Also, this is a very famous company. It's very clean. It's got one aisle border. You can see it here. That's the only visual in place. And then this little sign that says, be careful. That's not a visual workplace. This, neat and clean, absolutely no information is shared. How long, how far will you be able to walk into that workspace before you know anything? You'll be right up against the machine and you will still not know anything. Here, another very famous company, no informational anchor, no navigational anchor. Neat and clean is not visual. We are visual beings, therefore we live in a visual world and not the other way around. So I want to establish that. We are visual in our highways. I remember when I was in India in the late 1980s, there wasn't a truck I saw on the road that had any backlights. There was always somebody hanging out the window telling you that you could pass, and then you trusted this complete stranger and you passed. Usually you made it. Nowadays in modern India, my God, it's fantastic. You have massive traffic flows, and yet they're orderly, and for the most part, they're safe. I mean, sometimes people do crazy things on those mopeds, but the traffic, your roads and highways are an indicator of how to use visuality to turn complexity into procedures. Why not also at work? Why not also at work? So I now want to move to the point of our presentation, what we've been leading up to, and that is visual management. I am doing this as one component of the visual thinking paradigm in order to tell you what visual management is not. That is my purpose. Please use the right language. Words matter. Words matter. So I'm going to be like a school teacher. If you use the word visual management, you better mean it. Better use it in the right way. Many, many years ago, I used to be a Latin teacher, way back when, in a very early incarnation. So language really matters to me. I was going to be a linguist. But it matters also when you're using methodologies, when you're creating change, using the right words. Let me tell you about the Sami people. The Sami people live in the Arctic. It's a survival environment. They are now, you're seeing them sitting, having a picnic lunch in the summer. Look at all those clothes they have on and the snow melting in the background. This is the summer. Did you know that the Sami people have 180 words for snow? That means there is a difference, 180 articulated differences about snow. My first language is English. I've got about 5, maybe 6 words for snow. Snow, slush, blizzard, snow, maybe ice. I'm up to 5. It's a struggle. They have 180. The difference matters. They have nearly 1,000 words for reindeer. In English, we have one word for reindeer, whether there are many or there's one. Isn't that interesting? Words matter. That's precision. Let's look at the visual continuum and get our words right, okay? Here we go. The visual continuum. This is a continuum of visual functions. The kind of visual functions that will begin over here at the left and will move over here to the right, going from a startup visual company to a transformed company, and this is about money. Okay? So I just want you to get the regression here. Let's add to that now people, culture, starting from growing stability to a high performance driven organization. Okay, so I'm revealing this. Let's go to the next layer. The next layer is about the categories of visual function. These words here. 5S on steroids. Operator-led visuality. Visual standards, visual displays and scheduling. Visual management right here. Visual metrics and visual problem solving, a separate category. And then the synergies of the previous. Then visual controls and visual pull systems. Visual quality, poka-yoke is the highest standard. Visual leadership and the synergy of the previous. Okay? This is a spectrum, like the light spectrum. Look at where visual management is. It's right here. So, sir, I want to be very respectful to you who asked the question about visual management. But if you're talking about visual management, where to begin, I'll tell you that. But if you're using the word visual management to mean everything, then you need to make an adjustment, and I'll encourage you to do that. Now let's give it a weight or a quality, a percentage, and see how much visual management is worth. 10%. 10% of the visual workplace is visual management, and I'll show you pictures. I want to show you this right away. This is what I mean by visual management. I'm going to go backwards now. This is what I mean by visual management. This is visual management. It's right there. Look at your 5S operator contribution, 12%. Your visual standards, 8%. Your metrics and problem solving, 12%. One of the meanings that I want you to get here is that everyone has their own piece of this language. Your visual leadership, 12%. Poka-yoke quality, 12% of the visual spectrum. It'll take you a while to absorb this. It took me years to discover this formula. So it'll take you a little while to kind of get on board. This is visual management. It is both more than you think and less. Let me illustrate that some more. Visual management falls into 4 areas. The corporate intent, visual, you'll see it in a moment. Your KPIs on a site level, a department level, and a bench level. That's visual management. That's it. In Gwendolyn's book, in my book, I make that distinction. Because if I don't, then I will think that visual management will be able to help me with my operational excellence. It will not if I think that visual management is just this. If I think that the visual workplace, I beg your pardon, let me change my words, that the visual workplace is just this, I will miss what Rick L. did. I will miss the operator's contribution. I will tell you what this is in a word. This is monitoring. This is monitoring. This is telling. This is not making. This doesn't make me do anything. It just tells me. It is therefore not powerful. I told you I was going to have to be teaching you, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm teaching you what I learned. So I want to illustrate this to you. I want to say to you that visual management, that's number 4, is right there at 10%. What I want you to be interested in is visual performance. That's everything else. Okay? And that's why I'm making such a point of making this difference. Mr. Malagi, if this doesn't work, we're going to blame it on you, okay? It was your idea. This is part of what I presented to Sunil a few months ago. What we usually do when we want things to get better is we post signs and we show people what they're supposed to do and not to do. And then we measure people's performance and we show them the result. This is visual management. This is telling. Let me show you an example of, I'm going to say something else first. So that's visual management. What visual thinkers do is they go further. They develop visual performance. They invent solutions that embed behavior. I'm going to show you an example. I hope it doesn't offend you. And Mr. Malagi, I need an extra 5 minutes to complete this, okay? So please, you said I could have a little bit of slack, so that would be great. It is, thank you so much.
Sure.
So we're going to take vital information and we're going to get exact behavior through visual devices. That's what visual thinkers do. Look at this. Here is a street. Children play there. Pets are out on the street, cats and dogs running around. And we try to control other people's behavior by putting up a sign. That sign tells me what the right behavior is. It has no power to make me slow down unless I say yes, unless I decide. It is powerless. It's just telling me. How are you going to make me slow down? Well, in the United States, we do this. We put a speed bump, and that makes me. That takes my choice away. I may have designed that speed bump to make me slow down because I know I forget. It's not the police. You know, in the United States, this is civil engineers. But I want you to transfer this thinking into the workplace, into your TPM experts, into the machine, into autonomous maintenance, for heaven's sakes, into the preventive maintenance, reactive maintenance. Working with a group now that is working on exactly this. They have 300, 400 machines. And they have to make their machines speak. They have to, I'm a machine operator or I'm a maintenance staff and I want a way to diagnose for reactive maintenance. I want to be able to diagnose in 5 minutes reliably. I want to be able to go to the store and find the parts that I need reliably. And if that store isn't visual, I'm going to be waiting. And probably the guy in the store isn't even there and I don't even know it. And I'm going to wait a half an hour for him to come back from my break. I want you to transfer this thinking into your workplace and imagine what would it be like. Imagine what it would be like if all of your questions were answered with embedded answers. The difference between telling and making. Visual management is about telling. Let me show you Schiphol Airport for another example. I hope I don't offend you. This is a little bit tricky. Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam is the 4th largest airport in Europe. It has 64 million passengers pass through its gates every year and millions of others who are non-passengers. 68,000 people work at Schiphol. 68,000 people work on this campus. 68,000 people. That is huge. 180 companies occupy this campus. It's huge. And you know, it's famous. It's famous for a lot of things, including the cleanliness of its men's room. Excuse me, I hope I don't offend you. It's famous for its spotless men's room. There are no posters, there's no signs, there's no hourly cleanup. The behavior of cleanliness is embedded in the value field itself. Let's take a closer look. Can you see why? Can you see why? Let's get a little closer. Excuse me again. I don't want to offend you. Can you see why? What is that? What is that? Is that a smudge? What is that? Nope, it's not. It is a fly. This is a very interesting story that has roots in Victorian England, and it's being played out now in Schiphol and in men's rooms throughout the world. Let me tell you the story. So, that is a fly that is not stuck on the porcelain bowl. It is under the porcelain. It is part of the design of the bowl. It is intentional. This device was invented in Victorian England, and it was invented by a gentleman named Thomas Crapper. Isn't that interesting? He was a manufacturer of sanitary ware, as it was delicately put, and he embossed the urinals with, if I may say that word, with small bees because he wanted to meet what he called the splash back challenge. He knew that he would not be able to sell this new invention unless there was a way for people to for men to self-detect and self-correct. What he did was put a bee. It didn't begin as a fly. It was a bee. Put a bee, embossed it into the porcelain. He chose a bee because he was against the monarchy. He was an anti-royalist. But, people caught on to it, and they said, you're going to have to change that bee for a fly, and he did. And it has come down to us in this way, and it's become very, very popular. But what we see here, besides having this interesting story, what we see here is embedded behavior. And the difference between visual management and visual performance is that visual management tells you through dashboards, through signs, through exhortations, and visual performance makes you do it. Better said, makes me do it. I begin to control myself based on a standard procedure through my own inventiveness. How wonderful is that? You want your operators to become self-reliant, teach them to think as engineers in order to get the information they need. Operators rise to this occasion. I hope I have time to show you some examples. The difference between telling and making. This is the whole point of my presentation today. It really is. That correct your language. It is not visual management unless it is about dashboards and about telling and about monitoring. Okay? I wish we could have a discussion about it, but I'm going to go on. I've got about 4 or 5 more slides that illustrate a little bit more. I hope that this is making a point. Listen to it again. Over down here, you'll see another construct that is parallel to this, and it's something called the 10 doorways. It makes the distinction just a little bit more specific, and this is spelled out in my book called Visual Workplace, Visual Thinking. It's a very, very good book. It won the Shingo Prize, and it segments the methodologies in this way. And the second book is Work That Makes Sense, this yellow book, very, very good book on operator-led visuality. You can get this through our website. You can get it on Amazon as well. Okay? This is a segmentation. These 6 methods plus Doorway 9 are the core methodologies. These are the core methodologies of the visual workplace. It isn't about one thing. It's about all of this. And in doorway number 7, we take those 6 methodologies and we apply them to the machine. In doorway number 8, we apply them to the office. Okay, I just want you to get this segmentation. There's a doorway for executives, there's a doorway for operators, there's a doorway for supervisors, there's a doorway for pull systems and material control, there's a doorway for quality, there's a doorway for machine, there's a doorway for office, okay? The 10th doorway is a little bit out of reach right now, but I want to show you the result of it in terms of language. This is the language of all the doorways. This is the language. How exciting is that? I want to show you a few more examples just so you get how powerful visual is and how it's so much more, as Mr. Malagi was saying, than these displays that really don't work. It's because nobody owns them. And they weren't developed through thinking. They were developed through copying. Don't be disappointed. Don't be disappointed. Let me show you traditional 5S. I want to show you the difference between compliance, which you see here. This is a group, very fine operators who are complying to the traditional 5S. You can call it Japanese 5S. You can call it Indian 5S, US 5S. It's traditional 5S. Neat, clean, orderly labels and lines. As compared to visual 5S. As compared to thinking. Let me show you this example. Well, we saw it once here with Raquel. This is 5S. What we talked about before. It's also in part visual machine. I want to show you this wonderful piece of the visual machine. This is one of the examples. And this is a trolley or a cart on wheels for Rick's fixtures. They used to be in a pile on the floor. And when he did this 5S on steroids, he was thinking about his motion, and he began to develop his work area based on 14 principles. This particular one had to do with 3 principles. One is put it on wheels, third is point of use, and the fourth is, I can't remember right now. It just escapes me, so I'm going to move on. Okay, so that is that isn't just labels and lines. That is functionality. Let me show you another one. I want to show you this. This came from Holland. This is Victor and Jean, who were in an area where they're welding. They're welding a chassis. You see the edge of the chassis here for a big trailer right here. Big trailer that moves the bridges across the face of Europe. Huge steerable trailers. You could steer them. You could make these trailers that were 80 feet long go around corners. This was the invention of Heinrich Nottebohm 150 years ago, and his sons have carried on the company. So I'm teaching them. This is in Holland, and they're laying down what we call borders. We don't use the word lines. We use borders because borders function. And I can't figure out what this is for. We say implement the visual where. That's a border, an address, and if possible, an ID label for everything that casts a shadow. They'd gotten their borders down, Victor and Jean. And I'm coming by at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm looking at the work. And I finally go up to Victor, the gentleman in the hat, and I said, Victor, I don't understand what this is. Oh, I see. It's over here. Victor, I don't understand what this is. Explain this to me. And he said, you see, Gwendolyn, sometimes we have a lot. And sometimes we have a little. But we never have a lot and a little. I'm sorry. Let me begin again. Sometimes we have a lot. It's better if I say it like poetry. Sometimes we have a lot. Sometimes we have a little. But we never have a lot and a little at the same time, so we can use the same space. This is called the double border function. This is doubling up on the floor so that you have vertical usage of the floor. This is completely brilliant. This is thinking. This is operators thinking and owning, using motion as their means and understanding that they can reconfigure their layout in order to reduce the motion. They can lay out function in such a way that they have an intelligent workplace, and they own this, and they want to be held accountable. That's where we're going with this thinking diagram. That's why I am emphasizing this is not about managing people. This is about transforming them in your workplace. The word management comes from the French. It actually comes from the Latin manus and agere. And it means to handle. And in the French, it came directly, the word management came directly from the French, and the French ménager means to train horses. So, already I find the whole idea of management just a little bit offensive. I hope you're laughing with me. So visual management is like, ew. Management is about monitoring. It is not about transforming. It's about looking and seeing and trying to understand, but not changing behavior. If you don't change the behavior, the metrics are not going to change. Oh, I want you to get this before I say goodbye. I only have 2 minutes left. I'm going to show you an example of poke-yoke by my sensei. Shigeo Shingo is my sensei. So this came out of, went to work for Rolls-Royce in Oberusel just for a short time and was teaching them. And they saw something that someone in Boston invented, whom I had taught, Louis Contadio. So they had, the problem was this collar was worth €50,000 by the time it got to final assembly, final machining. And sometimes people would choose the wrong insert, the wrong tool. So they put their 5S in place. They put the 5S in place, but it wasn't powerful enough. They still made mistakes. So they went further to control human behavior, to control the hand that was selecting the insert. And they did this. They created a masking template so that only those inserts related to this model were available for the hand to select. Brilliant visual thinking. There we have it in black. Mastering cause on the attribute level. Here we have it in blue, a different model, in red, in green, in yellow. I want you to say, wow. I want you to be blown away. I want you to know that this is possible. This is on the operator level, but there are amazing things available on the supervisor level. I will not have time to show you. I know that Mr. Malagi will say, enough, Gwendolyn. I want you to imagine this. What would your company become if the answers to these questions, and some of these questions are not even asked because people just know they're never going to get an answer, so they don't even bother to ask it. But what would happen if the answers to the specifications, the operational details of everyday work were embedded into the living landscape of work so that I could pull it to me when and as I need it? What do I need to know that I don't know right now in order to do my work? What would happen if the workplace spoke and became my partner and your partner and the partner for the 1,800 people, other people who work in your company? What would happen? Imagine that. Okay? That's what I want you to do. So thank you. Thank you. And I would thank you very much, Mr. Malagi, for giving me extra time. This is so important, and there's just so much to be said about it. I could talk to you. I could read you poems. I have a poem here ready to read you. But it won't give you the sense of the specificity of visuality. This is a language, and my mind needs it for it to feel safe and so that I can contribute, so that I can give what's in my heart and my imagination. I can give it to my company, and I can feel like a hero at work, whoever I am. Whoever I am. I'm thinking about something that happened to me at Crompton Greaves, but I don't have time to share it with you. So thank you very much. I'm really very honored to be talking to you. I hope that we can move on to a next step. Let's figure it out. I would be happy to teach everything that I know. That's what I do all the time. We'll figure it out. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Ms. Mukherjee. Any questions, please? Any questions from the panelists? Panelists would read any questions?
Sunil-san, please switch off your video. Your voice is cracking.
If you got, please.
Sunil-san, please switch off your video. Yeah.
So my question is to the panelists. If the panelists have any questions, please feel free to unmute and ask the question. For other delegates, please feel free to put your questions in the chat box. We have got another 5 minutes before after which we'll have to stop and move on to the next session. So if there are any questions, please feel free to ask.
And Mr. Malagi, if there are no questions, I'm going to show you then a little bit of the supervisor displays. I want to squeeze in a little bit more. I'm very greedy. Any questions at all? You know, people. Shall I do that?
I think you show it.
Yes, I think I'll show it. Thank you. Thank you. Because hang on. I need to hold on for a second. I need to just pull this up. Now I'm almost ready. And would you get me onto the share, Mr. Malagi, please? Yes?
Yeah, we are giving you the right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tell me when you're ready. I'm ready. Yes?
Yeah,
all right, thank you. So I'm talking about visual walls here. This is doorway number 3, visual displays. This is a production control board for 3 business units. These are 6 lines that are in trouble, since 6 lines where the supervisors who are in the room are studying the behavior day by day on these walls. This wall was specifically constructed to hold this visual display. So these are business unit leaders. This is the whole plant. These are the these are the lines in the plant that are wiggling where there's trouble. These cards are cause cards. I'm going to show you another version of it that looks really slick. This one right here. This is for the Toshiba, and this is for the Motorman. These cards, and this is not a visual display that was imported. The principles of all effective displays are the same, but you must create them locally so they actually pull the information that you need in order to improve the situation. So this isn't just keeping track. If you can see here, they were supposed to make 24, they made 11. They were supposed to make 24, they made 21. They were supposed to make 24, they made 21. These are different shifts, and this is the hour by hour, okay? And these are the cause cards. These are why they didn't make it. These cards then get moved on to a problem-solving board. Do you see? This is the language for supervisors. Supervisors want to be in control of their corner of the world, but they can't see. They don't have the line of sight. So there is this bridge, this collaboration that happens between the operators who are the machinists, they're the welders in this, mostly welders and laser cutters in this plant, and the schedule itself. Everyone is working to get the schedule linear, to get it at 100% on time. But they can't do that until they can see. And what is it that they have to see? They have to see data, and they have to see causality. It works. The causality is the root of the problem and the problem solution. So I just wanted to show this to you so that you would know. Here's some more. This is the history of the walls. When they built it, they built this wall. If you can see, they took away the plant manager's area. This is the plant manager. He was sitting here, and they said, we need a wall, and they built a wall. You see the window is gone. Here's his window. He used to work right here. Plant manager said, take my corner. Okay, and they begin to construct it. This is at the very beginning. This is wonderful, wonderful work. And this begins for these supervisors because they've become visual thinkers. This is the plant manager, Luis Gasca. This is a recent implementation. So this is the work, and this is what's exciting about work, causality and being able to get your hands on the problems and solve it. So thank you very much. Mr. Malagi, thank you very much. It's been an honor. Mr. Wadod, thank you so much for your invitation. Sam and Mr. Sani, thank you very much. We'll see you again. I'm going to hang out and watch a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
It has been completely my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Let me share with you that we are overwhelmed with a lot of questions in the chat box, but unfortunately we just don't have the time to take them. But I promise that I'll populate all those questions and mail it to you with their
no. You can't do that. You can send me the questions, but please don't ask me to answer them. Let's just have another session and invite everybody back. Please.
Or else I'll arrange for one more dedicated session.
Yeah,
maybe it can be a whole day session.
Yeah.
And
We'll figure it out.
Thank you, Dr. Gwendolyn. It was really an eye-opener to us. Yeah. I was looking at the chat box. More of the people said this has really opened up their thinking about the whole concept of visual thinking.
Thank you.
So now they understand. So that's the feedback I'm getting in the chat box. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for your questions. We'll get them answered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So on that note, let us move on to the next session. And the next session is from this point. I would like to take you to the next session, and I would like to invite the session chair, Mr. Vijaya Kumar. He is the Assistant General Manager Operations at Sundaram Auto. So I would request Mr. Vijaya Kumar. He is the session chair. Just to introduce about Vijaya Kumar. Mr. Vijaya Kumar is a bachelor's in is an engineer in electrical and electronics engineering. He puts in more than 26 years of work experience in manufacturing sector, out of which 15 years he has been working for Sundaram Auto Components, and also earlier he was with GPL Automation. He has got experience in maintenance, process engineering, project management, and operations. So I would request Mr. Vijaya Kumar, please take on the session from here.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your wonderful introduction. I know considering the limitation of time, I'll do my level best to squeeze in as much as possible with the available time. Is my screen can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
So
it is clear.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all for this wonderful opportunity. The theme of today's session is empowering human capital through training and development. Here I would like to share our case study on development of training curriculum based on CUDBUS. So CUDBUS is basically curriculum development based on ability structure. So the structure of the presentation, it contains my brief about my company, our training methodology, and of course on case study on CUDBUS. So Sundaram Auto Components Limited, established in the year 1991, and we are part of TVS Group. We manufacture automotive plastic parts to various customers. Ours is basically a TQM driven organization. We have got 5 facilities, and I am heading Mysore unit. So we supply automotive parts to 2-wheeler, 4-wheeler, and passenger vehicle segments. These are our esteemed customers list. And from Mysore, we supply parts to our customer TVS, where they'll be manufacturing Apache and Scooty and Chess parts, and we are supplying air cleaner and injection molded parts to TVS Motor Mysore. So our TPM journey began in 2017-18 Q2, and thanks to CII and Ajunraj, so we could able to progress as per our plan, as per the plan, and we could able to get TPM Strong Commitment Award in 2018-19, and we could able to get TPM Significant Award in during 2019-20, and we will be completing the health checkup by the end of this month, and we are going for a JPM Award next year. So coming back to the, we operate with, this is the only unit in Sundaram Auto Components Limited where we operate with 100% temporary workmen. I repeat, 100% temporary workmen. So challenges are immense, managing temporary workman. However, it also comes with a bigger opportunity where we can also thrive. So the thing is, on a temporary workman, we have got a 6 days training program. The temporary workman tenure is usually 1 year. So the duration of the first 3 days, we will be recruiting the temporary workman, and we will be giving classroom training and dexterity training. Once he passes on these sessions, he will go to on-the-job training, and we will do training and skill evaluation, and based on which we will be doing the ASL1 certification to the workman. And later on, he will be put on the actual Gamba, and where we will do OJT training. And once he delivers productivity and quality parameters, he will be certified for SL2. So these are all some of the classroom trainings and modules which we give during induction. So now I'll take you through the Kadbas, which we have learned from previous TPM session, and we have incorporated in our actual workplace. So we have implemented this in for doing mold change operations. So in our plant, we are doing on an average 26 mold changes per day. And average mold change time of taking 34 minutes, and we have to achieve SMED. And the next thing is the mold change activity is highly skilled job, and it involves a lot of safety aspects, both to the human and the equipment. So, and only in our plant we are doing this activity with the help of temporary workman. And before this, we have not had the proper scheduled training system for our workman and mold changing. So then, after seeing presentation during last year's TPM annual session, so we also understood some of the Kadbas principle, thanks to our Visualraj who was behind us. So basically, in a mold change operation, it requires three aspects. One is knowledge, other one is skill, and third one is attitude. Attitude is extremely important. One is to sustain. The other one is to ensure that all the safety aspects are taken care. And since the Kadbas addressing all these three aspects, we have selected this method to develop a curriculum for our temporary workman. So the first thing is it starts with objectives of mold change. So one thing is we have to have SMED, so means a single minute exchange of time, and it has to start and end at the scheduled time. And the next one is to eliminate startup rejections during mold change. So whenever there is a mold change operations, we used to have more number of rejections. So one thing is if it is performed the way it has to be performed, then we can reduce mold change operation. And the next one is to ensure personal and equipment safety. We have followed a 10-step methodology for Kadbas. One is curriculum development. So one is preparation and selection of the team, and filling out ability cards, classification of cards, and arranging and ranking the cards, and drawing up required abilities, job analysis, making a structured chart, and importing training and skill evaluation are the process steps. So first, let me take you through the preparations and selection of the team. So we did it during the 27/7/2009. So we incorporated 8 members. And 8 members are basically CFT members. So you can see people from different pillar area, so which involves safety, production, industrial engineering, and quality assurance, and one mold change expert. So he also incorporated into this activity. So what we did is with these 8 people, we have given initial instructions like. So they will be given 30 minutes time to fill up the cards, and they have to fill 30 cards within 30 minutes. And while writing, they have to start with 3 things. Okay, if the person thinks it is related to the knowledge, he should start with the no. And if it is related to the skill, he can start with the skill can. And if it is related to the attitude, he has to start with the have. So what we did is we could able to generate 240 ability cards. So then the next step is the classification of the cards. So what he does is, once the cards are filled out, so it has to be organized. So every person will read out the card, and during while he reads out, so the other people, the other 7 people, will look for, is there any card that is lying with that person, okay, which has got a similar expression. Then he brings out that card into the table. So these cards are grouped. So what we did is, we started with the 240 cards and we ended up with 158 cards. So there is a 34% grouping. So cards are hidden under the other cards. Then arranging the cards. So the stacks are, the stacks of cards are classified into types of job. So we have, generally this exercise takes quite a lot of time, maybe around 45 minutes. And arranging the cards by similarity in a row and placing a duty card. So duty card is the kind of image which the team agrees on after seeing the stack of cards. So we will be placing a duty card, and we could able to generate 26 duty cards through these 158 cards. And the next step is ranking the level of importance for each of the cards. So here the cards are categorized into A, B, and C categories. A means critically important. Detailed knowledge or excellence in competence is required. The B is importance of an average level, general knowledge and the standard competence. C is, although less importance, overall knowledge or experience is recommended. So these decisions have to be done collectively by all the 8 people. So they have to agree on that. So this agreement takes some time, but at the end of the thing, they will be able to clearly distinguish A, B, C, which they agree on. So what we could able to do is, through this exercise, we could able to generate around 26 duty cards. Then once the duty cards are made, so now the thing is ranking. So a card number has to be written in upper center space. For individual duty card, so you have to you can reorganize that based on the importance. So that is so here the first digit 1 represent, it is duty card number 1, and the ability card sequence, that is the next digit. So what we did is, we could able, for every 26 duty card, so we could able to generate the ability cards, and you can see different colors. Here the blue color represents knowledge, the slight green represents skill, and the other one is the attitude. So once this is done, okay, so now you have got 26 duty cards. Then how are we going to import the training? So we will be grouping the through structured chart, and these subjects, you can see the yellow one. So these are all the modules which the team has decided, like crane operating methods, crane safety, risk management, safety, etc. So 26 duty card along with 150 ability cards are classified into 12 training topics. So the next step is on training and training the workman. So here it is classified as knowledge and skill. So knowledge, classroom and technical training center things. So top training topics are listed out, and for the skill, so of course here the our training executive will be coordinating with the person while doing the mode change, and while doing that he will motivate the people to prepare 1 point lesson, no white sheets, no equipment, and dojo center things. So you can see the glimpses of trainings which we have given. So one was, the second picture shows the supervisor training the mode change operations, and the training on bolts and nuts, and machine related safety, and the torque related training. So how much he has to tighten for individual or different nuts. Then we have created bolts and nut training in our dojo center. And so then the important mold-related things, safety aspects, and bolts and nuts, we have prepared 1 point lessons and Nova sheets. Once it is done, of course, this exercise took us almost 3 to 4 months time. So what we also developed is skill evaluation on these 26 duty cards. And so still they are in level 2. The training is, it takes quite some time to come up to that level. And the next portion is result. Of course, see, the thing is, it involves a lot of facility improvement and industrial engineering activities. However, when you give training to when you develop your people, the implementation portion will be taken care by the operators themselves, where it relieves a lot of time for the executives. So what we could able to get is the breakdown due to poor clamping tool is reduced. Then operator fatigue, so especially the training on torque, where operator earlier used to give strength, test their strength. So those things have got eliminated. And retapping usually which happens because of this over tightening got eliminated. And a lot of potential safety hazards. So if you look at Henrik triangle, so so such these things have got reduced, and operator skill levels have improved. So what we could able to achieve is SMED in 7 lines, and so average time for the plant has come down from 34.2 minutes to 23 minutes. So this ends my presentation. I thank CII, particularly Mr. Vijuraj, for providing the opportunity, and our President, Mr. Rajesh Roman, for the motivation and support in presenting this case study. Thank you.
It was an excellent presentation, Dr. Vijay Kumar. Since you are the session chair, I would also request you to introduce our next speaker.
Sure, sir. Sure. It's my pleasure, sir. Just a second. Again, one more good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Malavika Sheshadri. She is an Ayurvedic postgraduate in Swasthavrita, a branch of Ayurveda dealing with preventive and social medicine. She is also a consultant physician in Vishesh Ayurvedic Chennai and associated professor in Dharma Ayurveda College and Hospital. She has worked with leading Ayurvedic center such as Kotakal Arya Vidyashala. She is also a faculty for Ayurveda at the Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, imparting authentic Ayurvedic knowledge among the global students. She has presented various scientific papers in international and international seminars. She is a postgraduate in yoga from Annamalai University, Chidambaram, India. And apart from teaching yoga and Ayurveda, prevention and treatment of lifestyle disorder is her area of expertise. I welcome Dr. Malavika Sheshadri to start sharing her insights. Thank you.
A very good morning to one and all. It's indeed a pleasure to be associated with CII and to be a part of today's national conference. Can you visualize my slides, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Just minimize the box which is in the front.
Yes,
and
sure. So it's indeed a pleasure to be talking in such a prestigious forum. Today's my topic would be empowering employees to enriching health. One of the most important topics, very apt for today's situation. And Ayurveda explains in very simple ways how to lead a life with very minimal medical intervention. It's a holistic science, and Ayuhu Kamya Manena Dharma Artha Sukha Sadhanam. So it gives you very simple tips as to how to acquire Dharma, Artha, and Sukha in life. So today, in a very brief manner, we would be looking into the concept of health, the concept of Prakriti in Ayurveda, some day-to-day self-help care for employees to make sure that they stay healthy throughout this lockdown period, with the help of Ahara, some daily regimens, seasonal care that they should be following. And I would definitely not be doing justice if I don't touch upon the topic of Ayurvedic precautionary measures for the present pandemic. The concept of health in Ayurveda is very intricate and very subjective. So we just don't call you healthy when you're physically fit. There are a lot more to health other than physical fitness. So our body is basically comprised of three doshas, the Vata, Pitta and Kapha. There are two types of three doshas here. The Prakritika doshas, the Prakriti, the doshas which determine your Prakriti, these doshas do not change. The Vikritika doshas, they keep changing according to your age, according to day and night, according to season. So this helps to a very great extent for your time management, to increase your productivity, to plan things well ahead. The body is also made up of 7 dhatus or tissue elements, the 3 types of excreta, 3 agni, 11 types of sense organs, and atma. So such intricate is the concept of our body. And the healthy person is said to be samadosha samadnishya samadhatu malakriya prasanna atma indriya manaha swastha ityabhidhyate. So beautifully it has been included. The physical aspects, the psychological, spiritual, social aspects are all included in the definition of health according to Ayurveda. The concept of Prakriti is very important, and it's often the first step towards prevention, right? So it's very important that you analyze and determine your Prakriti. So any Ayurvedic physician would be able to do that. And once you determine your Prakriti, Prakriti is generally made up of the doshas. So either one dosha dominating, 2 doshas dominating, or sometimes all the 3 doshas are also dominating in the Prakriti. This is very brief attributes of a Vata predominant, a Kapha predominant, a Pitta predominant Prakriti, which after a thorough analysis you'll be able to find out. And various types of Prakritis are there. 7 types of bodily Prakritis and 3 types of Manasika Prakritis. Those are the Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. So I told you that doshas keep changing according to your age. So when you're young, for children, Kapha is predominant, right? So, and as you get older, in the middle age, Pitta is predominant. And as you get older, in old age, Vata is predominant. Just like that, the Vikritika doshas change according to the day and night. So this is very crucial in planning your work well ahead, time management, to increase your productivity, to tap the best potential out of you, right? So the typical day starts with a surge of Kapha. So 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. is the time of Kapha. So you technically wake up before the Kapha Kala. So ideally you wake up before 6 a.m. That's very, very important to have a good concentration and good overall health. And a light breakfast. So we don't believe a king's breakfast. It's king's lunch in Ayurveda, because the Agni, Pitta is the form of Agni, right? So Pitta is highest between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. So when the day starts with Kapha, you ease into the day, you start with exercising, you prepare the to-do list, plan things that you would be doing the entire day. And when the Pitta Kala comes, post 10 o'clock is when it's very ideal to do most of your challenging work, strategical work, etc. And post 2 p.m. until 6 p.m. is the Vata Kala, extremely beneficial for creativity, brainstorming sessions, designing, tackling problems. So Vata Kala is wonderful to do all this. And post 6 p.m. is ideally when you end your work. But yeah, in the present work from home culture, we see a lot of people extending until late at night, which would be definitely detrimental to health. So post 6 p.m. is when you start to wind down and probably plan for the next day's work and prepare the things that you have to do the next day. And by 10 p.m., technically you go to sleep. right? And a light dinner. It's very, very important during Kapha Kala. You have a light dinner and go to sleep early, before 10, or at least at 10. So if you would have often noticed that the later it's delayed, your sleep is delayed, it is difficult to fall asleep. It's not you to be blamed, but the doshas to be blamed. The pitta takes over post 10 p.m. And if you've noticed, if you stay awake for very late, after 2 o'clock at night, it becomes practically impossible to go to sleep. That's because after 2, vata takes over. So vata stands for hyperactivity, restlessness, right? So this is a very comprehensive guide as to how you can manage your work and, better for the betterment of the productivity and tap the best out of your potential. Is coming to self-care, ahara. We're going to discuss very brief principles about food. So food is one of the 3 pillars of life, along with sleep and sexual health. So eating according to your prakriti is very, very important, right? So we're going to see about the 6 tastes. So all these 6 tastes have different impact on the doshas. So typically a vata diet. So if you're a person whose vata is predominant, you're a vata predominating prakriti, then typically your plate should consist of vata balancing foods, like grounding foods, foods which are easy to digest, that which are nourishing, warm foods, foods with moisture, oil, ghee, are very, very important constituents of food for a vata person. For a pitta person, it's very important to have cooling and calming foods, heavy and dry foods. Some examples are also being given for your reference. If you're a kapha dominant prakriti person, it's very important to limit your dairy intake. Your milk and milk products have to be limited. And the protein, the contents of protein, vegetables are all discussed, which definitely can be resorted to once you know for sure that your prakriti is either a vata, pitta, or a kapha dominating prakriti. And this is a common advice. All of us should have all the 6 tastes in our diets: sweet, sour, salty, pungent, bitter, and astringent. You technically start with a sweet and sour taste. Now everybody will question me as to, you generally end with a dessert. No, it's not. Ayurvedic way of eating is you start with a sweet taste. It doesn't mean you start with a dessert. You start with sweet. So I will give you examples of what you can begin your meal with. And mid-meal, you of course add your spicy and salty content, and you end your meal with a bitter taste and a kashaya rasa. Kashaya rasa is typically the taste of your kashaya as a decoction. That is an astringent taste. So sweet taste doesn't necessarily mean only sugar. Your rice, dal, ghee are all sweet in taste. So you begin your meal with a sweet taste, which is going to balance your vata pitta initially. And of course, in a typical Indian meal, you have sour tamarind, you have salty taste, you have spicy taste. All these forms the mid-meal. So you give a combination of sour, salty, and spicy taste in the middle of the meal. And towards the end of the meal, you have bitter and astringent. So bitter, in Indian cooking, we use turmeric, fenugreek, all these are bitter in nature. And bitter especially is wonderful anthelmintic. It scrapes out adherence. It's wonderful in helping and improving, fastening your digestion. You end your meal with an astringent taste and not with a dessert, right? This is very essential because astringent taste is one, kashaya rasa is one which gives contentment. So you feel full and you feel full comfortably, right? And it's a sambhana. It withholds the elimination of weakness, making sure that the food stays there until it completely gets digested, right? Yes. Some very important rules of dietetics is have freshly cooked warm foods along with fat. So we do not agree with a no fat, no oil, no ghee diet. It's very essential that you have a food with a moderate quantities of the essential fats in your diet. Very importantly, ghee. Matravat, how much to eat? Yes, food not having the contradictory properties. Eat in a desired place with the desired article. Very important. So now the trend is to eat in between a meeting, right? So this is very, very important. You eat with concentration. Take time for eating. not in a hurry, not very slowly, are all very important in a present era where you think eating is a waste of time, right? Eat locally available food according to age, according to seasons. All these are very, very important. Very important is heavier meals during the day and lighter meals during the end of the day. Eat half of your capacity. Very, very important. Do not eat until you can't breathe, right? So eat until you can have one more portion, but you're not going to have the last portion that you can, right? And liquids, don't drink water immediately after food is what Ayurveda says, right? So sip water between your meals. And 1/4 of your stomach technically should be empty, right? Cook the Ayurveda ways is very, very essential to start using clay pots, bronze vessels, iron vessels. All these could be very essential in preserving the nutrients. The second pillar of life, sleep, right? So again, highly compromised. So very, very important is sleep. Your Ayurveda says your happiness, misery, weakness, strength, life and death, everything depends on your sleep. When sleeping at night is the best, right? So even if you are in night shift, it's recommended that you do get a 6 to 7 hours of sleep. Even during the day, it's fine, but definitely does not nourish you like the night sleep, right? So lying down in a comfortable position, 6 to 8 hours, and of course, this depends on your prakriti as well, how much and to sleep and the quality of your sleep. It's one of the adharaniya vegas, the non-suppressible urge. Whenever you're sleepy, take a quick nap, right? And day sleep, as much as possible, try waking up at 6 o'clock. Do not sleep after the sunrise. And do not wake up post 10 o'clock. As much as possible, by 10 you should be at bed. And Brahma Muhurta is the time when you typically wake up in the morning. A healthy sex life is the third pillar of life. For sexual harmony, plays a very important role in physical, mental, and social well-being. And you manage stress better when you're sexually happy and healthy. Ayurveda prescribes some nitya sevaniya aharas, foods to be regularly consumed, such as red rice, barley, green gram, honey, jangala mamsa, meat of animals of dry regions, amla or gooseberries, rock salt, milk, ghee. In fact, milk, ghee are one of the nitya rasayanas in Ayurveda. So Ayurveda does not support veganism. Of course, for that, it's very important that you get a genuine supply of cow's milk and a good source of cow's ghee. And of course, water intake has been very importantly talked in Ayurveda. In your work pressure, do not forget to drink or hydrate yourself well. So some very important daily regimens are, of course, getting up early in the morning at Brahma Muhurta. Defecation, very important, is to have a natural urge for passing bowels. So this should not be ignored, and without passing bowels, having a breakfast or getting into your routine is highly contraindicated. And having sipping of water early in the morning is wonderful, and not, very importantly, not to excessively drink water, right? So water should be only drank as much as you're thirsty. It's not okay to have a liter or 2 liters of water in the morning. All the more is because it is a kapha kalam. It is already your digestive fire is suppressed. So Gandusha Kavala. So Ayurveda prescribes gargling, or withholding of oils. For Vata, Pitta, Kapha, specific oils and specific liquids have been prescribed for gargling. Eye care in Ayurveda is extensively talked about, and for employees who are almost 12 to 14 hours in front of the computers and laptops and screens, you should definitely be doing Saviranjanam, kajal, application of eye drops, protective eye care in Ayurveda is extremely important. Splashing of room temperature water. For Pitta, we recommend a lot of oils. For Vata, we recommend oils. Pitta, rose water could be beneficial. For Kapha, distilled water or cranberry juices. Triphala Kashan. Triphala is highly talked in eye care. So Trataka is one activity that would be highly beneficial in improving the tonicity of your ocular muscles. goat milk is highly regarded for your eye health. So it could be used as the pads dipped in goat milk could be used for relaxing the eyes. Castor oil is also used in Ayurvedic eye care. Almonds and fennel seeds could be grounded and could be used along with rock sugar as mixed with the milk, a glass of milk every night. So that it's wonderful for your ocular muscles and for easing out your puffiness and stress of eyes. Potato peels, cucumber slices are all very good to ease out your stress. And Triphala is highly regarded. Triphala eye wash along with this made with distilled water is wonderful. And we also go in for a lot of internal medications for your eye health. Nasya. Yes, 2 drops of Nasya Thaila, like Anu Thaila, is recommended to be used every day in 2 nostrils. We say Nasahi Shiraso Dwara. For a better perception of your sense organs, Nasya is something that you should be doing regularly. For details of doing Nasya and Dhumapana, you could go to any Ayurvedic consultant. Of course. Vyayama, very important, is exercising. And how much? Yes, so we tend to overdo or not do it sufficiently. It's very important that you exercise to half of your ability. So you don't exercise until you drop, right? So you exercise until you can do a little bit more, but you stop, right? So Vata, Pitta and Kapha Prakriti, various types of exercises are recommended. Not all of them can endure physical or very active exercise. Vata requires focus, challenging exercises that can challenge balance, calming postures. Pitta also includes calming and postures not overly heating. Kapha Prakritis can definitely go on doing some active exercises like brisk walking, running, cycling. Stimulating and heating asanas are all recommended for a Kapha dominant Prakriti. Abhyanga, so much has been talked about oil massages. In this present era, since you're working at home, you could make use of the opportunity at least once a week. You could use any medicated oil according to your Prakriti for a complete body massage. It could be done very well at home with a person helping you, a partner helping you, or it could be done with a professional. An oil massage is extremely important for your physical and mental viability. So Adharani and Dharaniya Vegas. So in the work pressure, most of the times you forget to attend to your nature's calls. It's very important that you do not delay a nature's call and attend these calls if later your urge to defecate, your urge to urinate, sneeze, thirst, hunger, sleep are all urges not to be suppressed. Cough, yawn, tears. Tears also include your emotions. So in this tough time, it's very important to emotionally express yourself to a loved one, to a friend, to a colleague, whoever you're comfortable with. For building up such emotions is also a form of adharani. It's building up an urge that has to be let out. At the same time, there are urges that have to be suppressed and channelized in a better way. So these are grief, greed, fear, anger, egoism, etc. So seasonal care has also been extensively talked about in Ayurveda, and we are in Hemanta Rutu now. So in the early winter, and I told you that doshas also change, the Vikritika doshas change according to seasons. So we are in the mid-November and mid-Jan. This is the Hemanta Rutu or the late winter. So technically, the cold winds, intense sunlight, all these we are experiencing in today's weather. So the digestive fire is increased. The recommended diets are sour, salty, heavy foods, hot water, milk and milk products are also allowed in moderation. Of course, Abhyangam and the Dinacharyas have to be followed. And Panchakarma, it's not just for treatment purposes, but as the doshas are accumulating, dwindling after every season, you should be getting a cleansing treatment regularly. So according to your Prakriti, your Ayurvedic consultant will tell you which is an apt cleansing treatment or detoxification treatment for you. So by this, you are making sure that you're eliminating the dosha that is highest in you. I'm a Pitta Prakriti person. I take up Viration is one of the Panchakarma, and I make sure that my Pitta stays in, a balance throughout the year. So a Panchakarma once a year is highly recommended so that you keep your susceptible diseases at bay. Of course, coming to some very important precautionary measures, we say in Ayurveda that everything goes back to your digestive fire. Once you ensure that your digestion is good and healthy, you're going to prevent most of the disease conditions and infections. So of course, ginger tea, kashayas made of cinnamon, fennel, guduchi, yashti, tulsi are all wonderful kashayas to be made use of, along with turmeric, ginger, black pepper. And timely sleep is wonderful in making sure your immunity stays put. Nasya, Gandusha, Kavala are all recommended from Ayurvedic fraternity for the prevention of the infection. Dupana, fumigation. So you could use simple things like neem leaves, garlic peels, onion peels, turmeric to fumigate your entire house, your vicinity, your workspace, so that you keep your infections at bay. And inhaling the medicated smoke. Exposure to sunlight is extremely important. Now, that is also been compromised since we are all mostly working from home. At least make sure you exercise in the open sunlight. To conclude, Ayurveda is an ocean of knowledge. So this is a very brief introduction to healthcare regimen in Ayurveda. And following simple practical principles of Ayurveda definitely ensures better productivity, time management, work-personal life balance, helps you inculcate discipline and taps the best out of your potential so that you can use the best out of your limited time and sources. And Ayurveda is not a recipe book for health. It's a holistic science, and a dedicated practice of Ayurvedic principles makes sure that as an employee, as an individual, you can excel in everything that you do. And Dharma, Artha, Kama, Mokshanam, Arogyam, Moolam Uttamam. Keep aside your work, your targets, you're building up your career. Take care of your health. That would go a long way in making sure that all your other achievements is achievable. Right? So, and this too shall pass. We're going to get out of all the pandemic and this the stress and stressful environment pretty soon, and we're going to come up much more stronger as a team. Yes, I wish you all good luck taking care of your health, and thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Malavika. It was indeed a very, very enriching session, and you have really reinforced one of the pillars that our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, has given us for making us a self-reliant India. This was part of one session where one of the 5 pillars of self-reliance as espoused by our Prime Minister is building a vibrant democracy. India is a matured democracy, but we need to further foster it, further build it, which will come through 3 things. One, by bringing in excellent health, on which you have very rightly pointed out the right behaviors, the right health interventions that we need to bring in. So thank you, Dr. Malavika.
Pleasure, sir. Pleasure's mine.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Yes. And further, to give that empowerment to people to build a self-reliant India, we need to close all those information deficits. And closure of those information deficits will come from the visual thinking, which Dr. Gwendolyn Galsworth in the first session very effectively put in. And of course, the next thing is to give them the skills, the training, which was very effectively brought in by Mr. Vijay Kumar through the Kadbas approach. So we have spoken about information deficits, closure of information deficits, empowerment through closure of information deficits. We have spoken about information through education and training through Kadbas. We have also spoken about empowerment through excellent health through the Ayurvedic, the age-old Indian Ayurvedic concepts. So from here on, let us move to the next session. That is the next pillar of creating a self-reliant India, and that is gaining business leadership through creating a demand. The demand comes from having a pull in the system, and that pull comes through enhancement of your product. So I would invite Mr. Arun Mahajan, who is heading business excellence activities in the RP Goenka group of companies, Regimen RPG, to take the chair. So as I invite Arun Mahajan, I would like to give a small introduction about Arun Mahajan. Arun Mahajan is my personal friend, and we have worked together when I used to be part of the RP Goenka group of companies a few years back. And we are very close friends. So I would like to introduce him as a very prolific business excellence practitioner who is known to have developed a knack for Gemba tools to make all this business excellence approach working. That is his strength, I would say. That while we do have lot of theoretical aspects, how to convert that theory into practice, I think Arun Mahajan is the right person who is good in implementing the implementation part of the whole thing. He has modeled various approaches to suit implantation of different initiatives at various levels of hierarchy. He is a maverick at making Gemba implementation easy, effective, and sustainable. By training, Arun Mahajan is a mechanical engineer, and he has worked in various segments of industry with automotive ancillaries like automotive batteries. He has worked in electrical infrastructure industries, transformers, CNG gas meters. So these are the areas in which Arun Mahajan has been specializing with a total experience of about 28 years plus. He has led multiple plants to challenge various levels of TPM awards, highest being the JIPM Special Award in Regimen RPG. So on that note, I would invite Arun Mahajan to take over the session and invite our other esteemed speakers. Over to Arun Mahajan.
Yeah, thanks, Sunil. First of all, thanks for the great introduction and the nice words. So nice to see you again on this platform together one more time. So it's my pleasure and honor to be here along with you in this national forum of TPM conference. And good morning, all participants. Myself, Arun Mahajan, and I am heading business excellence in Regimen RPG in Energy Division. It is always an opportunity to be in the TPM National Conference because this is a platform where we all learn many things from our TPM gurus at one place, plus cross-functional or cross-industry knowledge which we get. So I look this national conference always an opportunity, and in past I was there in almost most of the conferences, either as a speaker, presenter, or as a student to learn from others. So nice to be again here. I also thank the management of Regimen RPG and CI TPM Club of India for giving this opportunity to be here with the wonderful and the great speakers with me. And the topic is also very great, that is business leadership, gaining business leadership. So business leadership comes through the meeting the voice of customers, their needs and expectations. And design in quality is very important, especially in the new product development. So in this, we start right from the voice of business to the voice of customer, then to the voice of processes. So by capturing all these, we work to meet the customer's needs and expectations through these different three tools, which Sunil also mentioned in his speech. So, And this is also well demonstrated in the community people in their respective fields. So in today's manufacturing scenario, when we are implementing TPM, there is always a need to adopt and implement the high-end tools and techniques. And this is coming in this presentation in a very logical sequence. The approach comprising this is adopted not only at new product development but also at later stage while upgrading the existing products. So we have three speakers with us, Mr. Parthasarathy and Mrs. Revati from CUNY and Dr. Sampangi Raman. So to begin with, I request Mr. Parthasarathy to present on creating pull-through design in quality. Mr. Parthasarathy is heading QA and technical in Cooperative Universal plant in Marimalai, and he is having total around 24 years of experience and in various manufacturing sectors like paint, sale and decorative coating manufacturing and resins for coating industries. He worked in production, process engineering, quality, various departments in the organization. He is also MR for ISO systems for the CUNY, and related to the TPM, am I audible? Hello?
You're audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And in TPM activity, he was pillar chairman for the Jishozen and GM pillar while they were in Astringent Journey, and now he is heading QM pillar when they were in the consistency journey. So very happy to have Mr. Parthasarathy with us, and I request him to please take over the topic and start with his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Magan sir, for your nice introduction. I'm very thankful to you and to the delegates of CAE and organizers of this event. So the file is visible now?
Yes, sir. Just minimize the box in the front, sir. It is visible.
Okay.
Right, please go.
Yes. So, good morning to all. First of all, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the top management of our company and the organizers of CAI for providing this great opportunity. So, on behalf of Carborundum Universal Limited, Marimalai Nagar, we welcome you all for our presentation on the Self-Resilient India, the TPM way, the QM pillar way. So we are a part of Murugappa Group, one of the biggest conglomerate in South India and also in India, of course. So which is a century-old group organization having a versatile business of more than 28 businesses with 50,000 employees and more. So QMI Carborundum Universal is an integral part of Murugappa Group, and we are in the business of making abrasives. Our mantra is making materials to work for man. So our coated abrasives has a wide range of application, right from pin to plane. So this is the organization structure. We have 18 plants across India, and out of that 5 plants are TPM certified organizations. Out of that the Marimalai Nagar plant and the Sriperumbudur plant, these are together integrated plants. We have crossed 2 levels of TPM journey, the Excellence Award in the year 2015. And the next level consistency award in the year 2018. So this is our TPM L2 matrix where our board level targets are layer by layer breakdown, and it is implemented up to the shop floor level. So the background of our journey, TPM journey, is the QA best practice, which is the quality maintenance journey. So conventionally there are 2 levels of the quality maintenance, which is a product oriented approach, the process oriented approach, which are conventionally called as online quality control, where the QA and manufacturing will put their efforts hold the responsibility, and this is also called as a negative quality. And now there are a layer by layer approach evolved, which is called offline quality control or positive quality, which is also called as a quality engineering concept, where the upper layers called the system oriented approach, personal oriented approach, society oriented approach, and customer oriented approach are piled across, and these four layers together called as a quality engineering. Now, what is the benefits? What does it stands for? For example, in the offline process control, we carry out more of a reactive approach, where we carry out the process stability, capability improvement, foreign conditions analysis, etc., to install a quality systems in the company. So this will help an organization for rework, scrap reduction, in-process defect reduction, etc., and it is fundamentally for an organization to sustain in the market. Where the above four layers, the quality engineering concept, which gives you a robust design, a robust process and process optimization, this will help an organization to be a leader in the market. So where the higher end tools like the quality function deployment, parametric design, the quality assurance network, etc., are evolving. So what is the need for the quality deployment table and the quality function deployment? Whenever a product, a customer need, a new customer need is developed and it is captured by a marketing or a technical person, it translates into the organization layer by layer, where the marketing person gives the customer's new requirement to the technical person, and the technical person in turn develops the requirements and he gives it to the manufacturing quality. Like that, it goes step by step into the organization. But whether the full customer voice is getting translated 100%, that's a question mark. Here comes the quality deployment table and the quality function deployment. So the customer's requirement, even if it is underlined needs or a stated needs, it has to be captured in full and it has to get translated into the organization layer by layer 100%. So the quality deployment table is a tool what we have adopted, which gives you a tool which converts the unstated underlying needs of the customer, which is whether outspoken or unspoken, and it translates layer by layer into the different organizations of the different layers of the organization, like technical, manufacturing, quality, etc., till to the shop floor level. So the importance of the quality deployment table is it is a unique quality technique, where the customer's voice is captured first in a documented format, and we use several tools to convert these voices into layer by layer the needs and the approaches. So the QDT, quality deployment table, provides insight to the whole manufacturing exercise, right from the marketing, which is the external wing of our thing, till to the shop floor level. So there are 9 steps involved in the QDT development, the quality deployment table development. The fundamental foundation stone is the customer voice. Capturing the voice of customer is the basic need, and the 9-step approach is adopted here. The significance of the quality deployment table is that there is a step-by-step, layer-by-layer approach. The first, where we are capturing the customer attributes, this is converted to functional attributes, the product's functional requirements. Then this functional requirements is taken as an input for developing the second layer of QFD, that is the part or raw materials attributes. Then the second layer output is fed as input to the third layer. This part attributes are then taken as an input to develop the process controls. Then this process controls again fed as an output for the fourth layer to develop the shop floor controls or the equipment controls. So all these together gives you a quality control plan, and this layer by layer approach is greatly helpful in involving all the functions to the single goal of meeting the customer demand. So house of quality is the basic block of the QDT, the quality deployment table, and the quality function deployment, where the fundamental stone is the customer requirement. The customer requirements are then prioritized using a tool called analytical hierarchy process, and then using the technical and the all functions together, we arrive product functional requirements. These two are mapped using a relationship matrix. So then we are doing a competitive assessment using a tear-down analysis where we arrive at the technical attributes and technical evaluation. So this is the layer-by-layer approach in a quality function deployment table, where the first in the technical environment, the customer voice is captured, the application requirements are captured, thereby the design features and product functionality are arrived. This technical environment or the output is fed into the next level. For the material environment, this is called part planning, where the customer wants again taken as an input, the design environment is taken as an input, and then we arrive the raw material characteristics and parts functionality. This output is again fed into the third layer, the third level, the process environment, using which the third level of the quality deployment table is arrived, which gives you the process requirements. And in the fourth layer, we arrive the manufacturing environment, that is the shop floor controls. So we will take you through the step-by-step approach here. In the first step of the quality deployment table, we used to capture the customer voice, which is the foundation, basic building block of this exercise. The voice of customer, we have to go to the keystone customer who is touching and using our product. So the voice of customer here contains CCRs, the critical to customer requirements, the critical to quality CTQs, and which gives you the critical to process, that is CTP. Here, the voice of customer is also mapped against the voice of business. Then we use a specific tool called Affinity Diagram and tree diagrams for matching a relationship between the customer needs and categorizing into the primary, secondary, and tertiary needs. We also use a canvas model, which gives you the basic idea of unstated and basic needs, the performance needs, and the delighters. So here I will take you through one case study, what we have implemented in our abrasive process, where we formed a team to meet the end customer. Here, one significant aspect is previously only marketing and technical people will have an opportunity to visit the customer and to meet the customer and get his voice. Here in this exercise, we involve all the teams, right from the production, QA, and across the shop floor teams. We form a team, and this team of people will visit the customer to capture their voice. In one of these exercises, we visited a local market in our Chennai area, and we captured 17 requirements. These are the verbatims of the customer. The customer will express his needs in his own language. He may not be 100% technical. The keystone customer sometimes give his requirement in his own slang. We have to capture all his inputs. So likewise, we have captured 17 inputs from the customer, and there are maybe some are repetitive. So likewise, we mapped all these requirements. Then we used Affinity Diagram as a tool. The customer needs are classified under the category of performance needs, product needs, safety needs, and innovative product need. Then these three needs are again converted into a tree diagram or a relationship diagram. So likewise, these customer needs are mapped here. The primary need is better performance, safety, innovation product. The secondary need is the cutting action, then free, no dust generation, etc. For that, this tertiary need is no clog free, scratch free grinding. These tertiary needs are arrived by us based on the verbatim given by the customer. So we use a tool called Analytical Hierarchy Process, which is developed by Mr. Thomas L. Satie in 1970s. It is a mathematical model which gives you which helps us to prioritize the needs from various requirements. We use a rating method called previously we used analog methods of using half circle, quarter circle, etc. Now we use a quantified rating method. For example, if a customer wants to buy a car, of course cost is the sacrosanct thing. For a time being, for this example, we sideline the cost because cost is sacrosanct. Apart from cost, the customer needs are style, reliability, and fuel economy. These options are Honda, Maruti Suzuki, Ford, Escort, etc. So here the rating method is evolved. 1 to 9 scale, 1, 3, 5, 7, etc. are used, and the 2, 4, 6, 8 are used to signify in between. For example, in this case study, if a customer there is a paired comparison method is adopted here. When we compare style to style, the rating will be 1 only because both are equal. When we compare style to reliability, the customer preferred reliability more. So he has given a rating of 2 to reliability and 1 to style. So it got a rating of 1/2. For fuel economy, style to fuel economy, the customer has preferred fuel economy more. So it has got 3 as a rating. Likewise, the ratings are given. Then these ratings are converted into a numerical value like this, and the total has been made across the column. Now, the contribution of each of the category with respect to the column weight is taken in the next stage. For example, style column, if you take 1, 2 and 0.33, the total is 3.33. Here, style alone has contributed 1. So 1 divided by 3.33. Next, reliability in the style column has contributed 2 out of 3.33. Likewise, we make a division and we found the individual contribution. Then we total it. The total will become always 100% because we are taking the calculation for how much it contributes to the total. This total is sent to the next level and the row average is carried out. The row average is then ranked to find out which is more significant for the customer. For example, in this example, the customer has preferred reliability. He has rated reliability as his more priority. Then comes the second rank is the style. The third one is the fuel economy. Likewise, from the customer's needs, we are prioritizing what is his foremost important need by using this AHP tool. So in our case study, we have observed we have categorized the customer needs under 3 categories. The life performance, the performance is the life, safety needs and the innovative product needs. And the customer has rated along with our team, the safety is his primary need, second is the performance, the better life need. This row average is carried out here, which is called as the global priority here. So the customer has given 17 priorities, his needs. Out of that, the top 5 are chosen here. So the top 5 is the bend free, no pick and pin, vibration free, no clogging, accidenting, and improved life. These are the topmost 5 needs of the customer, which is identified using the analytical hierarchy process model. So now we are developing the quality deployment table. We have taken the top 5 requirements of the customer: the improved life, vibration free disc, no thick and thin, bend free and free from clogging. This is from out of 17 needs, the top 5 is chosen here. And for this, the product's functional requirements, which has been arrived internally by all of our team, right from marketing, technical, production, quality, etc. We have arrived this internally. What are the product's functional needs, product's functional requirements? There are 19 requirements has been arrived. Then we developed this table which is called as a quality deployment table. So the customer need, top 5 need is shown here, and the product requirements, technical requirements is shown in the column. We are using a matrix relationship rating here, which is multiplied with the row average, what we have arrived from the analytical hierarchy process. Then we multiply it and tabulate it to find the top 5 product requirements. And then we construct the house of quality, the quality deployment, quality function deployment 1, which gives you the relationship between the customer needs and the product's functional requirements here. We also map the competitors' rating, competitors' product evaluation also here. Likewise, the quality function deployment level 1 is arrived. In the level 2, which is the significant feature aspect of this quality maintenance practice, the quality deployment table, by taking inputs from the first level, the product technical customer voice and the product's functional requirements, we develop the parts functional requirements. So these 7 requirements flowing from the previous slide, the product's functional requirements. For this, what is to be there in the raw material, and that we arrive. We have several bill of materials to construct a product. In our case, the backing cloth and resin are the raw materials used for building the coated abrasive. So what has to be in the cloth and the resin, that we first arrive using a technical discussion. Again, we use the quality deployment table to map the relationship between the product's functional requirement and the part characteristic here. The row average of the first level of QFD flows here. We again gives a rating and multiply it with the row average, the global priority. From this, we arrive the parts functional characteristic priorities. Here, in the plot, the topmost priority is the adhesion with the resin, lower stretch, and the dust-free grinding. This is arrived as the product's raw material parts requirement. This is the second level QFD, what we have constructed. Then we further drill it down from the part characteristic to achieve these characteristics, what should be there in the process. So again, we map the part characteristics and the process requirements. Likewise, what has to be, what add-on to be given during the process, how much temperature we should give due for the drying, etc. Like the process mapping has been done. The part characteristics is mapped in the column here, and again the relationship matrix is used. The rating is given. We multiply it and total it, which gives you the rating for the process planning. We develop a third layer called process planning matrix. So this is the house of quality level 3. Again, we further drill it down. For achieving this process characteristic, what should be there in the equipment controls? What are the equipment controls and the shop floor controls we have to give to achieve this process? So we have arranged around 17 equipment characteristics, the machine characteristics and shop floor controls, and map this with the process characteristics. Based on this, we use the same method and we arrive the level 4, the QFD level 4, that is the production controls. Here, there are new, 3 more new controls evolved from the customer's requirement. Now, the benefits, what we achieve using this exercise. Previously, only the technical and or the marketing will involve to meet the customer's requirement. They will simply give, this is the design you have to adopt. The shop floor people does not understand what impact they are doing, which will impact more on the customer's usage. Now, by doing this layer by layer approach, right from the customer's need, even one single customer need, what should be there in the raw material, what should be there in the process, what should be there in the shop floor control, everything is mapped in a layer by layer approach. So, the shop floor person also will have a fair idea and he will shoulder that responsibility. By doing this change, I am doing this for meeting this customer demand. So, this will give a end-to-end clarity across all the process operations. Then, finally this gives 4 Qs, the Q point, QM point, Q component and the QM component. The controls which is signified in the shop floor, that gives the Q point, and the instrument which signals that controls is a QM point. So we arrive Q4 Qs and there are 17 new components arrived to meet the customer demand. And the next step is to optimize the process. Here our customer has given one significant input. He used to change his shirt 2 times in a day because of dust generation. We taken this input, why the dust generation is happening and how to get the customer delight. During the grinding process, the powder generation is quite normal because he is doing the grinding and the material removed will fly in the air. How to improve his customer delight? For that, we thought of optimizing our process to achieve the customer delight, where we conducted a Taguchi design of experiment, taking the input from these 4 layers of the QDT. So, one part characteristic, one process characteristic, and one shop floor control as taken as a parameter to improve this design. We did a L3 to the power 4, 9 experiments, Taguchi design of experiments. This is the mean data table for this exercise, and this is the signal to noise ratio table, where higher is the better, and we arrived the type of resin as level B, level 3, and the filler mix and the impregnation add-on. These 3 parameters, and we optimized the levels. Then we taken one trial in the customer place. This is the previous experience, the previous trial what we have conducted. By doing this exercise, the quality has been improved and we standardize this. The customer has given his satisfaction that even his single point has been taken into consideration. So these are the benefits, PQCDSM benefits, what we achieved by using this tool. Our productivity has improved by 15%, total defect modes reduced by 78%, and the yield has improved from 91% to 98%, and customer complaints has reduced to almost zero, and we were able to achieve cost savings, and we have also given improved life to the customer, the product in the life improvement to the customer, and the delivery OTA is also improved. Another significant aspect here is the use of canvas model. Whenever the customer, there are some unstated needs, which is the basic need. For example, when we are supplying an abrasive grinding wheel, to grind a smooth grinding is an unstated need. The customer buys this product for that purpose only. That has to be met in a sacrosanct way. There are performance needs which forms a linearity in manner. If you give higher performance, his satisfaction will be at the higher end. There are some add-ons which will give delight to the customer. For example, in today's mobile phone industry, the purpose of the mobile phone is to speak only. It has to translate the voice messages. But whenever we are given an improved camera clarity, that is an add-on feature. The customer delight will be achieved whenever we are giving an improved add-on. So these are all called delighters, which will delight the customers. So here, by doing this exercise, we have taken into consideration his health characteristics also. So by that way, the customer also got delight. So the purpose of this quality house of quality and quality deployment tool is, before this exercise, there will be always a gap between the customer's requirement and our priorities. The customer's requirement will be quality, delivery, and price, whereas our focus will be on the cycle time, cost, and defects reduction. But always there will be a gap, because that layer to layer clarity will not be there. Now, by doing this exercise, this gap is closed, and there will be a very big clarity right from the customer to the till end of the shop floor people. There will be a perfect clarity. So this is the layer by layer approach, which has benefited the organization, which used to enlighten the shop floor people. By doing this exercise, what customer need, he will meet. So the intangible benefits here are improved customer satisfaction, cooperation, etc. And the customer voices, even its unstated need and the delight are also met. By that way, we are achieving the customer needs. The summary here is, always there will be a voice of customer. The keystone customer is dust generation, improving the performance of our product at lesser cost. For that, the voice of business will be always improving the contribution, reduction in our variable cost. The voice of technology will be improving the performance of our product using robust design, and the voice of manufacturing will be using a robust design. The quality process and process optimization has to be deployed. For that, the voice of process is process optimization using parametric design and QFD. So this is the standardization model what we have adopted for the 4 Qs. We have incorporated 70 new Q components, whereby we were able to achieve the customer's delight. And this is the standardization method what we have adopted to standardize this exercise in the shop floor. And finally, I will take you through the concept of this event, the self-reliant India, using the TPM as a tool, where we adopted the forest leaf concept as a tool. So the problem of the forest as a macro level, which has to be taken care by the top management in coordination with the layer by layer approach, where the supervisor level cases and operator level cases are adopted, and the problem in the tree, problem in the leaf, etc. are structured layer by layer, and this will benefit, like leaf benefits the tree benefits the forest develop multiple forests, thereby the nation is getting developed. So the quality as a tool, using TPM as a tool, it develops the organization to grow, and more and more organization growth will benefit the nation. And this is the concept where the optimization of the process, that is the field approach, the process optimization, which is an internal process, half cost approach, where the industries use TPM as a tool to improve their quality and reduce their cost, skill building of their employees, and a pleasant workspace together, which forms the root, the robust design and processes. Thereby, we can build a self-resilient India in a TPM way. Finally, one saying from a quality guru, Abraham Maslow: if we have only hammer as a tool, whatever we see in this universe will look like a nail for us. So the more and more tools, more and more knowledge will help us in building the nation, in building the industry, in solving our day-to-day problems, and it will build up a self-resilient India using TPM. Thank you. Thank you all. I hand over to Mr. Mahajan, sir. Over to Mr. Mahajan. Thank you.
Mr. Mahajan, you're on mute. Please unmute.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Partharthi. Thanks for the wonderful presentation. Very structured approach which you have explained. And you also explained it very step by step, that it will be easy for the participant to understand also. So with this approach of QFD, how we should move from basic performance quality to the delight or excitement quality to the customer and to meet an expectation. Very well explained. Thank you, Mr. Partharthi, once again. And now we will move on to the next presentation by Mr. Jyoti Swami. Now I request Mr. Jyoti to present on the next activity. The same topic, design is ready. She is having overall 10 years of experience in technical and process with expertise in process review. And she is heading reliability in CUMI right now in Pune plant, and having objective of robust product by using modern techniques and tools to sustain the quality of the product. She is basically having master's in technology and a Six Sigma Green Belt. Also the lead auditor for 9001 and advanced TPM facilitator. So thanks Reti for joining here and presenting your case study. So over to you. You can start with your presentation.
First of all, good morning, sir. Thank you for the opportunity given. Good morning, all. It gives me a great privilege to be a part of national conference. I'm Revati, representing from Carbonum Universal Limited, a part of Murugappa Group. It's basically a abrasive division. I'm from Sriperumbudur plant. I'm responsible for reliability function and having an experience of about 10 years. So I'll just stop the video and I'll start sharing the presentation. We started our TPM journey way back in 2011, and I'm responsible for it for level 1 and level 2 certification in both the plants. I'm going to represent on value engineering and value analysis. We'll be taking to value analysis on case study and value engineering on case study. First of all, I'm getting into the history of value analysis. Value analysis genius started in way back in 1940s. By the mid of 1960s, it was established as a cornerstone of most purchasing research and a cost-section program in major manufacturing firms. During World War II, there was a shortage of many critical items. So they started introducing this technique and they named as value analysis. First, it was started by Mr. Harry Ellicher, the Vice President of Purchasing of General Electric Company. Then he developed his subordinate, Mr. Lawrence, a manager. He took as a task of developing a systematic approach to the investigation of the function, cost, respect to existing material specification. And they termed this as value analysis. After that, in 1954, the US Navy Bureau of Ships adopted a modern version of value analysis and termed as value engineering. In value engineering, the primary guidance will be start from the initial engineering design stage, where value analysis will be the post-manufacturing stage, manufacturing and post-sales. Value engineering is the concept adapted in initial engineering design stage. And value means it is a good or service perceived by customer to meet his or her needs, and it is measured by customer willingness to pay for it. It commonly depends upon the more customer perception of the worth of the product than its intrinsic value. Values defined as function by cost. We can increase the value by increasing the value by increasing the function and keeping the cost constant. Second method, we can decrease keeping the function as such, and we can reduce the cost. Third one, we increase the function and also we increase the cost. Fourth one, we decrease the function and thereby we decrease the cost. Fifth one, we increase the function but we reduce the cost. These are the 5 methods which we can increase the value. And this is about the value analysis and value engineering. Value analysis and value engineering, nothing but a value management. Basically a process of function-oriented and systematic approach to analyze the product. And the purpose of value analysis and value engineering is to solve the problems by reducing cost and improving the value. It is used in the industry, government and construction service. And it is viewed as successful long-term business strategy. It is basically a strategic tool. It is a powerful methodology for solving problems or reducing costs while improving the performance and quality requirements. And this is about the value analysis. Value analysis is nothing but we have to do a function analysis as an organized team, and we have to generate alternatives for each function. Thereby, we enhance the functionality of each component and to increase the value. It is not only a cost-cutting programs, and also to increase the value of the product and how it affects the product in such a way. And it is basically a decision-making tool. And as I previously said, value analysis used before the launch of the product. Value engineering is used before the initial design stages of the product. What is the difference between value analysis and value engineering? Value analysis is used by existing product or services. It is used in the manufacturing and after sales. It is basically a process innovation tool, and it will reduce the unnecessary cost and it will improve the performance of the product. Value engineering is used mainly for a new product, and it is used in the prototyping, design or pre-manufacturing stage, and it is definitely known as a functional breakthrough tool, and it will increase the value of the product. And this is the methodology of value analysis and value engineering. First, we have to list down all the bill of materials in the product, and we have to analyze each function of the component by measuring the actionable verb and measuring the measurable noun, by identifying each function of the component by actionable verb and measurable noun. And we have to do the cost analysis. Cost analysis, we have to collect the information of each bill of material component, and you have to create alternative for each component in the bill of material. And we have to evaluate which alternative is best to suit, and we have to implement that alternative. First one is the function analysis. Function analysis is a process of associating cost with each function of the product. Basically, a need for function analysis for shift the focus from the cost of each component to the cost and value of each function. It is basically a shifting of cost of each component to value of each function of the product. For example, I have defined the cost section analysis software. Here I have given a 4-quadrant. In 4-quadrant, and I am representing value in x-axis and cost in y-axis. In function 1, in quadrant 1, function 1 represented low cost and low value. We need not to bother about this function at all. We have to go for the second quadrant, that is high value and low cost. We have to develop components in this stage. And for function 3, it is a high value and high cost. We have to reduce cost in the function 3. In function 4, this will be high cost and high value. We should eliminate low value and high cost. We have to eliminate this at all. This function 4 has to be eliminated. And why we need it? using value engineering technique, we can reduce cost up to 40%. By using value analysis, we can reduce cost 20%. By using industrial engineering technique, we can reduce 10% cost, and by quality control, by operating in control limits and specification limits, we can reduce cost up to 10%. It's raw material efficiency and all. We can, by negotiation skills, we can reduce cost by 10%. From others, we can reduce cost by 10%. Approach for value analysis is, we have 6 techniques under value analysis. First technique is design 1. In design change, we can have a two part. One is specification change. We can change the specification of the component, or we can change the geometry of the component. Technique 2 is eliminate over engineering. If there is any over engineering present in a component, we have to eliminate that. This can be done by parts count reduction, parts commonization, and parts weight reduction. Third technique is low cost alternative. This is it. We are going for an alternate material or alternate source. And fourth one, reuse parts. This is, we are using a recycled parts or reused parts. We are taking the waste. From the waste, we have to generate material. This is the technique 4. And technique 5 is the improve yield. We can improve the yield by 2 techniques, process yield and design yield. We have to touch either the design of the function, or you have to touch the process yield. Technique 6 is low cost production. This can be done by process change, or we got to make a choice, buy or make. That is, we can do it, we can produce in-house, or we can go for an outsourcing unit. This is basically a 6 approach in value analysis. So I'm going to take you to the case study 1, which we have done in our coated abrasive product, basically a flap disc product, which is used for deburring application. I'm just going to take this flap disc product in detail using a value analysis technique. In QMI, we have a practice of using a ANSOF matrix to take the product of contributing low value and low EBITDA and high sales value. So from that, I have taken low EBITDA and high sales volume product as an example for value analysis project. So first, I have started using the methodology. First, I have taken the bill of materials, function analysis, cost analysis, creative alternates, evaluation, and implementation. So before that, I started the team orientation activity. In value analysis technique, we have to do a cross-functional team. We have formed a cross-functional team consists of manufacturing, reliability, commercial, technical, and marketing team. And we have taken a target of cost as 16.3. It is only an indicative value. It is not a real value. We have taken an indicative value since it is a configuration thing. Our existing price is rupees 18. And we have listed on the bill of materials of the flap disc product. Starts from backup pad, glue, backing, grain, adhesive, blotter, inner label, shrink wrap cover, cotton, packing tape, outer label. These are the components present in the flap disc product. And now how many number of units is present in the product we have listed on. What is the unit of measurement also we have listed on. And we are now doing the function analysis. As I earlier explained, we have to define the function as actionable verb and measurable noun. For example, for backup pad, the function of the backup pad is to support flaps. Like that, we have drilled down all the components, its material and its function. And we have categorized into which are the components contributing the primary function for the product and which are the components contributing the secondary function for the product. In value analysis, mostly we will touch upon the secondary function. We will not touch upon the primary function of the product. And we have done the cost analysis for each, how many number of units we have used and what is the cost of each component. And we are now going to create alternatives for under each technique. First, we have done a matrix. We have done the bill of material. We list down the all bill of material, and we have done matrix by using the alternatives. Here we have given a strong correlation, medium, weak correlation. Based on the correlation, we will select the case for each of the components. For glue, the strong correlation will be the specification change. For cotton box, the strong correlation will be the geometry change. For a backup pad, the strong correlation will be the alternate source, because we should not touch the primary function. I'm touching only the secondary function of the component. And for evaluating the adhesive, we have taken an adhesive glue. For this, we are touching the primary function. So we are listed down all the properties of the glue. Since it is a primary function of the adhesive, we are going for a ranking alternate against criteria methodology. We will not touch, we will going for a slight change in adhesive. We are not touching the chemistry, we are slightly changing the adhesive. So we are ranking alternate against the criteria, and we have done the completed ranking analysis and found that the adhesive 1 is worse than the adhesive 2. So adhesive 2 is better than adhesive 1. So we are selecting the adhesive 2. So by doing this, we have cut down the cost of adhesive. Since we have touched the cost of adhesive, we have done the busting speed. Our product will go for a busting speed as product performance testing. So we have tested the busting speed and found that busting speed was between the operating range. So we have taken this as a good adhesive, and we have gone with the existing adhesive. And second one technique is the pass weights reduction. This is the eliminate over engineering. So we have taken a cotton box. Now we are packing with 120 numbers in each cotton. So we designed the cotton a little bit higher, and we reduced the cost, and we packed 240 cottons in each cotton box. That way we reduced the cost. Third one is the low cost alternative. This is by developing an alternate source. We are getting a backup part from an Indian source, and we go for a Chinese source like that. It is an example like that. We have developed an alternate source and got a backup part with an alternate source. And we have improved the design yield by doing a slitting in previously we will do slitting in 2 stages. It will be, for this, the yield will be very higher. So we taken a new approach, thereby we reduce the yield. So by doing these cases, we have reduced the cost from 18.3 to 15.35. So now the value analysis technique has been over. I will take you to the value engineering, which we have developed in one of our coated abrasive product, that is sheet product. As like flat disc also, we have done an ANSOF matrix for sheet product and took a product which is having a high value. And we have done a orientation, team orientation. This will be a cross-functional team. And we took a target cost as 6 rupees. Our current cost is 7 rupees. We are targeted 6 rupees. And value engineering, since we are attacking the primary function, we are do a function analysis system technique, that is FAST. And we are do a cost analysis, and we are to develop an alternate design method, and we have to do an evaluation, and then we have to do a result. First, as like in value analysis, we have to do a bill of material. For a confidential thing, so I have given a raw material 1, raw material 2, raw material 3. I have named as like that, and I have given the cost of each raw material. These are the primary function raw materials, so I have not revealed the name. So I have given the basic function and primary function. I am going to attack the basic function. So I am taking the raw material 1, 2, 3 in value engineering. I have done the function analysis system technique, that is a past diagram. This will explain you the higher order function, assumed function, and lower order function. How the product will help in grinding. What are the important characteristics found in the product? What are the important characteristics of the component which helps the product for grinding? And then I have done an initial analysis study of components. First, I have done the alternatives for each component. I took each alternate component. First component, raw material 1, I studied what is the function of the raw material 1, what is the current material used in the raw material 1, and I have given the comments, and what is the cost, present cost, and we are going for an alternate. Like that I have done for all the bill of material in the product. And I have done the cost analysis with the functional comparative. And we have developed the alternate design arm method. We took three alternatives. One is craft paper, western paper, and latex paper. We studied the chemistry on this. And we have listed down the properties of each alternate. Western paper, alternate 1, alternate 2, and alternate 3. We have listed down the properties. And we have evaluated using a ranking alternates against criteria method. Here what we have to do now, we have to give the weight for the alternatives. Start from 5 to 1, and we have to list down the properties here. And we have to give the weightage. The weightage should be 1 to 10. We know as from technical perspective, we know what is the weightage of each properties, and we have to give the alternate against it. Alternate ranking alternate should be done within 1 to 5, and weightage should be 1 to 10. And we have to multiply this. And we have to do a complete ranking analysis. From this, we have to identify which ranking first should be taken as an alternate 1. We can replace the alternate 1 with the existing. Like this, we have done for adhesive.
Noise from your end. Can you tell them to be quiet?
Okay. Okay. We evaluated like this for adhesive also. We have done an alternative criteria method for adhesive. We have done a completed ranking analysis for adhesive, and we have chosen the best out of it. And same like this, we have for the raw material 3 is a grain. We have done the ranking alternates for grain, and we have done a complete ranking analysis for grain. And we choose the best among that. And this is the evaluation decision matrix. So after choosing the best alternate, we have to compare with the existing, because the existing alternate existing should not be below than the alternate, should not above than the alternate. We have compared that existing ranking for 195, alternate ranks 195. So both of them same. So we can take this alternate. And for material adhesive, existing ranking for 84. New alternates 105. So we can go for new alternate. If new alternates ranks below 84 means we should not take the new alternate at all. We should go for existing itself. For material grain, existing is 98 score, new alternate is 150. So it is very higher than 98 score. So we can go for a new alternate. By choosing this, we have done DOE. So we have taken factors 3 and level 2, which will be the best to suit. And after doing this, we have done the cost evaluation with the existing and the proposed design. And existing design is 6.95, and we proposed a design of 5.6 rupees per sheet. And we evaluated this design for the performance and life. Using this design, we found that the rub test value, we used to test rub test for the product performance as an indicator. We tested it, and we found that rub test value was better, 40% better life we got it. So we implemented this design. And we assured, at present we are having a 7 rupees per sheet, and we targeted for 6 rupees, but we got a price of 5.6 rupees. From this, we have increased the market share from 10% to 36%. Thank you, sir. Hand over to Magajan, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, Ms. Revati. Thanks for the very good presentation on VAV. Very systematic, step-by-step attitude and you explained for optimizing the product function as well as product cost. The technique. So once again, thanks for sharing your experience and your implementation with the audience. So with this now, we will move to the third speaker. We have Dr. Ampanti Raman. It's my honor and my pleasure to welcome Dr. Raman. He is having a master's in statistics and heading Indian Statistical Institute Chennai Center for almost since 1992. He has been also awarded a PhD by Indian Statistical Institute for his contribution to a branch of mathematical programming. He is also certified assessor for auditing quality and environmental management systems. He had presented many case papers and journals in various national, international conferences on the different topics like quality management and operation research. He also consulted to different industries for quality management and operation research practices. So I once again welcome Dr. Raman for his presentation and I hand over him for the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for your nice words. Let me start with my presentation material. Good afternoon once again. So I am from Indian Statistical Institute, as Mr. Mahajan has introduced me. Indian Statistical Institute is an autonomous research and educational institution functioning under Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Government of India. It is completely funded by taxpayers' money. It has got headquarters at Calcutta, and we have got branches at Chennai, Bangalore, Delhi, and Tezpur, Assam. It is declared by an Act of Parliament called as ISA Act in the year 1959 as an institution of national importance. And as per this Act, we are empowered to award degrees and diplomas. It functions as an university in offering educational programs and award of degrees, as a corporation undertaking large-scale projects, and a stream of consultants to various establishments, finally as a meeting place of scientists from different parts of the world. I would like to thank CII in general, and in particular Mr. Abdul Wadud, Mr. Ravi Joshi, and Mr. Venkateshwaran for inviting me to speak at the prestigious 20th TPM National Conference with the theme TPM for Self-Reliant India. And also I'm going to speak at a session whose theme is product optimization. So concerning these two themes, conference theme and the session theme, I have selected one work of ours which we have done at another fellow lab, and which comes under Department of Science and Technology, and that is called as Center for Fuel Cell Technology in Chennai, whose mandate is to develop fuel cells. And the work that you have done there at CFCT, we could publish as a paper, and it's not a very detailed analysis, but I thought this will be ideal for us to discuss it here for various reasons, because this nicely fits into the theme of the conference and the theme of the session, and also it talks about product optimization of fuel cells. Fuel cells are going to be the same in the coming days. Once the fossil fuels get exhausted, we need to have some renewable energy that we get from possibly from fuel cell. Fuel cell basically uses hydrogen as the fuel, and 1/3 of our Earth is made up of hydrogen, and 90% of the universe is made up of hydrogen. But there is no positive, will not be any positive for hydrogen, and it won't generate any harmful side, byproduct or effluent. I mean, it won't discharge any harmful emissions. The byproduct that we get from the fuel cell is water. Okay, that also we can use. So that is the reason why I thought I should speak about fuel cell. Okay, so optimization of a particular aspect of the fuel cell. by doing some statistical analysis. The statistical analysis that we have used here is Takuchi's orthogonal arrays. Okay, so the previous two speakers also they have used Takuchi's orthogonal arrays. So I thought I should say a few words about Takuchi's orthogonal arrays in this national forum. A note on Takuchi's orthogonal arrays. These Takuchi's orthogonal arrays are not really due to our friend Professor Takuchi. So I'm not demeaning him. So these are due to Professor C.R. Rao, who happens to be who was our director of our institute. Okay, so instead of calling C.R. Rao orthogonal arrays, we call as Takuchi's orthogonal arrays. So C.R. Rao introduced orthogonal arrays concept way back in 1947. Okay, so through his papers published in Journal of Royal Statistics Society and Proceedings of Edinburgh. So these two papers, 1947 and 1949 papers, introduced orthogonal arrays. Okay, so later on Takuchi learned from ISI during the period 1956 to 1959, went back to Japan and popularized them. So since it is being popularized by him, so people call it as Takuchi's method. So in a way, India should really feel proud that these methods are our methods. In a way, that way also we are self-reliant. Even with respect to the statistical methods, actually we are self-reliant. Okay, so but we must thank also Takuchi for popularizing that. And this study we have done at CFCT, Center for Fuel Cell Technology. So it is my responsibility to say a few words about CFCT, because without whose invitation, I wouldn't have gone there and I wouldn't have done this. So it is my responsibility to say a few words about CFCT. So the major objective of CFCT, Center for Fuel Cell Technology, which comes under Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, is to develop polymer electrolyte membrane fuel cells. I have visited this facility quite a number of times, so I know the phenomenal work that is being done by them. And their mandate is to develop polymer electrolyte membrane. We'll see few words, few things about it in the following slides. And it could build up to fuel cell stacks with capacity up to 10 kilowatts. Okay, that's the current level of the fuel cells. This very, even though the ideas, if you explain, anybody can easily understand functioning of the fuel cell. Very simple, but implementing is very, very difficult, because it uses hydrogen, and we all know about hydrogen. It is combustible, and storage of hydrogen is a bit expensive, and it is a careful affair, risky affair, and the extraction of hydrogen, okay, is also expensive proposition at this point of time. Some people call that is as an energy neutral, in the sense at this point of time, whatever energy that you spend on extracting hydrogen is what we will be getting if you use it as a fuel. So that means it is energy neutral at this point of time. Still we are doing research. Maybe the scenario will change. By the time we would exhaust fossil fuels, maybe our research would have been completed. So we cannot wait till that time. So this is very, very important to make our country self-reliant. We cannot be relying on other countries' fuel. So this initiative by Government of India is laudable. Okay, so and this center is doing phenomenal service. Okay, phenomenal research. Right. So a few words about a fuel cell. Many of you might be knowing what is meant by fuel cell. A fuel cell is a device that generates electricity by a chemical reaction. So like every other cell, the fuel cell also has an electrolyte, which carries electrically charged particles from one electrode to another electrode, okay, and a catalyst. And there is a catalyst which speeds up reactions at the electrodes. At the electrodes, chemical reactions takes place, both the anodes and the cathodes, and to feed up, to hasten up the chemical reactions, we all know catalysts are used, so there are catalysts at both the plates. Hydrogen is a basic fuel, as we already mentioned, but it also requires oxygen, okay, to complete the reaction. And finally, the two combine and form water as a byproduct. Okay, so how do they work? In general, hydrogen atoms are supplied, okay, at the anode side, anode plate of the fuel cell, and the catalyst there starts one chemical reaction which strips them off the electrons. The electrons are removed from the hydrogen atoms. Now the hydrogen atoms becomes hydrogen ions, okay, and they carry a positive charge because electrons are not there. And these stripped electrons are channeled, okay, through some arrangement to the load, where it carries out the function, and then it reaches the cathode. At the cathode, this positive charged hydrogen ions reach, and where oxygen also is supplied. Now all these three things join together to complete the chemical reaction, but at this point of time, water is generated. Okay, so this is how this is the reactions takes place. Hydrogen is supplied from the tank, and this catalyst dips the electrons, and then it sends it to the circuit. The positively ionized hydrogen atoms travel through the electrolyte and reaches the cathode, and here oxygen is supplied. This positively charged hydrogen ions in the presence of these electrons and this oxygen not only complete the circuit but also generates water. So water is the exhaust here. So it's very clean technology. I mean, it doesn't pollute. We get water, and hydrogen is abundant. Okay, so this is workable, my friends. That's what we said. Oxygen enters the fuel cell at the cathode end, and it combines with electrons, which we have already said. And this electrolyte plays a very important role, and this should permit only the ions to pass. So even though this mechanism of fuel cell is very easy to understand, but execution is very difficult and risky also. The main electrolyte types are alkali, molten carbonate, phosphoric acid, proton exchange membrane, and solid oxide. So it could be either solid or liquid, and as part of CFCT's mandate, we are supposed to only deal with the polymer electrolyte membrane, which is a solid. It's a porous kind of sheet, so that we can easily port it from one place to another place. But port in the sense we can move. It's not meant to be used, on the motion. It's not for automotive testing. This is basically for, stationary type of fuel cell. Okay, the one that these people are developing. Maybe we can move from one place to another place once at a time. Okay, so hence this electrolyte should be solid. And this is the same thing, but in particular about this polymer electrolyte membrane, Tpm. Okay, the same thing, whatever that is. We have shown in the previous diagram. It is an interest, and we have load here, and water is produced, oxygen is supplied there. And as part of this study, we'll be only discussing with this particular cathode. A lot of experimental studies have been done or going on, because as I told you, this is only energy neutral at this point of time, hydrogen. Okay, so we need to get more energy from the hydrogen than the amount of energy that we are already spent on it. Okay, at this point of time, it is energy neutral. So this research will definitely continue all over the world. Okay, so for some more time, hope by the time the fossil fuels get exhausted, we will complete this. Now, a lot of studies are going on fuel cells. So some people carry out studies on this electrolyte. Some people carry out studies on the dimensional aspects. Okay, so and CFCT people they work on the on the aspects of this cathode. Okay, so this cathode is not a simple rod; it's a sheet. Okay, so there are so many things are there. Okay, so to manufacture cathode, there are different manufacturing process also. Okay, so this particular study is basically concerned with this. So I do not want to convert this into a training class on optimal arrays. So I will only tell the salient points. So this is the abstract. Okay, so since I mentioned that paper, I'm not going to read it. I just reproducing it from the paper that we have cited. Okay, so and we have used we have considered 6 factors. All these factors pertains to the cathode, the electrode cathode, all of them. Okay, so all this because they have to use platinum coating. So on this, both platinum is coated on both the anodes and cathode. So and apart from platinum coating, so there are various other parameters of this cathode. So 6 parameters have been identified. So identification of parameters usually done through if you are using Six Sigma approach, analyze phase of Six Sigma approach, or using some screening experiments like Blackhead thermal design or a 2-level series. We have to use them and then get this factors. So since we were involved with them, so we have done all those things several times before. Okay, so and they know from their experience. Okay, so maybe we have not included that particular point as as part of this paper. So I cannot show you, I cannot claim, because since I'm citing that paper, I cannot claim that we have done it, but I can orally tell you. I cannot put it there, but I can orally tell you that we have done it. So these people have efficient expertise. Okay, so and then we have identified that these are the factors that really are very important concerning the manufacturing of cathode. Teflon loading on gas diffuse material, micro-layer carbon loading, Teflon loading on micro-layer carbon, pore former loading, Lafayette loading, and platinum loading. Okay, so and again these are the levels. Okay, so one of them is existing value. Okay, so and other one is the proposed value. Again, all the scientists in that particular lab, so they always work together. So there is a lot of knowledge, and we could get these levels. So they have done experiments, sufficient little experiments, to see that the responses, okay, the distribution of the response at these 2 levels, they should not overlap. If they overlap, then we don't we don't gain much from considering a factor at more than 1 level. So at both these levels, again we have done several studies, small studies, to rule out non-overlap of the response. Okay, responses. The response, I did not tell you about the response. So the electrode current density values here are taken as response. Okay, the current density values are the response here, and the current density value should not overlap. The distribution of current density value should not overlap at these two levels. So we have done that several times before as part of other studies also. So now we know for sure that these are the levels that we should be considering for these 6 factors. Okay, so we've got 6 factors, 2 levels, and if we have to carry out 2 to the full factorial 2 to the power of 6, so many combinations will be there, 64, and then if you have to replicate at least 2 times, then only we can get an estimate for the error. If you want to estimate all the interactions, then 128 treatment combinations, which is very, very, very difficult. So obviously one has to go for fractional factorials, and the choice that we have considered is L12. Okay, so in L12 orthogonal array, so it is a 2-level series. Here we have 12 treatment combinations, and we can consider 11 factors. Out of 11 factors, we have only 6 factors. So remaining 6 factors, we can use it for experimental error, estimate experimental error. So there are 6 columns available for experimental error. Even though there are 6 columns available for experimental error, we have advised them to go for at least 2 duplicates. Already there are 6 degrees of freedom for experimental error, but still we have advised them to go for 2 duplicates, and the data has been collected, replicating all the treatment combinations 2 times. So 12 treatment combinations divided to 24 times, 24 trials have been carried out. All of them have been done, taking into account strictly the principles of experimentation like randomization, replication. Local control is not applicable here. Let's say of the 3 principles of experimentation, randomization, replication, local control, we have taken randomization and replication, 2 replicates, and all these trials thoroughly randomized, and trials have been executed, and local control is not applicable here. And then this gives, and then obviously we will carry out ANOVA. I am not showing ANOVA. So this ANOVA says that all the 6 factors are, not all, excepting for Machian loading, remaining all 5 factors are significant, different. That means the average performance, okay, of these remaining 5 factors at 2 different levels are different, excepting for the factor E. Okay, so since there are no interactions here, so we can get the optimum level combination. Very simple here, fortunately, from the main effects plot. Okay, so from the main effects plot itself, we can read out optimum level combinations, because fortunately there are no interactions. Now, from that, again, since I'm referring to that paper, I'm just copied and pasted here from the cited publication. So let us not get into this. Let us get into the optimum level combination. A1, B2, C2, D1, E2, F2. Okay, so this is the optimum level combination. And E2 happens to be the factor E I told you is doesn't matter which one we do, but from the practical point of view, they are 1.2. And this treatment combination that we got from this main effects plots. Okay, so you need to confirm it once again. So we do not know whether we will get the same thing, because although we have tested for model efficacy, still better to verify once again by executing only that treatment combination. Okay, and then we found a difference is only less than some 7%. So that we call it as confirmatory trial or piloting, and then we have found that that treatment combination still is the best. Okay, so now with this information, this cathode of this fuel cell is reformed. Okay, and they could drastically see the improvement in the performance of this fuel cell. That is a very nice aspect coming out of this particular step. Okay, so that's about this particular presentation. I made it very brief and simple. Okay, so because I do not want to convert this into any training program on statistics or arithmetic. Thank you very much. So if you have any questions, you can ask me.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sampagi Raman. It was really indeed a very in-depth and detailed presentation, and you have made it a simpler way and explained to the participants this subject and how we can use this, as said in the beginning of the session, moving ahead to be competitive in the current manufacturing scenario. We need to adopt these higher end tools or high level tools, and definitely with the QFD and the VAV and this the different tools which all the three speakers have shared. It was a very nice experience for me also. As a student, I have also learned many things from all of you. So it is a very great pleasure to be here with these three speakers. So I hand over with this and to Sunil Margi to take over the session for question answer and further closure.
Thank you all the panelists. Thank you Arun Mahajan for the excellent session. This session has really given us an insight on how we can fulfill that pillar of creating demand as mentioned by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in the Self-Reliant campaign. So thank you Arun, thank you Mr. Sampagi Raman, Mr. Parthasarathy, Revati ji. Thank you very much. It was a very enlightening session for all of us. And we now move to the most important session from here on, and that important session is satisfying all the bile secretions in our body. That is lunchtime. As we are moving towards lunchtime, I would like to inform you, or I would like to remind you, that none of you need to log off. You can all be logged. We will start post lunch with a session on a quiz. All of you will you need to log in on a technical quiz, online technical quiz. You all are invited to participate in this technical quiz. That will be post lunch at 1:15. So let us all come back. Let us take a lunch from 12:30 to 1:15, and on that note, we can break for lunch. Once again, I would like to remind you that our sincere thanks to all our sponsors, and on that note, let us break for lunch and come back at 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you.
Ms. Smriti?
Hello.
Smriti, please load the presentation and keep it ready.
Yeah, sure.
Good. I hope all of you are back in your seat.
Manji-san, please switch off your video. Your voice is breaking.
After having very nice, a very successful lunch. Welcome of the 30th class conference. I hope you are back after lunch, after having a very sumptuous lunch. So now let us move on to the next session. And the next session is quiz. Tpm National Conference 2020. It's quiz. And this quiz will be facilitated by our IT head, Mr. Karthik Masilamani, and also from Ms. Smriti. So over to Karthik and Smriti to please administer this quiz to the entire team.
Thank you, Sunil sir. Karthik, hope you are able to hear me.
Yes, Smriti. Go on to the slideshow mode, Smriti. Right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Smriti from Wipro Infrastructure Engineering. I'm a mechanical engineer by qualification and having around 16.5 years of industrial experience. So I have worked for TAFE Engineering and Plastics Division, Workman Global, and now I'm a part of Global Initiatives team at Wipro Infrastructure Engineering. So I thank CII for giving me this wonderful opportunity to engage with you all in the TPM National Conference 2020. So since yesterday, we have heard many eminent speakers and gurus who have enlightened us by sharing their knowledge. So now it is time to churn our brains and take up a quiz. So this is an online quiz on TPM. So now I'll be taking you through certain guidelines for this quiz. So how to get started? So first of all, a link will be posted by us in the chat box. So you can either type or paste the link in the browser. For this quiz, you can either use your laptop or you can use your mobile as well. So once you type this link, you will be directed to this login screen. Okay, so here in the dialog box where enter your name is there, you need to enter the organization name followed by your name. I am repeating once again. You need to type organization name followed by your name. Gap is not required. So example you can see here, Wipro and Smriti. Okay. So once this is done, you will be directed to the list of questions. So there are 20 questions in this quiz. So you would answer all the questions. Just ensure the correct spelling as well. And you submit after entering all the answers. Please click the submit button. And your once you your nomination will be accepted by us once you give the submit button. Okay, and do not go to click submit button twice. Regarding the scores and results, so as soon as you submit, you will come to know about your scores. So there will be 25 winners who will be shortlisted based on two criteria. One is the highest score and also the shortest time. Based on this, results will be announced during the valedictory session. So once again, all the best. Karthik, I think you can post the link in the chat box.
Yes. So thank you, Smriti. Before I post the link, welcome back to all the participants. The quiz link will be pasted in the chat box. You have to paste that link in your browser, or you can also log in through your mobile phone. So you have to enter your name, company name followed by your name. Probably the first word of your company is enough for us to identify. and also you have to answer 20 questions. So once you have answered the 20 questions, you have to press submit button only once. Correct, Smriti?
Yeah, right.
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 So the fastest delegate who answers the question with the highest number of correct answers will be awarded the first prize. So similarly, we'll select 25 winners, top 25, and will be announced at the validatory session. So I'm going to paste the link in the chat box.
Karthik, there is a question. What is the time allotted to it?
No, see, it is the link will be open for 20 minutes. So within that 20 minutes, you have to finish it. Yeah. So the link has been pasted.
Thank you.
I request all the delegates to click on the link and answer the question quickly. So once you log in, your time clock will be, we'll log your timing. So quickly, please answer the question and please submit.
Come on, all the participants, please participate in this quiz. You are about to be receiving a grand award. I'll let you know what is the award and who are the award winners just around the valedictory session. So come on, be quick and respond to this quiz.
I hope everyone were able to log in. No issues. Smriti, you are getting logins, right?
Karthik, yeah.
Okay.
Started getting it.
So I am also going to compete. So.
Oh, okay. All the best.
Participants, if you are done, please type yes in the chat box so that we'll know that you are done.
Sir, as of now, 5 of them have completed the quiz.
Great.
Submitted.
Great. Yes.
Team, some of the participants are not putting their organization name. Please request you to first put your organization name and then your name.
We'll be able to track them, Smriti, not a problem. But participants, please type your company name first and your first name, followed by the first names. Yeah.
Good afternoon. This is Ravishwaran. I've joined the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Ravishwaran.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. It's not sure whether I can.
Yeah. So we are in the quiz session now. So
no issues. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Participants, only the first 25 will be awarded. So I request you to quickly submit your answers. Smriti, how many have done now?
10. Now, as of now, 10. First 25 highest scorers.
Yes, highest scores. Yes, correct. Good afternoon, Mr. Shamrao. Can you please unmute your microphone, or we'll check your microphone?
Yes. Hello, good afternoon.
Karthik here, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Karthik.
Yes, sir.
This is the same link I'll be using for the evening panel discussion also?
Yes, sir. The link will continue the end of the day.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mr. Stewart. You are there? Mr. Stewart?
Good morning. Yes, I am here.
Yeah. Good. I just wanted to verify. I hope you did not have any login issues.
No, very straightforward. You can hear my voice okay?
Yeah, absolutely fine. Can you switch on your video? Just to be sure.
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Stewart.
Good morning.
This is Dr. Shyam Rao. I am your panelist today.
Very nice to meet you.
I am your session chair, sorry.
Good. To keep me under control.
I hope so. I don't know.
I promise to be
Dr. Shyam?
Yes.
Dr. Shyam, good afternoon. Mr. Stewart Beast, good afternoon. This is Ravishwaran. I work for Godrej. I am also part of your panel, Dr. Shyam.
Yeah, nice very good afternoon, Ravishwaran. Welcome to this session.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
So I do not know about keeping under control, but I look forward to an interesting session.
Yes, me too. Absolutely. Agreed.
Yeah.
Good.
Smriti, what is the count now?
40 of them have given no.
Okay. Okay.
Stuart, are you participating in the quiz?
Only just seen where the link is, so I'm about to.
Okay. The link has been posted in the chat box.
I've just seen.
Team Buckup, it's almost 50 of them who have submitted now.
Participants, please note the link will be closed in another 10 minutes.
Meanwhile, I would like to update all the delegates present here. CIA Institute of Quality wishes to thank all our sponsors. Our platinum sponsors are Bajaj Auto. Our one more platinum sponsor is Shaktiman Agro. Gold partners are Advic, Aqua Group, as well as Titan Jewels. Silver partners are Advait Lakshmi, Godrej Storage Solutions, Rico Auto, and TDT. Our documentation partners are Akranta Technologies, Kumi, Wipro, as well as Sarda Metals and Alloys Limited. So thank you, partners. Thank you for being part of the quality movement of India, leading to self-reliant India in coming days. Thanks for your contribution.
Participants, 5 more minutes. Request you to key in your answers quickly.
The count is 60 now.
I hope everybody is responding to the quiz. Mr. Karthik, one Mr. Sivasubramaniam from Titan Jewels.
Yeah.
He is not getting access to the quiz. Is it possible to help him now?
I'll help him out.
Mr. Sivasubramaniam, if you just see the chat box, there is a link in this chat box. Please copy that link and paste it in your browser. It will give you access to the quiz.
I have posted the link again. Mr. Sivasubramaniam, please
it has been repasted, Mr. Sivasubramaniam. The link has been pasted again.
Participants, you have just 3 more minutes to close.
Well, as the 3 minutes are coming, I would once again like to reiterate our thanks from the CII Institute of Quality to all our partners. Our platinum partners are Bajaj Auto and Shaktiman. Gold partners are Advic, Aqua Group, and Titan. Our silver partners are Advait Lakshmi, Rico Auto, Godrej Storage Solutions, TDK, Akranta, Kumi, Wipro, and Sarda Metals and Alloys. Apart from that, we are also having Bill Forge and Navitasis as our partners. Thank you, partners, for being part of this quality journey. Thank you, Navitasis. Thank you, Bill Forge. Thank you, Rico, TDK, Godrej Storage Solutions. Thank you, Sarda Metals and Alloys. Thank you, Wipro. Thank you, Kumi. Thank you, Akranta Technologies, for being part of this quality movement in India, of being self-reliant. Special thanks to our gold partners, Advic, Aqua Group, Titan, and special accolades for our platinum partners, Bajaj and Shaktiman. Thank you very much, partners. Smriti, I think the time is up.
Yes, sir. So I think 1 more minute we can give to the participants. We have 28 of them who have posted this answers now. So last 1 minute, participants, please post your answers.
Dr. Sham, you'll give some permission to share my file later, because I'm not seeing an option of sharing the file.
Yes. You'll receive the rights.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Dear participants, the time is up now. So we had 82 responses. We had 82 responses to the quiz. So hope all of you enjoyed this quiz, team. And I again thank CII for giving me this wonderful opportunity to participate in this TPM National Conference. Thank you, one and all. The results will be announced in the validatory function.
Thank you, Smriti. Thank you, Karthik, for this fantastic quiz. Thank you, Mr. Ganpati, for designing this quiz. And now we go to the session. In this session is specially designed for addressing the next pillar of being self-reliant India. The next pillar of self-reliant India is to create a system for everything we do. That is the next pillar. And for this pillar, I'd be inviting Dr. Shyam Rao, who is a business head and senior vice president of Carborundum Universal Limited. I would like to briefly tell you, read out the citation for Dr. Shyam Rao. Dr. Shyam Rao is the Senior Vice President and the Strategic Business Unit Head of Industrial Ceramics Division. He is a PhD in Material Science from the Paul Rogers University, and he also has qualifications in management from the National University of Singapore. He has worked in the past for TIFR Bombay also into Vidya. He has got numerous patents to his credit. The first patent was granted to him in 2014, and the second one was granted in 2020. He has also made applications to 7 more applications towards intellectual property, and they are pending the grant. He has numerous publications, at least 6 publications I can read in his name that have been published in international journals. All these publications are specializing in material sciences and ceramics. He is recipient of various awards and recognition from the Indian Ceramic Society as a Best Chapter Award. Also, the Diamond Jubilee Technology Award by CSIR, the Frost and Sullivan Manufacturing Excellence Award, and of course, the TPM Excellence Award by JIPM in March 2018. So, warm welcome to Dr. Shamrao. At this point, I would hand over to Dr. Shamrao to invite and introduce all the other speakers and begin the session. Over to Dr. Shamrao.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you, Sunil, for that introduction. You almost read my entire CV. Thank you very much for that. It's a privilege for me to share this session on building trust through creation of systems for a self-reliant India. We have 2 distinguished speakers today. One is Mr. Stuart Veitch. Mr. Stuart is the Director of OPEX Solutions, a specialist manufacturing consultancy, and has been working in the industry for 30 years. So he studied at Birmingham and Cambridge universities, and after completing his studies, he joined IMI, working as a production shift supervisor, making titanium alloys, and then moving on to manufacturing as a manufacturing manager at a copper tube factory. In 1999, Stuart joined SMMT Industry Forum, an organization set up to help the UK automotive industry improve its competitiveness. This was a world unique collaboration between Honda, Nissan and Toyota, with Japanese experts training UK engineers in practical shop floor improvements. In 2007, Mr. Stuart was fortunate enough to work closely with the JIPM and the originators of TPM movement. In 2009, Stuart became the joint first non-Japanese TPM award assessor. 2011 saw the launch of OPEX Solutions, a consultancy specializing in fusing policy deployment, lean and TPM. Stuart has worked in a wide variety of industry sectors, including aerospace, automotive, paper, pharma, and food, both nationally and internationally. Several clients have gone on to successfully apply for various awards, including National Training Awards, Food Manufacturing Awards, Northern Automotive Alliance Awards, and the EEF Awards. This year, Stuart has some clients aiming for the JIPM TPM Excellence Award. Welcome, Mr. Stuart. I think we are very fortunate to have you with us today with such a distinguished background that you have. Warm welcome to you, Stuart. The other speaker today is Dr. Ravishwaran. He is a Master's in Production Engineering and a PhD in New Product Development from PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore. Currently, he is the Associate Vice President and Head of Supply Chain Operations, Godrej Storage Solutions, Chennai. With a total experience of 27 years in product design and development, R&D and supply chain in automotive component manufacturers, steel racking company, and a brief stint in academia. He has 25 publications, both international and national journals and conferences, holds 15 patents and 3 of them granted. Special areas of interest and expertise are product design, target costing, design for manufacturing, lean manufacturing, TPM, and business excellence. Warm welcome to you, Dr. Ravishwaran. So now the topic of the discussion is building trust through creation of systems. So the way I understand creation of systems is it is normally built on 3 tenets. One is the intent, the second is the implementation, and third is the effectiveness. So you build trust through your alignment of intent with your vision, mission, and strategy. And the implementation processes help us to keep ourselves aligned with the stated and unstated intent. And the effectiveness measures are the ones that help us to show whether the processes that we have adopted really are leading us to the vision and mission. So basically, this means that based on the measures of effectiveness, we may have to keep the systems a little flexible. See, quite often it is felt that once you have a system or like an ISO system, everything has to be rigid. In fact, that is in today's world, it's exactly the contrary. And one has to have an approach of flexibility to the systems that we have and continuously monitor and measure the effectiveness of these systems by looking at how well it is leading us to the intended results in terms of achieving the vision, mission, and strategy for the organization. With these few words, I first hand over to Mr. Stewart for his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't know that was first. Okay. Okay. So,
Mr. Stewart, are you ready or?
Yes, I think I am. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I think it is slowly coming, I think.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to present to you today. My topic is innovation and TPM and expanding innovation beyond manufacturing improvement. I would like to thank CII for the opportunity to take part in the TPM National Conference.
Mr. Stewart, we can't see your presentation.
Okay.
Click on share and click on screen 1. Right, now it is loading, yes. Yeah, now we can see the screen. Go on to the slideshow mode.
Yeah, okay.
Right, perfect.
So you've heard the first part?
Yes.
Okay. So just to repeat, my name is Stuart Veach and I'm the Director of OPEX Solutions, consultancy based in the UK. Previous to starting OPEX Solutions, I worked for SMMT Industry Forum, set up as a unique collaboration between Honda, Nissan and Toyota, where I learned firsthand about shop floor-based process improvement. In 2007, I was fortunate enough to be chosen to work with JIPM with their assessment agency program, and in 2009, I became one of the first non-Japanese TPM award assessors. In the UK, as in other areas of Europe, JIPM TPM is little known, with many companies believing that TPM is simply operator maintenance with some planned maintenance, simply a lean tool. I set up OPEX Solutions to promote JIPM TPM and to fuse it with my experience of working with Honda, Nissan and Toyota and help to raise awareness of true JIPM TPM, even in a most modest way. It would seem from the quiz, which I did really badly in, that we are all really aware of the 8 pillars of TPM. And what I want to show is how they interact to improve an organization. So let's discuss the pillars a little bit further. Here is a simple description of a supply chain, from supplier through manufacturing process to then be delivered to customers. Here we are converting raw materials into finished goods in line with customer requirements. So TPM is our system to identify losses in the supply chain and then eliminate and prevent these losses. In addition, we can add to this model the innovation chain, where new product and equipment development is included, as well as the use and implementation of technology to help identify and eliminate losses in the supply chain. TPM is our system to develop new products and processes that eliminate losses while delighting our customers. TPM is also the system that we use to deliver technology that helps identify and eliminate losses further, We can then overlay the development of TPM onto this model. So, in the first phase, the focus of TPM pillars is on improving production efficiency. This is focused around the first 4 pillars: focused improvement, autonomous maintenance, planned maintenance, and training and education, with early management, quality management, office TPM, and EHS being used as well. This would be in line with the first level TPM Excellence Awards. As the TPM pillars develop and continue to work and mature, so companies may challenge for the Consistency Award. As the TPM work develops, so does the scope of the activities. Here, all 8 pillars will be active in identifying and eliminating losses in the supply chain, as well as new product and equipment introduction. This would be in line with the special level of award. In the third phase, the 8 pillars are a way of life. The organisation has achieved industry world-beating results in one or more output indicators and are implementing creative TPM programs. This is in line with the World Class Award. So let's just focus on the innovation chain and the 2 identified elements: product development, and this is in line with our early management pillar. Early management is a clear opportunity for innovation, be that in the areas of early product management or with early equipment management. Through early management, losses can be prevented by novel and innovative approaches. Also with the innovation chain is the use of technology. This is the application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes. Let's just recap on the development of industry through the 4 industrial revolutions. First industrial revolution is the transition from manual labour to steam engine, where the mechanical advantages of steam engines are leveraged to lessen the human labour. The advent of electricity into industries marks the second industrial revolution, where electrical motors and analog systems replace the steam engine. Mass production assembly lines were introduced during this period. Computers, PLCs, and electronics in factories and industries make it possible for humans to program the electrified machines, and the third industrial revolution was born. It eventually paved the way for automation. The fourth industrial revolution, or Industry 4.0, is the ongoing automation of traditional manufacturing and industrial practices using modern, smart technologies. With the start of a new industrial revolution and the notion of Industry 4.0, we're now seeing a similar fast-paced advancement in digital technology in the industrial sector. The Boston Consulting Group has identified 9 technological advancements which they consider to be the pillars of Industry 4.0. It is assumed that a fully implemented Industry 4.0 manufacturing system will have most of these 9 technology advancements integrated. Some of the 9 technologies are already used in manufacturing, but with Industry 4.0, they will work together to transform production, as isolated, optimized cells come together as a fully integrated, automated, and optimized production flow. This will lead to greater efficiencies and changing traditional production relationships between suppliers, producers, and customers, not to mention between humans and machines. Excuse me. So let's look at the use of some of these 9 technologies and their application within some of the TPM pillars. Additive manufacturing builds from the ground up compared to negative manufacturing, where material is removed from a preformed shape to create a precision part. In Industry 4.0, excuse me, additive manufacturing such as 3D printing will be used to produce smaller batches of customized products with lightweight or complex designs, prototypes, replacement parts, or high-value, low-volume parts. Currently, additive manufactured parts tend to be structurally weaker than negative manufactured parts, but this will most likely change soon as additive manufacturing technologies are improved. Additive manufacturing can be used in many pillars of TPM. A case that I have seen was the printing of spare parts as part of the PM pillar. Spares were printed on a just-in-time basis based on the planned maintenance program. This reduced spare part stock value and also enabled quick design changes if required. Big data has been a popular buzzword which you might have come across during the last couple of years. Companies have started collecting and analyzing large data sets to optimize production quality, saving energy, and reducing production costs. With big data analytics, we will be able to extract valuable information out of the extensive data set and achieve better service and quality, shorter lead times, and reduced costs. The development of big data has helped many focused improvement pillars to identify losses that were previously not possible to find easily or not find at all. This includes the identification of bottlenecks, so further improvement can be made in the most beneficial areas. A simulation or a digital twin is an exact digital copy of a plant or manufacturing facility that can simulate real-time system performance. These simulations can be based on real-time data and may include machines, humans, and products. This will enable advanced control and optimization and early problem detection, hence improved product quality and reduced setup time and downtime. 3D simulation has been successfully used in the EM pillar, especially for early equipment management. As we can see in this video, this is not a static simulation, but can show the flow of material and staff movement, therefore highlighting potential bottlenecks and inventory issues before any equipment is installed. Augmented reality is going to play an essential role in Industry 4.0 because it can help us provide visual, real-time information to the right person at the right place at the right time. Augmented reality solutions can be used with handheld devices such as mobile phones and tablets, or integrated into products such as glasses or helmets. In the example shown, the training and education pillar has used augmented reality to train a maintenance technician in a particular task. And finally, the industrial Internet of Things can be described as a network of devices that have local intelligence, which enables the communication between facility, machines, and finished as well as unfinished product. It incorporates machine learning, big data technology, sensor data, machine-to-machine communication, and automation technologies. Compared to humans, connected intelligent machines collect and process large data sets with more accuracy and consistency. For example, in the photograph shown, the area number 1 tracks and monitors the cutting tool performance for worn tool replacement and early protection. Area 2, accelerometer monitors bearing frequencies, alerting to measure worn bearings that can cause out-of-tolerance dimensions and finishes. In Area 3, monitors coolant system for flow and temperature to ensure proper operational conditions. And 4, vibration edge controller processes sensor signals and evaluates operational status for real-time condition monitoring. Trying to demonstrate here the link to the AM, PM, and QM pillars. So in terms of innovation, TPM is an excellent vehicle for applying innovation through the pillars. New technology to identify losses, eliminate, and prevent losses. Extraordinary results can be achieved through TPM. But could TPM principles be used in an even broader way to drive innovation beyond product and process? So, what other areas of innovation are there? To answer this question, I have used the approach described in the book, 10 Types of Innovation, the Discipline of Building Breakthroughs by Keeley, Pickle, Quinn, and Walters. The 10 Types of Innovation is a framework that can be used to identify elements in a business that can be innovated to remain or become competitive. After analysing many innovative techniques, the authors concluded that all innovations comprise various elements that together form an innovation. It means that innovations can be made in many different forms, including business models or even customer engagement. When these are separately evaluated and continually improved, it will positively impact the business. According to the framework, many companies focus solely on product innovation, but this innovation is copied easily. As a result, rival companies evaluate other businesses' competitive advantages regarding products and next copy the innovations. Because of this, the authors identified the 10 types of innovation on which businesses should concentrate to remain or become competitive. The 10 types of innovation can be used to evaluate innovation opportunities that help the business to grow sustainably. It can additionally be used to assess the firm's performance and thus benchmark the business performance with that of rival companies. For this reason, effectively integrating the framework is going to help business development. It is essential to mention that the type of innovations may differ from industry, organizational culture, or organizational goals. It is therefore essential to identify the capabilities of the firm, but more importantly, assessing how the firm's capabilities can be used to create new opportunities or make use of new ones. From their research, the team have identified 10 distinct types of innovation, but also innovation can be systemized and structured. The 10 types of innovation are grouped in 3 categories. The types on the top of the list are the most internally focused and the distant from the customer. And as we move down, the types become increasingly apparent and obvious to the end user. The configuration category of innovation is focused on the innermost workings of an enterprise and its business systems. The 4 types are profit model, the way in which we make money; network, which is connections with others to create value; structure, alignment of your talent and assets; and process, signature or superior methods for doing your work. This is the area where TPM would fit. The offering category of innovation is focused on enterprise's core product or services or a collection of its products and services. The 2 types of innovation are product performance, distinguishing features and functionality. This can also link to TPM, and product system, complementary products and services. The experience category of innovation is focused on more customer-facing elements of an enterprise and its business system. The 4 types are service, support and enhancements that surround your offering; channel, how your offerings are delivered to customers and users; brands, representation of your offering and business; and finally, customer engagement, distinctive interactions you can foster. An organization doesn't just have one type of innovation. Innovative companies will have elements of several of the identified types of innovation. For example, Lego Group, the well-known building block, has innovated in 4 key areas: network, product system, channel, and customer engagement. With network innovation, Lego have licensing agreements with major motion picture franchises such as Star Wars and Harry Potter. In the innovation type of product system, Lego have developed special lines of assembly kit sold under the Mindstorms brand. Not all products are available in all channels. There are many online-only products, as well as core products sold in supermarkets, while certain exclusive items are offered only through the customer's dedicated retail stores and other direct-to-customer channels. In the area of customer engagement, the first Legoland opened in Denmark in 1968. There are now 6 Lego parks, now run under license by Merlin Entertainment Group. So, you may be asking, how can TPM help? Just please read the quote. This sounds just like a focused improvement activity to me. And the research shows that many of the key enablers for innovation that have been chosen, there are many key innovations and key enablers for innovation. And I've chosen some of these to illustrate how the principles and pillars of TPM link to these. Policy deployment, a critical element for any TPM deployment, is equally important when looking at a broader view of innovation. Where the organization is now in terms of the 10 innovations and where the company thinks it should be is the basis of how the organization will then move forward. In the diagram on the screen, the top graphic illustrates which of the 10 types of innovation the company is currently strong in, and the lower, the future state it would like to achieve. This type of shift is known as a platform shift. So how do we close the gaps that have been identified? The focused improvement approach, so well known in TPM, is an excellent way to approach closing the gap between current and future states. Teams need to be innovative in understanding the gap, rather than the traditional data stratification approach of breakdown reduction or quality improvement. Teams need to measure their current performance against a benchmark and then understand what the gap is made up of. Many of the principles of early management are most applicable when looking to innovate. Learning from previous experience through MP information, for example, can be applied in other areas as well as new product introduction. Prototyping your innovation. Use the minimal viable product principle to test theories and fundamentally practice PDCA. Throughout all of this, teamwork is a key ingredient. As the authors of the 10 types of innovation note, quote, innovation is a team sport. In fact, an organization that depends on individual innovators alone is destined to fail. TPN has been shown to be the most innovative approach to manufacturing improvement in terms of improving productivity, eliminating losses, and engaging a whole workforce. My belief is that it could also be the basis of a new system of innovation that goes far beyond the boundaries of manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stewart. It was a very enlightening presentation, especially the way you showed us that innovation itself can be a structured approach rather than a sleight of hand. And the categories of innovation, which is configuration, offering, and experience, is really a unique way of looking at ways to innovate. And particularly in the manufacturing sector, I feel that we are mostly focusing only on the offering part of the innovation. Rather, if we could also focus on the configuration and the experience, we could really widen our repertoire of what we are offering to the customer. So thank you very much. Let's go to Dr. for his thoughts now. Dr. Ravishwaran. Hello.
Yeah.
Dr. Ravi.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shah. First of all, my big thanks to Mr. Vipin Sahani.
Sir, we lost your voice, sir.
Dr. Ravi, we are not able to hear you. I think you need to...
Dr. Ravi, please switch off your video. Please switch off your video. Mr. Ravishwaran, please switch off your video.
You're able to hear now, sir?
Yes,
yes, we are able to hear now. Thank you.
Okay. So let me put on my presentation. You're able to see this?
Yes, we can see the slides. You can go to slideshow mode so that it becomes full screen. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, my big thanks, Dr. Sham, Mr. Stewart. I think I'm truly delighted to be a part of the group, which is having speakers. Truly thankful to Mr. Vipin Sahani and Mr. Ganapati Subramaniam for providing me this platform. So very good afternoon, all the delegates, members of IQ, members of TPM Club of India, guests, and the other invitees for this conference. I should give a big thanks to Mr. Stewart Vish. Actually, he has set the base for what I'm going to talk. Incidentally, I was seeing the schedule. I was to go before him. But I think it's by sheer luck that I'm coming after him, because he has set an excellent base of putting 10 types of innovation, and that innovation is not about something which is a buzzword, and it can be systematically done. So thank you, Mr. Stewart, for that. So with this, let me start the presentation with a prelude. So you can also call it as a disclaimer. I'm not going to talk about any case studies of product storage solutions here, though I do have hundreds of examples of Kaizens and innovations at various levels, ably guided and mentored by Mr. LGS, who's our CIA TPM counselor. But instead, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to stick on to the agenda of this particular session about building robust systems and ecosystems that will nurture disruptive innovation and quantum breakthrough crises. So here, in this session, I am going to take over from where Mr. Stewart left. So I'm going to actually give you a kind of framework and trying to stay at 30,000 feet rather than coming down to with case studies and examples. Though where possible, I will try and give examples. So allow me 15 minutes to explain the thoughts that I have. So the fourth thought I want to put is these frameworks are like scaffolding. You call it framework, you call it tool, you call it anything else. Without the scaffolding, you cannot construct a building. But after the building is done, the scaffolding is actually removed. So the tool disappears, but what remains is the building. So keep in mind that whatever tools, hundreds of design thinking thoughts that can come to us, they can never substitute the core thinking process, which is from the human brain. But having said that, what I'm going to also do is going to give you some 4 or 5 lenses with which you can see your organization's innovation portfolio. And in a way, I want to use the word, you can check whether your organization's innovation portfolio is balanced. Now, why is it I'm telling in a Tpm conference? Even when I started Tpm in my organization, everybody thinks that it is manufacturing centered and shop loading centered, but then it is beyond. So that's what Stuart was talking about. He was talking about Tpm beyond the factory. So how do you use it? And therefore, the different levels of Kaizens and innovation, how can we do in the organization? So I'm moving on to my friends. The first thing about growing innovation is that. So if you see here, on time, their knowledge grows on for how far and their capabilities build on. For example, I am from a rack manufacturing company. I know how to make better and better and better storage racks and how I can make it faster and faster and faster. Whereas when the time progresses, the daily patterns of life is changing. For instance, if our business thinks, what happens to non-exist. Because stocking is actually a non-value added activity. Suppose if warehouse ceases to exist, then there is nothing called a rack which is going to exist. So ladies and gentlemen, what I will say is there is a huge gap in every organization where capability building. The organizations are focusing on how to make their existing things better and better, whereas they are actually losing the focus on what is disrupting, what is actually changing the marketplace. So this is what the experts are calling it as the growing innovation gap. So we know how to make our existing things better. We have to identify what we make for future. So this is the first line you use and you can put it as a top order when you're making the innovation strategy for the organization. Number 6 is the social structure. Therefore, there are 10 types of innovation. There are levels of innovation. So in the left hand side, I have put 3 circles. Shortly, I'll be coming to what circles these are. Right? I will assume that these are certain knowledge bases. That is, you know what it is, you know how to make it. So what does it do? It's here, and then this is the activity access. That is, as you go up and up and up, what to make, how to make, why to make, who to make, everything becomes easier. For example, the famous statement is, when Ford made, had I asked the people, what do they want, they would have told, I wanted a faster horse. Because people never have seen an automobile. In this axis, x-axis, I have put time. So those which are visible and you make, continuous improvements, these, I term it as step innovation. Right? In TPM parlance, in a loosely way, you can actually, equate them to restorative, renovative steps, incremental improvements that, you do that. And as you go slightly higher ambiguity lens, you make something new. Like, for example, somebody making a pure car, comes with an electric car, and somebody comes with a hybrid car. So that is a jump innovation, where, it is still hazy whether people will use it, whether you can make it usable, how to make it are still hazy, but those are actually, truly innovative in nature. But what is really, not visible and over the horizon or, beyond the horizon is something like, for example, we are talking about concepts of transportation for hyperloops. So these are the things, which are game changers. So again, in the second slide, what I want to do is, there is a lens with which you have to see the levels of the organization, and you have to balance the portfolio of the organization with a set of programs. I mean, probably here we have 30, 40, 50 projects. Maybe here, 3 or 4 projects. Here, maybe once in 5 years, we may have one project, or once in 10 years, we may have one project. But each year, innovation will balance. So this is the second thought that I want to part with you. The third thought, there is the 3 circles that I was talking. When you're doing about balancing the innovation, you have to ask 3 questions. One is, you have a need. Without a need, a product is not going to be successful in the market. And when they find it developed. The second question we have to ask is, why is it viable for all the stakeholders? If I make, will I make money out of it? Or am I going to serve the society for it? There should be some tangible or intangible benefit for me when I make it. And there are people in my ecosystem. There could be suppliers, there could be partners, there could be society. So is there a shared value, happening to all the people? Therefore, why is it viable? And the third question is, if there is a person to take it and there is a viability in it, how to make it feasible, how to make it a reality, what to develop. So I use it as desirability, the viability. So this is the third lens with which an organization sees when they are going to bridge the innovation gap which I was talking about. When you want to develop, ask these 3 questions. To detail it further, aspirations, cognitive, social, emotional, culture. Again, I'm referring back to, and Dr. Shyam was making in that it's not about product that actually, which meets the customer's needs, beyond the product that we need. So who is it that, and what kind of aspirations you are doing it, and then why is it creating a value in terms of differentiator or cost focus or general margin? Here shown, 10 types of innovation. And then how do we organize our key activities? Do I need a different manufacturing setup? Do I need a new technology? After answering these, then you get your performance. So this is the third lens that I want to part with you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, having said this, we were also talking, is there a systematic way of using these lenses? So I'm going to leave you with a 4th framework, which is incidentally called a 4-square approach. So you are having 2 axes. One axis is from that I understand things, and towards the cycle I started prototyping, and then I release in the market. So this axis is from the date of understanding towards making. So you graduate in the x-axis. In the y-axis, you go up from the real world and go to the abstract world, or and those who are familiar with Professor Shoji Shima's philosophy, he calls it as the real world as the world of facts, and the abstract world as the world of thoughts. And he always says that the leader has to wax and way between the real world and the abstract world. So with these two actions to form four squares. So your first step starts with sensing intent. So I was telling about the ambiguity and the three circles. It is very clear. For example, I am making a rack. My rack can take up to 30 tons. So the rack is going to become 40 meter tall. So I have to develop 40 tons of things. I can still develop. But that will be again incremental for the organization. But jump and leap innovations. So there are weak signals which will come from the internal organization. So this will lead to your step and jump innovations and their button phones, and then how Samsung and iPhone actually differ. So the weak signals when they are positive. And the second step is going into the first square, which is about knowing the context and knowing the people. So I was talking about you need to find out who has a real need. And is it going to actually, if I do something for, I sense that something is going to happen in the transportation. If I take an example, then I will go and see, who are all the people who are using transportation. So transportation objective is actually they have to move from one point to another. So that is the context. And what do people have as pain areas, and what do people think? It takes 1 hour for me from the morning in the office. I get caught in the traffic, blah, blah, blah. You get all kinds of things. And that is the reason you're in the real world and in the phase of understanding where you know the context and know your people. So here, there are certain lenses or frameworks we can use, say where, you can go and, talk about people's physical needs.
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir.
Yes, sir. Societal needs. There. I hope I'm still connected.
Sir, you are connected, but your voice is breaking. I think it's a case of low bandwidth.
Dr. Ravi, you could consider shifting to hotspot or some other, Wi-Fi if you have access to.
Sir, is it audible now?
It is audible now. Please switch off the video, sir, to save the bandwidth.
Yeah, now it is very clear, Doctor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, sir, you are able to see the screen now?
Yes, Doctor, we are able to see your screen. Yeah, now full screen. Yeah, thanks so much.
Okay.
Please carry on, Doctor.
Yeah. Okay, sorry for the technical glitch. Just 1 minute, I'm getting a feedback.
Mr. Ravishwaran, I can see 2 logins. That is why you are getting a feedback. You have to log out in one system.
Yes, sir, I'm just Is it okay now? There is a lot of noise. No, it's not to do with the head. No, I'll do with this.
Sir, we can hear you now, sir. Sir Ravishwaran, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I can't see anybody, but no, Ravishwaran, not me, not me.
Sir, can we share now?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Ravishwaran. Yeah.
Okay, I'm extremely sorry. Can I continue?
Yes, I've given you the right. Please proceed.
Yeah, but I'm not able to share my PPT.
Yeah. I've given you the
now
link.
I'm able to. Just give me a minute. You're able to see the screen, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay, audience, I'm very sorry for the technical glitch. So I was talking in the second square where we were trying to understand from the facts. So either there are umpty number of methods available, right from Professor Shiba's 5-step discovery process, where you can convert certain set of language data into higher level insights. So one of the methods I used to see is a matrix approach, where you can convert the learnings that you are picking from people's behavior, observations, making interviews into higher level abstracted things. So this will give something like people are looking for a solution which is stress-free. I mean, it may look like a motherhood statement, but that stress-free will have a lot of elements like people are actually not having an entertainment, people are not having probably they are fatigued. So those things are all which are coming as insight. So the question is what can be done to overcome those. So that is where you will do in the third square, which is about exploring concepts and framing solutions. So like I told in the beginning, a scaffolding by itself is not the building. So a scaffolding by building is not the building. So therefore, this tool will not throw out a product for you, but the tool will help you to structure the thinking. So in the third square, you are still in the abstract phase, but you have started moving towards making. So what people say is, when you start getting ideas, you can make, what we call as low fidelity prototypes. I mean, they may not be at highest resolution, they may not be at the fullest kind of, functionality. And Mr. Stewart was again talking about the 3D printing and, rapid prototyping techniques. So we can do that here. And then in the last phase, you come towards something called as realizing the offerings. So since the time is short, I'm actually, going into directly giving an example of how, one company I've used. All of us know this product. This is, the music industry before, your iPad or your iPod was introduced. We all used to know about, a record company, securing the rights from the musicians, and they will actually, make the audio CDs or the audio cassettes. People of my age, and there will be a music store, and then people will be buying from the music store. So this is the kind of, system that was existing before the advent of. So you see here, this is where the value exchange is happening. The music store is giving CDs, he is giving money, and there are concerts conducted by people like S.P. Balasubramanya. People give money, and then they also sell it to the record companies and in terms of rights, and they get the money. And the activity system, as we call it, that is the how part of it is. People were actually supporting concerts, so you have to promote, then you have to produce music, you have to secure rights to music. So this is the kind of ecosystem that you need to develop. But after Apple iTunes came, this complete thing called record got disrupted, because everything was digitized. And second thing that happened is, one of the things I wanted to highlight is, many people told that if I buy a cassette or a CD, it is I want to listen to only one song, but it had actually 10 other songs which I didn't want to listen. Whereas in iPod, you can actually choose your song. So today actually you can go and download any MP3 that you want. So this is the kind of disruption that this did, and I wanted to tell that all the lenses that I've told are used here. So this is the who part, the desirability part, the people, the thing, and then why it is making viable sense for all the people in the ecosystem. Of course, somebody in the system may die because of this. That is a natural phenomenon. And then the how part or the activities that are needed to make it happen. And then, it is the what part. So for paucity of time, I am parking here. And those of us, who are interested in further learning can either refer to this book by Professor Vijay Kumar of Illinois Institute of Technology, Institute of Design. He's Professor Emeritus there. He is retired. a book called 101 Design Methods, and there is also one strategicdesignmethods.com, and most of the or all of the slides I used is from Professor Patrick Whitney. He was the chair and dean of Institute of Design, Illinois Institute of Technology, under whom I was actually doing a 6-month course on strategic innovation. So thank you very much for your patient listening, and really sorry for the technical hitch in between. So I'll take your questions. Dr. Shah, thank you. I'm with this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi, for that very enlightening presentation. Particularly, your highlighting of the levels of innovation from the restorative, renovative to breakthrough levels of innovation was very interesting. And the way you explained this, that as the complexity and the ambiguity increases when you go from restorative to breakthrough, the opportunity for thinking differently also goes up. And that is where the innovation comes into play. And also the 3 lenses for the developing the innovation portfolio, sir. It was very, very interesting. And thank you so much for these insights. It's really very, very useful and relevant to the current context. So if I just look at the umbrella of both of your presentations, gentlemen, you see, under the topic of creation of systems, both of you decided to present on innovation. See, if this topic were to be discussed about 5 or 10 years back, I'm sure most of the presentations would have been on quality systems, management systems, and so on. But today, both of you have focused on looking at innovation. So this shows that, the creation of systems itself has undergone a sea change. And the fact that, we need to be innovative, it also shows that we need to be flexible, and the focus has to be on the vision and mission and finding different ways to achieve the same. So the takeaway from both of your presentations today is that for creating new systems and building trust through creating systems, one has to be innovative in their approach. And innovation is not a sleight of hand or magic, but rather a more structured approach that is possible to become innovative in terms of culture as well as the way we do things. And in this fashion, by using these kind of tools which both of you presented, I think it should be possible for us to, develop very innovative responses to the business situations and problems that we see. So thank you both very much. And I now hand over back to the host.
Thank you, Dr. Shamrao. Thank you very much. In fact, I should compliment you that you could really steer the session so nicely. So thank you very much. Fantastic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vipin. So do we have a break now, or before the panel discussion, or is it continuing on the same link now?
No, we'll be continuing in the next session right away.
Okay. So we stay back.
We'll be right away. Yes, we'll be right away going into the validated session. So before going to the validated session, I would just like to, as a speaker, or setting the context for the valedictory session, I would say that we started the 2-day conference with the inaugural session, where some great intellectuals, thought leaders really set the context. We spoke about self-reliant India. Mr. Munjal, he set the context, that saying that how we need to leverage upon the inherent tools of TPM to address the 5 pillars of the self-reliant India. So the 5 pillars of self-reliant India. So accordingly, we have designed the different sessions that shows the linkages between the TPM methodology and the 5 pillars that Honorable Prime Minister had laid on. So the first pillar that we spoke on was on the engine of economy. So creating a robust economy, where we spoke about more value and less resource. So we saw a presentation by Shilash Bharne from Mahindra and Mahindra, where he very nicely said how they have steered through different levels of TPM implementation, thereby improving the PQCDSM, and how they have added value to the economy, more value with less resource. We also saw that how we can do the same, how we can achieve more value through the circular economy. We saw this presentation from D. Murali. Subsequently in session 2, where we saw that we need to leverage on technology. So the leveraging of technology came from Mr. Jugal Prasad, who spoke about various interventions of technology like Industry 4.0, IoT. And then we moved on to Mr. Ravi Shankar, who's the managing director of Akranta Software. He spoke about how through Perfect 360 platform, how the technology can help us to do a faster and a more safer and a more standardized TPM implementation. Then we saw from the Sensei's, how do we get ready for the future? We saw some beautiful sessions from Suzuki-san and Junichi Uchida-san and Dr. Uttam Chatterjee. Then we went on to the next pillar, where we said that SMEs and MSMEs, they are the biggest contributors to Indian economy. How TPM can reach SME and MSME so as to enhance or contribute to building a robust economy. Thereon we came to the next pillar of the self-reliant India, that is building a vibrant democracy. So building a vibrant democracy means to empower the human capital. Empowerment comes through closing the information deficits through visual thinking. So this session was driven by Dr. Gwendolyn Galsworth, and then we went on to see how we can enhance the skills and knowledge through education. So we saw the beautiful tool of Kadbas within TPM. So how through use of Kadbas, we are able to empower people, empower the human capital, and help build a vibrant democracy. We also saw in the presentation by Dr. Malvika Seshadri that how to empower people through empowerment of the mental and physical health through Ayurveda. The next pillar of the self-reliant economy as given by Prime Minister was to create a demand. Creation of demands usually comes by enhancing bringing the pull will come by enhancing the value of your product. And that value of the product can be achieved through design in quality. And of course, we also saw how the product optimization can be achieved through this TPM methodology. We went on to see the system part of it, which was one more the next pillar of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So system in everything we do. While we saw that the normal conventional approach of PDCA, SDCA is very much well known. It has percolated at all levels. But the modern requirement of innovation, what is the requirement of breakthrough disruptions, how TPM can address that was very well shown by our international panelist Stuart Wedge as well as Dr. Raviswaran. So with this setting of the context, I would now come to the valedictory session of this 2-day conference, and I would invite Mr. Vipin Sahani, Executive Director, CII Institute of Quality, to take over the session for the valedictory. Over to you, Vipin Sahani.
Thank you, Sunil sir. I hope I am audible and visible clearly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I would say it's my really a privilege to welcome Dr. Shyam S. Rao, Dr. N. Ravishwaran, Mr. Rajiv Lokre, Mr. Ravi Sam, and Mr. Vinay Kumar Katyal. Each one of you is a very, very dear senior friend, and in fact, if I may say so, that each one of you is a leader or a thought leader who is leading the competitiveness movement of the Indian industry. So thank you so much to all of you for joining us in this very important valedictory session, which is going to focus on what is it that we can further do to move forward. India has been moving on the path of resilience much faster, if I may say so. In fact, if we see the latest statistics, whatever was being predicted 3 months or even 6 months before on the dismal, performance of that India Inc. is perhaps going to, take much more time for revival. All those theories and all those statistics have been proven wrong by the recent trends and the recent estimates of various world trade bodies who were almost, kind of writing off the Indian industry that it perhaps may take a longer time than what we would have liked to. And even in the, the recent deliberations with the government and the industry in various forums, everybody has been emphasizing, or in fact has been recognizing that we have in fact had more like a V-shaped kind of a recovery rather than the other kind of recoveries which were predicted for us. So thank you so much to all of you for joining us. It has been a fulfilling 2 days of assimilation, learning, deliberations, and as my colleague Sunil said, that all the 8 sessions that we had really deliberated on, I would say, taking from a macro to all the micro elements of the competitiveness of Indian Inc. and how we could work on that was more focused upon. I would just like to echo the sentiments which started with the inaugural session, and very, very relevant, focusing on, although that a lot has been done, but a lot more needs to be achieved. With just 500 Indian industry members, close to around 500 being certified for JIPM under the JIPM TPM banner, it's a very, very small number compared to almost 50 to 60 million landscape of the industry that we have. And very rightly, the speakers, mentioned on what more we need to do, what else we need to do, and what next we need to do for our exponential progress across the different sectors. And in fact, a lot of stress was laid on that these learnings which we have now, all these best practices need not remain limited to our own sector of the industry. We need to percolate it down. In fact, make a conscious effort to percolate or transfer it down to the supply chain. There was a much more focus on agility, reliability, of course, while being sustainable and responsible. And of course, focusing on circular economy and inclusive growth. There have been some questions which the audience have been forwarding it to us. So if all the panelists, our esteemed panelists agree, we could have a kind of a, I can invite each one of you, and each one of you can give your perspectives for around 7 to 8 minutes. And after that, then we can, take up the question answers, which would be, which all our audience would be very keen to ask the panelists. I hope that is comfortable with everyone.
Yeah, okay with me, Mr. San.
Okay.
Yeah.
I presume everyone is comfortable with it.
No problem. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you. Some of these queries which we have collated, I have put it down into 3 broad categories, which they say that, see, they're saying the TPM program is a cultural changing tool. I think there's a lot of, yeah, thank you so much. And in the best case scenario, it takes about 3 to 4 years of intense practice like any other TPM technology to bring that paradigm shift. Can I request other speakers to kindly mute for the time being? Yeah, thank you so much. So do we have that much amount of time on our quest of being self-reliant? What is it that needs to be done to build have an inbuilt accelerated approach towards self-reliance while this transformation takes place? Why can't we take these learnings to our key sectors, primarily the service and the agriculture sector? And very, very important aspect that we must consider while we are moving in a journey of self-reliance is that India has 26% population in 0 to 14 years of age bracket, 67% in 15 to 64, and only 7% in 65 years bracket. So over the next decade, we'll see about 80% of the population which is going to seek employment with increased literacy rates and with a higher education and various other. It is going to be an aspirational, people who would be, looking at many things. So broadly conducting speed, agility, how do we involve the key sectors and handle even the aspirations of growing working population, which of course, as the CII theme says, is we need to think of how to impact lives, livelihood, and inclusive growth. With these very, very broad, scenario, I would request our first panelist, Dr. Shyam Rao, Business Head and Senior Vice President of Carborundum Universal Limited, to share his perspectives. But if I may just very briefly cover his background, which has been of particularly, I was very impressed with it, with the number of patents and publications that he has printed, and on the method of producing ceramic grain reinforced metal matrix composites, and in fact, it's very difficult to be concise with the achievements of all the panelists. But I'll cover on this. He has also got awards and recognitions from Indian Ceramic Society and in fact TPM Excellence Award by JIPM. And the Industrial Ceramics Division, CUMI, has been recognized as one of the top 25 innovative companies in India by CII. So I could feel when Dr. Rao was talking of the innovation, how close this subject is to his heart. He has a host of other achievements, memberships, but we would like to hear from you, sir, your perspectives on the few points that I raised earlier. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Sani, and thank you and the entire CII for playing a yeoman service to the Indian industry at large, and particularly to Carborundum Limited, and even more so to our Industrial Ceramics Division. So I work for the Industrial Ceramics Division. The guidance and the quality of inputs that we have received from you and your entire team has been outstanding. And it has played a big part for us in the growth story of CUMI, Carborundum Universal Limited. So thank you so much for that. And thank you also for this opportunity to participate in this panel discussion at the valedictory function. See, from my own experience, I feel that for Indian industry to become self-reliant and also a dominant player in the global market, I feel there are two very important aspects that we need to look at in whatever we are doing today. One is the capability. Are we really benchmarking? Let us say, I'm first talking about the manufacturing and the service sector. Whether we are benchmarking the processes as well, not just the final product, but are we benchmarking the processes? Are we benchmarking the manufacturing methods to be the best in class? See, we have the advantage, Mr. Sani, that India is slightly behind the other countries in the development story, right? So that also shows that we have an access to the latest technologies and the latest machines. So what I'm saying is we go for the capability development, which is really on the forefront. For example, if I want to make a particular type of ceramic, there is no need to look at processes and machines which are, outdated in technology, right? I can straight away go for the latest machines, latest technology, because someone was already invested in, let us say, for the sake of no other word, I'll say a slightly older technology, let us say. So the cost of manufacturing using that older machine, I mean, when I say older machine, older design of the machine, would be much more than if I go straight away to the more advanced machine. So this means a slightly more capital outlay possibly to start with, because we're going for a more advanced machine. But then, my unit cost of production would be much less, and probably the payback period would be also much less. So this is, of course, one cannot generalize like this, but my thought is that the capability building has to be with benchmarking the best of the processes and the best of the technological methods that is employed, rather than go step by step. A case in point is in India, in the rural sector, I heard that the landlines are not being laid at all, because there is no need for that. I mean, we straight away go to the 5G. I mean, if they have not seen 3G, 4G, so be it. It doesn't really matter. Straight away go for the affordable 5G. So that should be the capability development. And the other one thing, Mr. Sani, I have noticed is that in terms of the scale of our thinking and scale of operation establishment, I feel we should be looking at a much, much bigger scale and look at the world market. Even if today we do not have an export content in a particular product segment, I think we should be bold enough to go for the world market and aim to, make the best of the products in a scale, which is really going to afford a unit cost of manufacturing which would be the lowest in the world. Because what happens is when we put a capacity at suboptimal levels, let us say, I'm just talking in my own example. Let us say I take only the Indian market as a market size and I put up some capacity. But you see, the problem is that the cost per unit would probably be uncompetitive, and in case the exchange rate falls, or in case the exchange rate or if there is no customs duty, I don't have any protection, because actually I am doing it in an inefficient scale. And looking at things like in this kind of a lens would be detrimental to my whole approach of becoming independent, self-reliant. So I would say better we focus on a few areas where, we feel that there is a good accessible market for us, a global scale, and establish a global scale manufacturing setup and a global scale managerial approaches to doing things. So these are just a couple of thoughts, Mr. Sani, I wanted to share with all the esteemed panelists here. And as we go along, maybe we could combine this thought with some of the other approaches of the other panelists and you yourself, your valuable thoughts on this as we go along. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you, Dr. Rao, for bringing in a very pertinent aspect on capability development, along with a technological advancement, which we need to do. Both, in fact, go hand in hand over there. Yes. And rightly so, because we have to look at the larger scale of operations, wherein we should look from a global perspective. And as everybody is today talking in various forums, that today the boundaries are limitless, and the famous buzzword, as we say, is geography is history. So so there is the scope is for us to decide as to what is it that we wish to achieve. It is achievable today under the current scenario with the digital technologies and various other aspects that we have with us. So thank you so much for bringing these pertinent points. We'll come back to you with some more questions. I'll now request, thank you, Dr. N. Ravishwaran, I hope I'm pronouncing it correct, Associate VP and Head Supply Chain Operations of Godrej Storage Solutions. He has a rich 27 years of experience in the product design and development, R&D, supply chain and automotive component manufacturers, steel racking company, and even in the academia. 25 publications in international and national journals, and 15 patents in Indian Patent Journal, and 3 granted which he has assigned to Godrej and Boyce. And he has special areas of interest and expertise in product design, target costing, design for manufacturing, lean manufacturing, and of course, TPM and business excellence. So, Dr. Saab, can we have your views, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vipin Sahni, for the very kind and generous words. Thank you, sir. Nice to see you again. And once again, I'm truly grateful to you and Mr. LGS, Ganapati Subramaniam, Mr. Vadud, and Mr. Ravi Joshi for giving me yet another platform to share my thoughts and enjoy the presence of TPM community of India. So coming to the topic of the panel, self-reliant India, I am seeing three areas, though not mutually exclusive. I would say they may seem seemingly different, but I don't think they are mutually exclusive. Each of them may complement each other. Each of them may intersect with each other. But the areas that come to my mind for a self-reliant India, or in a way, if I have to use the word, if it is not too harsh, what are the roadblocks or stumbling blocks if I see? I'll start with where Mr. Dr. Shyam left, the lack of competitiveness. We still have a long way to go in terms of competitiveness, number one. And number two, I was thinking is, the innovation gap and the growing gap of innovation. And the third point is the digital connectivity. Let me detail, to the extent possible in the given time. Number one, coming to competitiveness, I know CII through this various centers of excellence like, Institute of Quality, Institute of Logistics, and National Manufacturing Competitiveness Council is doing a great job right from the days, at least, when I passed out, I started seeing TQM, ISO 9000, and then, we went through, a series of, interventions from the Japanese companies, the auto cluster and, Yamaguchi-san coming into India, JPM, TPM Club of India. So many things, there are interventions. I'm sure, we have progressed, a way far ahead. But I want to put a question, what got us here, will it get us there? So this question is there for competitiveness, and the reason I see is the waste in the system is still very high. You see the entire supply chain or the ecosystem, I would say that the waste in the system is still high. People use the word circular economy, but is it really truly circular? Going back and things getting regenerated is one question. And number two question is, in the first point is, and I come from the logistics industry, so a bit fearful to say, but logistics is a waste, but inevitable. So therefore, okay, and Indian logistics cost, the cost of Indian logistics companies is still in double digit, where the international world is in single digit. So therefore, there is a lot of waste that is in the chain which we can address. So I will leave it as a food for thought that we have come a long way in competitiveness, but there is still a long way to go. And one of the levers I'm seeing is that we have to reduce the waste in the chain. Second thing is, my favorite subject, which I was talking in the previous session, the growing gap of innovation. With all the interventions, I think, we have become masters of how to do things better, how to do things faster. But have we invented or innovated things that are new to the world? I'm not able to quote many. I wouldn't say there is zero. Never, because Indian Jugaad is still considered one of the greatest form of innovation in the world. But if I see Apples and Samsungs and Microsofts, all the Indian software engineers are going out and developing these, but these are not from India. It's remaining of that. So when we talk of self-reliant India, I do feel that the growing innovation gap of while we are becoming on one axis, growing stronger and stronger on how to make things better, we also need to find what is the thing that is going to be future. So therefore, the industry spend on R&D, our industry leaders are ready to spend and the government is ready to spend. So this is something that, I was thinking that we have to debate as a second point, the growing innovation gap. The third point is, most of us are addressing now, while one side, the golden triangle, golden quadrangle and other things, the physical infrastructure and physical connectivity is becoming better and better. how do we get the digital connectivity better? Now, yes, the nook and corner of the country is getting connected digitally, but how can we get it even better in terms of, we were using, words like, Industry 4.0, IoT, digitally connected factories. So therefore, how do we accelerate the program on digital? So, Mr. Sahani, in the given time, what I wanted to keep as food for thought and discussion, sir, are we doing enough on our competitiveness and therefore reducing waste? So, how are we going to address the innovation gap that is existing? And third is, how do we accelerate our digital program in this country? So, with these few words, thank you again, Mr. Sahani, for the opportunity. I am here and give the word to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Raviswaran. Thank you so much for bringing out the very, very, I would say, important areas, which, if I may say that these are the challenges which we have to now convert it into opportunities. Having recognized is a kind of a half the way the battle is won. And as you rightly said, that the waste within the supply chain, and we all have read in the quality that one weak link is the one which really impacts the whole quality of all the effort that we put in. So we have to have certain very, very conscious effort to look at those weak links, be it in the logistics or be it in any of those, any of the supply chain partners or anything that is in it, so that we close it and we are able to reap the fruits of all the efforts that we are making in creating a competitive India and creating a qualitative India, I would say so. And as you rightly said that you pointed out on the Jugaad, and as the English call it as frugal innovation. So I will use the Queen's English. We have to have an institutional framework to convert this frugal innovation into I would say to capitalize on our inherent strengths, which is quite missing in the system today. And of course, we also have to be seen as a digital economy. So all those bits and pieces, the effort that is made, should also be made with the perspective of that supply chain, all the digital connects, all the digital efforts that we are making, which will further help us to improve our competitiveness in the global value chain. So thank you so much, sir, for your wise words. With this, I'll turn on to and I request Mr. Rajiv Lokre, the Group CEO of Classic Industries and Exports Limited. He is a very, very senior, I would say, technocrat, and he has been working in premier organizations like TVS and led on the quality movement in almost all the companies that I see today that he has been working in. He's been managing business of 3 plants supporting tire plants of Apollo, Pune producing tubes and bladders, Chennai producing molds and machines, Cochin, which is a plant for mixing natural rubber, with a major focus on business development, formation of strategy for business development, establishing sales and marketing department, standardization of systems across all plants, brand building, operational excellence, and even R&D and JV opportunities. And he has, introduced new concepts as an operation head, the concepts of level production, rabbit chase, and my engine concept as a TPM coordinator, the cost loss tree. And he has been working with, oh my God, almost all the senseis in the quality arena, be it Professor Suda, Professor Washio, Mr. Yamaguchi, our TPM father, Mr. Mehra, Hirano-san, Takyo-san, a very, very, very rich experience. We are delighted to have you here with us, sir, and we look forward to your, ideas on, how to take it further from it. Welcome, Mr. Rajiv Lokre. Sir.
First, let me thank CII for giving me opportunity to sit with 2 doctors and be tense because in the crowd I am odd man out here, and I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well. So I thought I should have that check first. So frankly speaking, and then you started talking about my introduction, which looks like if I see in the mirror today, I look like Amitabh Bachchan.
So that is not true. Then what happens in any industry, is because of the team that you have and the team performance, and then you write down that in your resume saying that I have done this. So though all said and done, I had enjoyed this journey from Tata Motors to TVS and to Apollo Tyres. I jokingly say I have consolidated my travel from 4 wheels to 2 wheels and then to a tire and now in a tube. So all this journey from OE to the second tire supplier I have learned a lot of lessons which I would like to simply share. There's nothing like knowledge that I am sharing. But to just request, can I put some slides on the board so that I can streamline my thoughts?
Please.
I don't know whether I have a right to share. Yeah, now.
Karthik, can you give the rights, please? Karthik?
Yeah. Can you see this now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is a famous diagram. I think this is from the old book, The Machine That Changes the World. This is my favorite diagram and how the world is changing, and I don't think this diagram has changed. For last 7-8 years, wherever I go and discuss, I start with this diagram, and we have to really say where we are. And this line is moving towards right very fast. In fact, because might be the COVID and this Atmanirbhar Bharat drives like this, the speed of moving towards right has really increased. So the thought that I will put on the board is nothing has changed. We need to have a competitive advantage even if there is no COVID or there is no Atmanirbhar Bharat if you really want to shine. But very clearly the progress that we are talking about and the question that was asked was also very pertinent to this, saying that how can we do something which we have done in 4 years, how can we do it in 2 years? So that is the thing which we are really discussing. But if you really look at a competitive advantage, I always point out that there are 5 things that we need to have. One is a flexibility. Your flexibility inside not only production but the whole supply chain now to see that whatever changes happen in the market or in the global scenario, we really cater to it. And this was shown beautifully by many companies when COVID situation came. The second one is speed, where the speed to market, speed to produce, speed to deliver, and speed to communicate. All those things are the key areas where we have to work to really get this competitive advantage. The third one is the capability, and this was the main point I was also supposed to. Sometimes discussing at the last is very advantageous, where I can see the other 2 speakers have already told the point that I am telling. So very clearly, capability is the main point. I also am putting on the table, saying that the capable human resource and capable processes both are becoming super critical in this juncture. And efficiency, of course, the minimum losses we talk about. This is our TPM AK pillar talking about minimum losses with minimum resources and maximum output. Of course, I will add green into that, saying that you cannot do all these by really disturbing the nature. So if I really look at, if you have a competitive advantage, creating demand, which is the last pillar, as you can easily address, right? And if you want to create the demand, if you create demand, the first pillar of exponential growth will automatically happen. And for that, the other 2 pillars have to really support. So I always used to like this diagram given by Kimura-san, where normally we show the 8 pillars of TPM as pillars. And sometimes we forget that these pillars are getting connected somewhere, and maybe in the top only in the bottom. But this diagram very clearly says that there is always a continuous PDCA, SDCA, which is happening between pillars and the Kobetsu Kaizen pillar, which is supposed to be the umbrella pillar for this. So if you really look at if Jisoo Zen pillar has a problem, he's not able to solve, he will refer to Kobetsu Kaizen, which is the PDCA, and then he might solve himself or he might solve it by another pillar's help and then standardize. Here now I think we need to really integrate these 5 pillars with this picture where we say that all these pillars, how do we really support the imagination or the concept of the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So just 1 minute. Okay, though I've missed the slide, I just wanted to start with
start with the slide where we normally have a Johari's window. This Johari window talks about what I know, what I don't know, and what I know, what I know. So the thing is very clear. There are 4 quadrants. One quadrant says I know what I know, which is nothing but my strength. If we say I know what I don't know, which is my weakness. If I say I don't know what I know, that is your potential, which you are still to explore. The 4th is a black box where we don't know what I don't know. Now that I can be replaced by a company, or it can be replaced even by the nation. And this is high time. I think we need to really explore that black box rather than simply talking about I will work on my strength and I'll work on my potential. This is not going to really help in accelerating the process of really going ahead. So, of course, this is very funny to say there's a black box and you go inside the black box. But this is what exactly what I feel is required. And I've taken an example of KK pillar where we talk about loss elimination, explore the losses, and loss elimination and the waste elimination. But right now the process has to be to explore the losses which we have never seen. And these losses are not inside the plant, but across the total supply chain. And as my colleagues were also talking about the supply chain. So are we really looking at the structured, the losses that has been prescribed, or we have to go out and then really not making the subsets of that, but finding out the losses which are not known to us is something which is very interesting thought, but I thought I'll put it in front of you. You have to also migrate from the Kaizen and innovative Kaizen to a disruptive and breakthrough innovation. Now, this is also another area where I think doctors both were insisting, saying that we need to really work something upon that. Similarly, if I really look at the infrastructure that we talk about, best in class, sorry for spelling mistake, is the focus manufacturing or something else? Is a question that I would like to put on board. Earlier, I remember 1996, first time I attended the first TPM seminar in my life. Suresh Krishna gave a fantastic lecture where he was talking about India is like an elephant. Now we really have worked hard according to me, and I can see the number of companies winning the awards of first level, second level, third level, and going ahead. And I can see shop floors really shining and excellent and minimum losses, efficiencies up. Now the question that I have to ask is, and there is a famous diagram which I'm sorry I'm not able to produce, which talks about the pressure of competitive age. The competitive age has pushed the manufacturing to the bottom, and the other two ends, which are nothing but starting from market to new product development, and from the other side, the supply chain to the customer. These are gaining really high importance. So all these theories and practices that we are talking about improving our manufacturing inside the plant, can we extensively now use, shifting the focus to the other side of the supply chain is something which I would like to put on the table. JH definitely, as I said, not even TPM. First of all, JH, which is something very special as far as TPM is concerned, is a cultural change approach. Now, I was just hearing to the lecture given on the visual management and visual performance. So that was a very valid question, whether the gears can be changed by JH to visual performance, whether Industry 4.0 initiative like IoT can be really start coming inside with the ideas of the people who are working on JH. And really see that people think about results and performance rather than really do something to eliminate abnormalities. So similarly, PM pillar. What PM pillar can really change is something which I have put on the board. So frankly speaking, the last pillar, I am not really taking much time, but the last pillar according to me is the most important pillar. I will not call as an ENT pillar, but the theme of really growing the capability of people. We are talking about Industry 4.0. In many forums, I have just questioned that if you are going to implement Industry 4.0, do you have capable people who can handle this Industry 4.0? There's so many softwares and gadgets coming inside. Do we have a capability to handle? The same question I am again putting here, saying that if you really want to accelerate, normally the failure happens if you accelerate at a speed which cannot be digested by people and they cannot accelerate. So the whole focus, according to me, and I agree with the speakers, that the whole focus has to be on making capable people more capable at a higher speed. That will definitely ease out the question mark on how can we do it in something that I'm doing in 4 years, in 2 years. So in short, I have only 4 points to be, to summarize. One is the focus change, whether the focus has to be on manufacturing or the focus has to be not equal, but what are the areas we have to focus more? One answer was given saying that the selective industry, but as well as the supply chain is concerned, we can also talk about how much focus where. Second is the approach change, which I was talking about right now. Third is the capability focus. And the fourth is a very funny thought which I want to put on table is the benchmarking is stupid. This is what was told by one of the consultants. You can look at the video that is available. What he talks about is sometimes benchmarking is stupid. When we say I am benchmarking, for example, with Toyota and say I want to go there. Suppose I am a four-wheeler and I say, when I go there in 5 years, Toyota would have reached somewhere else. So benchmarking is not going to give you a competitive advantage. One argument normally we do. So what is that will replace benchmarking to see that we accelerate and get this competitive advantage is something that we need to answer. I think these are my thoughts. Just I want to put on table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lokre. Thank you. Thank you for beautifully integrating the various TPM tools with, I would say, the national priorities. And in fact, there's an old dictum which says, change is constant. And you beautifully brought out that it is a competition which is now becoming a constant. So whatever you do, tomorrow your competitors are going to catch up, and that is the only thing constant for anybody who's working in the industry. And as you rightly said that we have to constantly keep on improving the productivity and reducing the cost and the input. So the costs are going down, whereas the productivity has to be increased. So some of the things that we need to focus on being the speed, agility, capability, and reliability. In fact, this is an area where our next speaker, I would request him also to address, and all three of you have focused on is building the capability of the skilled manforce. So there is a need for creating some more institutional linkages today, along with the industry, which has to take a more, I would say, a structured and very, very focused approach to create that paradigm or a cultural shift in our right from our education sector. And as you rightly said, that the focused improvement should be at the national level with bringing in the Kobetsu Kaizen concept. And this is what is going to impact all the 5 focus areas suggested by the PM: the economy, the demand, infrastructure, systems, etc. And all. So thank you so much for your wise words. And with this, I would, it's my privilege to request Mr. Ravi Sam, Managing Director of Advait Lakshmi Industries. He is a senior CII IQ Advisory Board member, and we have been privileged to receive his suggestion and guidance from time to time. And this is CII IQ is very much thankful to you for your support. Just to give a brief overview of him, he is a leading industrialist in Coimbatore and a philanthropist. And he holds a postgraduate diploma in textile technology from the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology. He is the managing director of Advait Lakshmi Industries Limited and Advait Textiles, and he's on the board of many other companies. What struck me that in spite of him being heading senior organization, he is involved in many of the social activities. He is the founder trustee of Siruthali, the Movement for Preservation of Water Bodies in Coimbatore, which is a famed public movement. He is a vivid social thinker and actively involved in the social welfare activities. He administers a Vedic school, the Veda Pathshala, which is a serene Gurukulam environment, which has 50 students in the age group of 7 to 15, propagating Vedic culture and adopting the traditional Guru Shishya teaching style, and has temple of God Shri Annapurna Swami in its campus. As a philanthropist, he continues to inspire people across the society and remains a strong source of inspiration to the next generation entrepreneurs. He is a founder trustee and correspondent of Shri Gopal Naidu School, correspondent of Advait GNS Matriculation School, and an active trustee of the Shruti Seva Trust, Anayakati. He is very much involved in the heritage conservation, and he holds several coveted positions in the academic wing of Academy of Archaeology and Ancient Sciences of India, which is a part of REACH. He is, of course, the chairman of CII Tamil Nadu and at present chairman of CII Southern Region Subcommittee on Sustainability, CSR and Affirmative Action to bring inclusiveness to the marginalized sectors of our society, covering all the 6 southern states. We are in fact privileged to have you here with us, sir, and we look forward to your address. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vipin, for that long explanation, introduction. The asterisk on my name, I think, shows that I'm the last person to have accepted to be on the panel. But anyway, it was wonderful to be with you, and if it was not for your persistence, I wouldn't have been here right now. I'm almost the second last speaker for the 2-day session, and all the experts have spoken about TPM, TQM, Kaizen, everything else. I would just touch on few areas which I feel is very, very important to make India a self-reliant India or an Atmanirbhar, as what the Prime Minister has coined today. Just few minutes, I just want you to roll back in time when just after a post-independence era, when we were totally self-reliant in state-run heavy industries in the strategic sectors, and for decades following independence, we were really ahead of all the developing countries in this area because of this monopoly that we had. This somehow put a sort of a lethargy in us with our so-called socialistic ideas, plans of the then rulers of this country. Everything just went back. When it came to the 1970s and 80s, we somehow lost out on what was happening in the rest of the developing world and also in the developed world, which we could have easily have sort of mustered up to. But the then policies, government, I can't complain anymore. We know what happened. Just put us back, and then we woke up one day finding ourselves really down the ladder. Coming back to that, and then today we are one of the biggest consumers of a mobile phone. We do assemble mobile phones here, but how much of that components are manufactured here? We bring it from all over the world and we assemble it for people. And this is one of the best phones we do here. This is what happens across the board. We have a most visible software industry. How much of software products are manufactured here? I mean, we do back office for the best of industries in the world. So all these things, we are trying to make the rest of the world, the developed world, stronger. But is it really helping us to be self-reliant? Today, as I've been holding this CSR portfolio in CI for years, I don't know why nobody has come and asked for it. And the reason is, I feel very strongly about it. Just talking about when in the month of May, when we were all in the lockdown, and as most of my industries are manufacturing industries and the whole family, we are all in manufacturing. I didn't know what I was going to get on to when I got back to work in end of April, early May, from March. I really thought I'd be going to empty shells. There was this whole story of Europe being locked. There's no business going to come in. India, there is no more money. Everything is going to be disaster. All your workforce is working back to Orissa or Bihar and Bengal. They're not going to come back. There was only gloom and doom that was passed on to all of us. But unfortunately, when we went back, we are in a situation like what the earlier speakers have said. We are really in a week. We are in all-time high. I don't understand what is happening. And yesterday I had the South India Mill Association meeting. Nobody there could tell us what was happening in the textile industry. It's like boom time. And where is this material going? Who is buying it? There is no answer. There is a resilience in our own country. But unfortunately, we are not making use of it. Today, the Prime Minister is talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. Yes, it's great that it's happening here. We have in Tamil Nadu, we have 12,520 panchayats. With the new regulation which the government of India has made, the whole 12,520 odd panchayats have a sort of there's a format, a 4-page format, which has to be filled up to tell what the panchayat requires, how it has to be, the committees that have to be formed, how the committees have to be formed, and this would make them access the government funds, which will make them independent, which will make those panchayats grow and the rural economy become stronger. Today, without the rural economy being stronger, we can't sit on our air-conditioned office and say we are self-resilient or we can be self-reliant. It's not possible. And you know what? This 12,520 panchayats, not even one has the capability or has filled that form. Overnight, our government decided to fill up, because without filling this form, this is something off the track. The government of India will not give you the money. Overnight, they got two people to sit down on computer and they filled for the whole 12,500 and odd panchayats. The whole thing was rejected on the third day. And this is the state of affairs in Tamil Nadu. The only state in these 6 states which are doing something good about panchayat is Kerala. There is a state in the southern India which does not even have a panchayat system. How do we become self-reliant? Coming to our education. Today we have a new education policy. It was long overdue. So now that this policy has come to, the best thing about COVID today is we have started realizing that every school, every kid has started working on a digital virtual platform. Shouldn't we look at this as a means for future? I'm not telling every kid should be given a mobile phone or an iPad. I'm talking about virtual classrooms. You can have even Gibbon sitting in the CII office in Bangalore to address about quality to these people, which they could have never accessed. They would know how important quality is. Shouldn't we look at this to strengthen them? What about women's self-help groups? There are so many. We know corporates in our own industries who are doing great work in women's self-help groups. Shouldn't they be made self-reliant? There is so many things that could be done. I don't want to go on talking about it. What about the software industry? Shouldn't they look at products instead of just being back office for countries abroad and making them richer? Coming back to manufacturing industry, even today, when I need a special purpose machine, I am forced to go and place my order in Europe. The guy takes my full payment and then talks about summer vacation, Christmas, and then finally he manufactures it and sends it here. And these products, why are they not still made in India? We are capable of making them here. What about foreign trade agreements? We have losing out with countries around us because we have not signed foreign trade agreements. We have detrimental duties put onto us. We are not looking at that area. What about size of scale? Bangladesh, which we always look down and frowned upon, in my areas of textile, they are far bigger than what the textile industry in India is. We are a textile nation. Even before the independence, we were known for our textiles. Today, Bangladesh is beating us hands down. Talking about, what about healthcare? As I'm heading the COVID vaccination group, I'm telling you, why don't we immediately take up with the government that the CSR funds should be used for deploying these vaccinations once we get a good vaccine? What about the logistics about passing these vaccinations? There are so many things that we should look at. It's not that it cannot be done, but it's just the attitude, the agriculture, the farm laws. I don't wish to talk about the farm laws because it's today a bit of a controversial thing. But sitting in Tamil Nadu, I've been speaking to farmers. We are also farm owners. We realize that what is happening, we are not like what is happening in the north, but there are issues which some of them are getting solved by these new farm laws. This should have been done long ago. Labor laws are outdated. Industry is pulled back because of these various outdated labor rules, which we have kept. We should take care of the labor. There's no doubt we should take care of it, but it should not be in the cost of the growth of the company, nor should the life of the laborer should be put into risk. There are systems which we could do that. Agriculture, food processing. We in CII, we know the wastage of food, particularly banana, which we do a lot of work on CII. We know that almost 60% of the banana goes waste because they do not have cold processing of food, the waste to store this bananas. So all these things which are small things, I would like people to think about it. Yes, we talk about TPM and all that, but these are all also areas which the government should look at. Once all these is put together, being self-reliant or this resilient is very, very possible, because you know how it is. Even on the worst of time, when the world was going through financial crisis, we managed better. There is an inherent demand and there is a resilience in the country. Only thing we want is the government to be update, or the policy makers to look at what is happening today and give us the equal playing field. We should not be held back for some outdated, archival British rules. This is about all that is required, and I think I would like people to look at this as well, because it's not just the industry, but we have to start at all levels to make the society self-reliant or resilient. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. We will have anarchy in this country if it goes on. There is this difference between the haves and have-nots. With this, thank you, Vipin. I think you got me on my main area of corporate social responsibility. I think that's very much, we're all from corporates, and we should dwell on this as well. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you, sir. Thank you for so nicely bringing out a very, very important perspective, and focusing and pointing out to the industry that whatever we do, we also have to, not only think of our production supply chain, but also the impact on the society that it does. And whatever it does, whatever the industry does will ultimately percolate down into the society, which is a very important link, because it's ultimately the society which sustains all of us, and we can't leave out the rural area.
No.
And you rightly also mentioned, sorry, you were saying something.
No, even today, we do not have, I'm talking about the textile industry, even today we do not have a single manufacturer for looms in this country. Every single loom for weaving our fabric comes from abroad. We do not have a single manufacturer. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, these are very, very, I would say, important pointers to where else, the opportunities arise. And we do need to take out some strategic, not only operations, but even from the policy perspective, we should make a representation to the government to look into these aspects, which can be the foundation. Because if the base is what is shifting, we cannot have a strong, pillar of self-reliance. So these are the
we export our cotton, we export our very good yarn, whereas somebody else does the value addition. How do we become self-reliant? And shouldn't we do the value addition and get the benefit?
Absolutely. So while we are thinking of it, all those micro aspects also need to be adhered to, which are important for our, trade and commerce aspects. And sir, you really brought out a very different perspective, which perhaps we were missing while we were talking of all those technologies and the best practices and all. Ultimately, the society is the foundation stone for everything what we do. And you rightly said that we have inherent resilience power, which really needs to be capitalized. And it's not only the industry, but the wastages which are happening in the food sector, the textile sector, the other sectors. In case we are able to plug those, that itself would, enhance our not only our quality, the quantity, but even the capability and the quality aspects from a larger societal perspectives in a way. Like if you're saying 60% of the banana is being wasted, if we are able to save those wastages, look at the impact that it would have even on the inflation, which is very high compared to what it should be. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for accepting. I know you've been very busy since the last few days, and I'm really grateful that you accepted our request to join us. Thank you, sir. We will come back to you with some more questions at the end of the last presentation, sir. With this, I would request very, very dear colleague, Mr. Vinay Kumar Katyal, who's the Director of Bangalore Complex of Bharat Electronics Limited. It's a Navratna company, and Mr. Vinay Kumar Katyal is from IIT BHU, and he joined BL in June 1985 as a Deputy Engineer at Panchkula Unit. He was transferred to Military Communication SPU BL Bangalore Unit in the year 2010 on promotion as Additional General Manager. He has worked in various capacities in BL in the area of production development, engineering, and marketing before his appointment as General Manager, Product Development and Innovation Center, Bangalore in December 2014 to establish a new institution in BL. He is a recipient of Key Contribution to R&D Award of the company and has key experience in communication system and network-centric system. He is leading the Milcom SPU BL Bangalore Unit as General Manager, Military Communication before his appointment as Director Complex in Bharat Electronics Limited on 27/11/2018. BL is being a Navratna company. Besides this, it is also a winner of a CII Exim Business Excellence Role Model Award, which is a very, very significant achievement, considering that we only have 3 or 4 companies so far all across the Indian industry who have won this award. It's a major, major achievement over there. And to share with you also, BL has been playing a pioneer role. In fact, when our country was in need of ventilators and PPE, BL played a key stellar role in meeting our country's need at these very critical times. So besides defense, there are many areas of our society which BL has been touching, and we are indeed grateful to Mr. Katyal to join us today, and we look forward to your address, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sunny sir. Thank you for your giving me some of the perspective of Bharat Electronics as a whole first. On the role of the Atmanirbhar and the day we joined the organization like Bell, we are habitual to be self-reliant on ourselves, on the context that 85% of the products are our own products, and we hardly depend to anybody outside the world. And we make for India and our own technology, our own products, and has our own capabilities. I will not talk with respect to the nation as a whole, because the way Prime Minister of India thinks is completely outrightly different than we as a professional in the engineering industry has a mandate to think. We are in the engineering role, so we can take a role of the engineering industry and what we can do as a part of the making ourselves as a Atmanirbhar. We have seen in the crisis of the need when our nation was locked down, and how we have shared our thoughts with the CII, how we could do what was looking as impossible. And the demand of the so-called the major medical equipments was mandated as 3 to 4 months. Total nation is locked down, total world is locked down. We have been told to make something impossible to do. We could do it because of the various capabilities existing within the country, as well as the willpower of the top managements of the organizations, which are more important. The competencies are available to the extent we need. People are available. It's only the mandate of the top and somebody sitting at the national level making a demand to make something happen. Here also the same thing. There is a demand particularly, but there is a mandate to be given what is required to be done as a part of the industry. CII making a role with respect to the quality requirements, but now there are certain more things which is required, particularly to CII, in my opinion, because if we consider ourselves as a part of the CII, to making some mandate for the government to initiate. We have done remarkable things in CSR activity, because now there is a mandate given for each and every industry to contribute 2% of their turnover. So therefore, that certain percentage is to be mandated to do something for the Atmanirbhar Bharat. And what is possible is that what I see, the lack of Indian industry, the R&D is absolutely very weak. If we see, we have institutions, they are making their R&D investment which are completely not aligned to the industry's requirement. Most of the things go waste. It doesn't get a practical solutions and doesn't come to the actual practical realities. Somehow it is slightly isolated. And in some of the government institutions have certain mandate to make some R&D investments. Again, those are hardly 5 to 10% goes to the real world. There are some good industries like Bharat Electronics who spend 10% of the turnover, and we see the results, we become Atmanirbhar. If we invest about 10% of the R&D and make 85% of the products which are Atmanirbhar, it is industry is towards in that. Can we make, as a CII, making government to make a rule like a CSR? Each industry has to spend 10% on R&D. It is not going to meet only just today's requirement, but future. We have actually lost one generation of technology. We are behind at least one generation in technology. We are fighting to use only one generation, old products. By the time we become Atmanirbhar in old generation technology, the one phase is already over. For next phase also, we continue to again struggle the same. Maybe a particular push and a demand from industry side. Please make it mandate. Everybody has to make some percentage into the R&D, some percentage into the manufacturing upgradation, some percentage into the capability building with respect to the competency enhancement. Government has given a mandate, particularly in the training requirement as well as some of the things which is required for the capability enhancements. But there is no actual expenditure mandate. It's a wish list. But until it comes with respect to the complete mandate to the industry, I think we are too resilient to work in that direction. So today, if CSR is working based on the mandate, rest of the things may also possibly work. So hopefully, once we are given as a mandate, only we work in that direction only. जब तक कि हमें थोड़ा डर नहीं है, हम काम नहीं करते. Possibly that is one of the psyche we carry as a part of our DNA. But once we are given a mandate, we work full force, and we have a capability, we have a wisdom, we have a willpower, and there is a winning instinct. All of us has. So once it becomes a top-down approach with respect to this mandate, hopefully we'll become Atmanirbhar for the new technology in the coming time. Once it happens, then we will work for the future, not for the current requirement. So in this engineering industries, it is something which is something which we have to demand ourselves from the government. Second is that we have seen large number of the system products, etc., which require supply chain, and we have seen most of the supply chains are not in India. So here, industry can help industry. It is not something which government can do anything for us. If industry demands from the industry, this is my requirement, obviously the import contents are drastically come down. We have seen in the last 6 months the way we worked in Bharat Electronics when we made ventilators, 30,000 numbers, and there are 2,000 material components required. 89 or 80 to 90% were to be imported. Some critical component we demanded from the local industry, and it worked. Because nobody was demanding. Once we demand from our own industry, the industry will support. And that particular ecosystem is available with us. So hopefully we are becoming the convenient in our day-to-day operations as a part of the industrial practices. If we get something in 1 week time, it is convenience. If something is available in 100 rupees, we are convenient. If somebody demands 101 rupees, we slightly back it out. So some support to the local industry with respect to the cost and time may be the investment required. And top industries, big industries who have a good the power with respect to the financial aspects, managerial aspects, certainly can support in local industries or the lower industries as a part of the ecosystems. So industry only can bring the ecosystems rather than making a mandate for the government to make it for us. So I hope there are a lot of things the CII as an institute can take a role in this, and demanding for the big industry, as collaborating with them, what you can do to support the local industry, making a demand notice, and also becoming a mandate. Similarly, asking with the government to you also make a rules company. The industries should invest in some particular areas to become a Atmanirbhar. So I hope every time, depending on the government of India, to give some incentives, giving some directions, making certain rules. Obviously, those are the requirement, and we continue to support that. And particularly, many rules and regulations with respect to the industry operations are required to be upgraded. But that is one part of it. What we can do, possibly, there are a lot of things to make it our industry to make it totally Atmanirbhar for Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, Patel Saab. Thank you so much for your words. You have, really proven that you were last but not the least in the fantastic ideas that you shared with us. If I may say so, you have very, very pertinently brought out that it has to be ultimately whatever policies or whatever directions that we may get from the leaders in a way, but ultimately it has to be an industry-driven ecosystem, which is going to lead the not only the foundation but the way forward for us becoming a self-reliant India. And in fact, you have given me an idea. In CI, I would ask my my colleagues to come out with a posters which should be distributed to across our industry members that are you demanding for indigenous supplies? So be demanding for some indigenous kind of supplies, so that there's a conscious effort like what you have done, and you have proven that even at the time of the crisis and running against the race, wherein there was so much of a firefighting and the COVID and the number of cases were increasing, still you were able to streamline your production and come out with what was the country demanding indigenously. So there is a possibility. You've shown that there is a way ahead. There is a capability within the system, inherent capability in the system. We should be demanding to exploit it. So now the onus is on us, really, as to what we can do. So very, very, very important. And in fact, this although has been echoing in for a long time, and we all know that R&D is one of the weak areas wherein we have built our capabilities on some borrowed R&Ds as well, but we have to make a conscious efforts over there. Some industries are doing it, but again, there are no shortcuts in the whole process. So we have to again consciously invest some money for our future technologies for 3 to 5 years horizon. It is changing very fast, and we need to keep pace with it. And the only way to do it is to have a more structured approach, inherent structured approach, so that we don't lose out to the futuristic markets or the emerging markets in time to come. So fantastic, sir. It's very difficult to concise many of the things you said, but some of these takeaways were very, very pertinent and a lot of learning for us. So thank you once again. I would just ask my boss now, Sunil Sam, is there any time for some more question answers, or what is it that you would like me to, I see some questions.
We can take one last question, sir. No problem.
So would you like to, because I'm not able to see the chat box or the questions. So if you would like to, read out the question to our esteemed panel members, I'll be grateful, Sunil sir.
So there is one question here that says that India is predominantly a very, very populous country. And as you rightly said in the earlier part of your setting the context, that about 80% of the working class, or 80% of the population will be available to perform, to work. So we spoke so much about leveraging on technology like use of Industry 4.0, robotics, automation. But this methodology of improvement will actually challenge the employment scenario. So that's the question that is coming in, that how do we bring in that balance? While on one side we cannot refuse to embrace technology, the other end is we need to be having some kind of approach where we would be addressing that employment challenge coming in. This is one question coming in the chat box.
Can I request our panel members to share their views on this? I think some of a part of it you have already covered on building of our capabilities, but please add on to your views on this, please, on the questions asked.
Mr. Sani, sorry, I did not exactly get the question. If you can kindly repeat it, it will help a lot.
Sure, sir. Malgisa, please correct me. From what I could gather is that what you mentioned is that although a lot of technology changes are taking place, but we are still, we still have to address the ground realities of providing employment to our large 80% of the population. So with these technological changes which are taking place, what are the ways forward for us, or what are the options for us, considering that many of the technology interventions do take a lot of time for implementation? Am I correct, Sunil sir?
No, the way it was asked to us that these technological interventions, they actually replace people. So how do we address that? How to strike that balance?
Between technology and employment.
Yes, sir.
Can I take a small part of the question? I come from an area where it's from textile, and as I work on CII for this rural empowerment, there are there are industries which are still, whatever happens will be labor intensive, particularly like leather, textiles, and the technology industry, maybe there is a chance of it getting more automated. But these sort of industries are going to employ a large number of our population, because they are all not going to be educated to our technology savvy, but these industries have got a lot of scope to grow. So when with the advancement of quality and also using technology to our benefit, whatever it comes, we cannot do away with the manpower. And there are many industries like that, but these two are the industries which I have made a study on. So I can tell you that, and we've also presenting it to the Prime Minister himself, that these industries should not be looked down, because sometimes they always call it a sunset industry and all that. But these industries have the capacity to, and there are many industries like this. And then when we are talking about rural empowerment, we are talking about creating workforces in their own villages, whether it's agriculture and cattle, dairy, many things that can be done there. And even sort of outsource. There are some of my friends who are outsourcing their manufacturing, like which are not great value addition, like stitching, embroidery, also these sort of areas. So all these sort of things could really bring in more work. Only thing is we have to look at the logistics and the policies. That's it.
would any other panel member like to add on to his views?
Can I also share my view?
Please, sir.
Yeah. So I think I understood the question as, the technology is, growing and therefore, is it going to cause unemployment? I think, that was a straight question. The answer, may not be the answer. I'm not saying, either yes or no, but I'm more inclined towards no. Because one of the things is when the technology is actually, getting, into disruptive and innovation, the business models are also changing. I'm going to give an example, but I'm not going to say that, all of us go and do a food delivery. Today, look at the amount of, Swiggy and, people who are earning, right? But I'm not saying that, everybody, who's in a current job, go and do Swiggy delivery. When the technology is actually, disrupting the existing businesses and existing models, I think, there are avenues which are coming in businesses also. So that is where, in innovation, today, if you see, about 30-40% of the innovations, maybe or even lesser, is related to product, and remaining entire thing is in terms of, business models and service. Therefore, when we go even towards, so-called, near manless factories or near manless warehouses, which are labor intensive, I think the emerging business models will still support, survival of people. We have been evolving. Right? There were no industries, 100 years back. So there was survival of people. So philosophical, I think there is my view.
Definitely, sir. Thank you, sir. Any other comments, please?
Mr. Sani, I would just like to add, the other speakers have responded. I feel technology actually would change the nature of employment and the nature of jobs that are available to us, rather than causing unemployment. This is what I firmly believe. And this would require a reskilling, upskilling, and such kind of approaches. Because after all, technology would lead to some other kind of, it's like, there was a horse carriage about 100 years back. Horses are not required anymore, but something else that is required. So there is no, there is no horse carriage driver that is required today, but someone else. So I feel the technological change would not be a threat to employment per se, but yes, it would be a threat to certain types of employment. And unless, the entire workforce at all levels are willing to be reskilled, upskilled, and skilled in different kind of skill sets, the problem would be if we keep on reverting back to the old skills which are in vogue and which are more convenient to teach and learn. We need to be able to teach new skills and learn new skills very fast. If that can be done, then I feel technology is not a threat for employment. This is my thoughts.
Absolutely. Any other comments from the other panel members?
Sir, I just wanted to add on to what Mr. Dr. Shyam was saying. It goes back to what Mr. Ravi Sam was saying, the need for change in the educational policy. Exactly. See, the new competencies need actually new capabilities. Therefore, the educational policy needs to be revisited as the business models are there. Just wanted to compliment what Dr. Shyam said.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm reminded of the early 90s era. I'm sure those of us with white hair or no hair would remember that when the computerization or IT revolution was starting, there used to be, I still remember, early 90s, there used to be a bank strikes who were, against the computerization of various of those aspects and all. But look what happened. Today, we are reaping the benefits of those technology changes which took place in that area. And today we proudly proclaim that a major part of our earnings are from the software exports or even the kind of GDP. It is IT earnings are giving such a huge part to our GDP. Even if you look at, even the training organizations like NIT. Today, NIT, if my just rough projections, has its presence almost in all countries, including China, where it is training, or skilling the other countries onto it. So as our esteemed speaker says, that the business model which is emerging, it's a disruptive model, of course, but Indians are resilient in nature in a way. And if we see so, in last 6 months of the COVID, the kind of impact that has happened in terms of various of our services, especially relating to education, health, our training and development, retail, e-commerce. Look at the kind of an impact that it has made and the kind of a new opportunities that have risen for many of the youngsters who are looking at the kind of a jobs. Of course, there's some amount of reskilling. There is some amount of technology upgradation, adoption, agility is required. But and it's going to be a technology-driven new skill set. But it's for us to whether to look at it as a threat or whether to convert this challenge into an opportunity, wherein a lot of effort will have to go into creating a sustainable education model, a technological training model, linkages with the industry, and even as Mr. Sam said that, and not leaving any part of our society, be it the rural villages or all in this whole new setup over there. Yeah, Mr. Rajiv, would you like you want to say something?
I just want to simplify the whole thing. First is the first pillar is economy, and we want exponential growth. So if the growth of economy is exponential, I think the jobs will be increased and not decreased. There will be exponential growth in the jobs that we really look at in the market, number one. Number two, if I really look at automation, let us say automation is done for what? And we simply put PQCD-SM, out of which except we remove P for quality, for any other delivery, anything we do of automation is not going to hamper with respect to the people who are working. In fact, their job becomes more important to see that Pokayokes are working, Pokayokes are not working, kind of a thing. Now go to that small area of productivity, where productivity, when an organization takes the decision of investing money for automation, they will definitely see what is the cost of the existing people who are really skilled and the automation cost. And if the automation cost is very, very cheap, which is I have not seen happening, then many of them take a decision not to go for automation. So the automation will be more focusing on the kind of IoT or those tools which will really help us in taking decisions fast rather than elimination of manpower. This is my feeling, and I don't think there is a threat of only thing is which everybody is saying is how do we transform ourselves from one skill set to the other skill set. So it comes to again the NT pillar, or you can say the capability of people. Capability does not mean capability in the same area. Might be you have to change from one area to other and see that you become capable. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well covered, Mr. Rajiv. I would say you've covered it technologically, the technology man. Great. Thank you.
We have got 20 more questions in the chat box.
Oh my
I don't think we have got the time. I think we should go for the wrap up, so you can go ahead with the wrap up part of the session.
No, Sunil, I will request you to now come in, and because I would request you have played a very prominent role to. But before that, I would like to thank all our esteemed panelists for agreeing to our request and also giving us very, very valuable insights and fantastic points to act upon. For me personally, at CI Institute of Quality, there have been a lot of takeaways, a lot of actionable points, and I would definitely be connecting with you on one-to-one basis to further explore the opportunities and create a kind of a roadmap more objectively for the institution to play its part in the vision of making India more competitive and of course self-reliant. So thank you to all the esteemed panelists. Thank you so much.
Group photo.
To you, Sunil sir.
Sunil sir.
Yeah, I'm requesting all panelists to please switch on your video. You would like to take a group photo. Mr. Ravi Sam sir, can you please switch on your video?
and smile.
Yeah.
Done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you. Over to you, Sunil sir.
Yeah. Thank you all panelists in the valedictory session. And thank you, Vipin San, for the excellent moderation of the valedictory session. On this note, we are coming to the close of the two-day conference. From CII Institute of Quality, I would only say that we have noted down all the valuable points that has been brought forth right from the inaugural session, right through the technical sessions, and closing with the valedictory sessions. And yes, as the torch bearers of the TPM movement across the country and even overseas, we would make it a point to make it part of a roadmap to go to the next level. So thank you, panelists. From here, I would request Mr. Karthik to give me sharing rights. Please give me sharing rights for the wrap-up session. Yeah. Okay. So I hope, Karthik, my presentation is visible to you.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So before closing the session, I would like to quickly share some forthcoming events in CII TPM Club of India. The forthcoming sessions this is for the academia, because as you might have seen in our earlier sessions, that we are coming up with a Milka Award to 2020. Milka is a very, very familiar word, something relating to Milka Singh. Milka Singh means he used to be like lightning. So we want our academia, our young blood, to come out with the most innovative, low-cost automation award. So this is the next award that is coming up between 20th to 30th December 2020. So please participate if you are aware of any academia who qualifies to be the most innovative, low-cost automation. Kindly recommend to them, spread this far and wide. I would also like to announce that CII TPM Club of India has also started individual memberships. That means till now, we were focusing only on corporate memberships. But now, the need is felt to have individual membership, where we are seeking to call all these thought leaders to become part of our members panel and contribute to the development of all our future activities, be it developing a new approach, be it developing a homegrown excellence model. So there are a lot of agendas that are of national importance. So we would like to invite individuals, thought leaders, practitioners to come and join the CII TPM Club of India by taking individual memberships. So please get in touch. Our Mr. K.K. Skaria is leading this particular initiative. His details are mentioned here. We have also come up with one more event known as, this is a certification basically, it's known as Responsible Export Organization. This particular initiative, this is assessing and certifying organizations in India who are engaged in export or planning to export in the near future. So this will provide a structured feedback, or it's actually a comprehensive framework that covers everything right from the leadership of the organization to governance to sustainability and the performance requirement. So you will be assessed against this framework, and the companies will get feedback. Where do you stand today vis-a-vis this framework? So that will work towards developing the roadmap to become a responsible export organization. Coming to the next program, we have developed a special program or an accelerated program, what we call it as a CII certified quality professional. As we are supporting industry to become competitive, more and more we feel that there is a need to develop resources on various fundamentals of TQM, data gathering, data analysis, various statistical process control tools. And for this, we have come up with this CII certified quality professionals. And this is a total online course. No need to travel. So this will be carrying a lot of weight in your individual organizations. So please take up all these offerings that we are having. The next offering that we are having is CII certified OPEX practitioner. Now, this is something that this is an approach where you can take up this particular intervention on your own, and you can take it at any point of time. It contains various modules starting from Kanban to Little's Law to visual management, value stream mapping, Toyota production system. So you can just log in, you can subscribe to this, and it will be finally ending up. There are 9 modules. Each module will be ending up with a final examination paper, after which you are a CII certified OPEX practitioner. Apart from that, I would also urge upon all members here that please refer to the books, our own publications, CII publications. The latest one is TPM for MSMEs. So this is our homegrown publication. And we have also done one more publication. The writer of this book is Yoshitaka Murase-san, a very, very senior assessor, very, very senior TPM counselor, he's a sensei from JIPM. So this is for pursuing advanced TPM. All these can be procured from us. You can get in touch with our Mr. Manikumar. Over and above, we have got some more publications like Project Management TPM and so many other publications. So please view our website for the complete exhaustive list of our publications. Get in touch with our Manikumar, or you can even get in touch with me, and we will facilitate that you get all these books. You can use these books as gifts to your various events, reward and recognition events. You may be having a Kaizen competition, you may be having a Pokayoke competition in-house. So these are the right books that you can give as a reward and recognition to your employees. And now, coming to the last part, that is the technical quiz. If you recollect, post-lunch, we had a technical quiz. And in this technical quiz, I would like to share the results. The results are, we got total 82 responses to this quiz. Out of these 82 responses, the average score stood at 60%. And the average time by which anyone could respond or complete the survey was 6 minutes 25 seconds. So that is very creditable. And we had declared ahead that the first and the fastest 25 and the correct 25 will be given a reward. So I would like to announce the names of the 25 people. It is one Mr. Bashir Ahmed, Mr. Satish, Mr. Vinod, Sivasubramaniam, Thirumani, and the list goes on. I would not like to read the list, but each of these winners will be contacted individually by TPM Club of India, and you will be offered a reward. The reward would be that we will be giving you a complimentary nomination for one of the advanced TPM tools, for which we have different sessions. We can conduct a lot of in-house sessions, open programs, as well as online open programs. So we would be inviting you, we would be giving you the option to join any of these courses. So that is the reward. So you can further enhance your knowledge. So with that, I think we are coming to the close of the program. And once again, I would like to thank our sponsors, our platinum partner, Bajaj, Shaktiman, our gold partners, Advic, Aquaguard, Titan, our silver partners, Advait Lakshmi, Navitasis, Billforge, Rico Auto, Godrej, TDK, and also our documentation partners, Akranta Technologies, Kumi, Wipro Infrastructure, and Sarda Metals and Alloys Limited. So thank you, our partners. Thank you for sponsoring this event and playing a very stellar role in developing the roadmap towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat. I thank all of you. By far, you all have been an excellent audience, good participation. I thank all the speakers, all the panelists, and it would not be right for me to end this session without expressing my heartfelt thanks to all the counselors of TPM Club of India who had played a very, very important role in the design of the program, in the execution of this program, in ensuring that all the events happen in time. I also thank our IT support, the marketing team, and without all of these, this would not have been possible. So on this note, I call it as a close of this two-day TPM National Conference. Thank you very much and goodbye. Have a great weekend. Yes.
Please request all the counselors to come on video on mode and take a group photograph.
Yes, I request all counselors of TPM Club of India to please come in the video mode. Please switch on your cameras. We would like to take a group photo.
And Karthik also.
And Karthik
Mr.
also.
Karthik, Mani.
And Ravi, Mani, Sudarshan. The entire team of NC, please come be visible. Yeah. Karthik, can you take?
1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. I'm just putting everyone on the panel.
Yeah. Okay.
Many still have to join in.
Janagiraman Sam, can you switch on your camera? Tausif, can you switch on your camera? Karya, please switch on your camera.
Ravi, where is Ravi?
He's coming, sir. He's coming, sir.
Mani also. Sudarshan. If Hari is there, please call him also. And if Shashikala is there, please call her also. And Jayashri, because these are the key people who have worked hard behind the scene.
I think Satinder is also there.
Satinder, yes. Satinder had already done and have to do a lot of work for NC. He has to send all the copies. Shashikala has sent how many invoices? I don't know, twice or thrice or 4 times. All the communication is done by Mani and Sudarshan. Ravi is playing like Captain Symphony in Danda in the hand. And all the counselors have worked very hard to make this program a successful, arrange money from their companies so that we can bring a smile today.
Ganpati sir, please turn on the video. Switch on the video, please.
And Ganpati sir, please come.
Karya,
another hero. entire quiz idea was of Ganpati San only. Sir, one thing are you observing only there are two people who are in leadership uniform. One is Mani and another is me.
You're going to pass on the baton to him, it seems.
Yeah, he's also using Bandi.
You've already identified.
Karya-san, please switch on your cameras. Karya-san. Karya-san.
I can't find Biju, Rahul and Mr. Gopal sir also is not there.
Can someone call them?
Well, Gopal San is in. Okay, I'll try to call. Biju was in consultancy, so I don't know.
Gopal San and Venkat San are in consultation.
Biju is also in consultancy, isn't it?
Venkat San is in consultation.
Biju.
How about Narsiman San?
Reviews of Godrej. So who else?
Narsiman San.
Narsiman San is there?
No, sir.
Okay, so someone should call to Narsiman San.
Hello.
I'm calling to Biju.
I'm calling to Narsiman San.
Yeah, he's joined.
Thank you.
Narsiman San's number is busy.
He has joined.
Oh, yes. Nice.
Narsiman sir, switch on your video, please. Rahul. Yes.
Thank you. How come the seventh guy is looking so young?
राहुल को कोई बुलाया हो? राहुल
कॉल कर रहे हैं सर.
Vadusa, yesterday evening there was a call from the chairman and we really appreciated the program. He in fact enjoyed the inaugural session and like other speakers, he was also very appreciative of the whole program. So I also briefed him about the number of participants and the support that we have got from the industry. So he just asked me to convey his regards and congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
But he's carried on now.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying he's carried on the sentiments of the inaugural by saying that the dil honge more.
Lower your screen, please. We can't see you properly.
Okay, so who else? Hari, Shashikala.
Ravi-san, can you switch on? Yes. Oh. Rahul, क्या दिख रहे हो यार? Okay, I think the team is full.
Biju is coming, sir. 2 minutes.
ये रेड टी-शर्ट में कौन है?
Good evening, everyone.
Is this a new joinee?
सर कोई बॉलीवुड का बंदा दिख रहा है मेरे को.
Some young man has joined. Is he a team, part of the team?
बॉलीवुड का बंदा है सर, यंग मैन, रेड टी शर्ट में.
बीजू बताएं.
राहुल कौशिक है वो.
Oh, he's looking so different.
Karthik, who else is awaited?
Sir, Biju sir, last person.
Okay, and could we connect Hari and Shashikala?
Yes, sir. I'll just give them a call.
Please, if possible, please bring them also. Jai Shri.
Okay, sir.
I'm calling Jayashree. I think this is the last major program of this year, isn't it, sir?
Yes, sir. Hopefully, we may also end up with the Milka in a larger scale, sir. I think you will have to tell us when to smile. I can't hold my Binaka smile for long.
Okay, sir. Hari sir is joining. Viju, switch on your video, please. Viju?
Yes.
Please switch on your video.
Just some more time. I think so. Gopal San is also trying to join.
Okay.
Great.
Ravi sir, we can't see you.
Yeah, I've switched off my video. I'll just try.
Switch it on. Please switch it on. Rahul, please switch on your video.
Ravi is looking like a really commander-in-chief.
ये उसने पीछे अपना वो नेम कार्ड भी लगाया हुआ है just in case. So you can recognize him from his photo. He's ensuring full TPM. Full TPM.
हाँ. एंड ये क्या अपना इंडिया के मैप पे टीपीएम क्लब का ये दिखला रहा है क्या कि सर्विसेज कहाँ का आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
हाँ जी. Yeah.
I think we should map that on how many cities we are serving or places we are going.
Only Rahul is yet to switch on the video.
Rahul is already there with the red.
Karthik, Gopal San has joined. Can you give him the rights of?
Already done, sir.
Yeah, Gopal San, you must have got that.
Switch on your video, sir. Switch on your video. Hari sir is joining.
Hari is joining. Okay. Jayashree cannot join. She told that her computer is in buffer mode. Round and round and round. She was telling her computer is moving round and round and round. Okay.
सतिंदर जी थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए. सतिंदर जी थोड़ा फ्रेम में आ जाइए आगे. हाँ ये
सतिंदर जी जब तक सब लोग आते हैं आप ये गुडीज जो आया था क्यूएस का वो हम लोग को कैसे मिलेगा?
सर हुकुम करो कैसे जैसे बोलोगे वैसे भेज देंगे.
क्या बॉस से पूछो आप मेरे से पूछते हो? बॉस जब सामने बॉस से पूछना चाहिए ना.
सतिंदर has given me instructions कि जब भी आप क्लाइंट विजिट के लिए आएंगे बैंगलोर में तो आपको पकड़ा लेंगे इस बात में.
मार बोलो.
तो वो आपके क्लाइंट विजिट की वेट कर रहा है ताकि आप बिलिंग करो तो साथ में ये भी फिर कोरियर कॉस्ट आ जाएगी उसमें.
Okay. So I have to see Ravi. In that case, I have to take help of
Shashikala has joined.
Shashikala has joined?
Yeah. Hari is joining, sir, another 2 minutes.
And Hari has also joined?
Oh, 2 minutes, sir, is joining.
राहुल का और तौसीफ खान का लास्ट ईयर का मैं होल्ड कर रहा हूँ अभी सूटकेस.
सबको बंद करके एक सेट बना के आप रखो.
सर वो होल्ड कर रहिएगा. राहुल होल्ड कर रहिएगा. आपको चाहिए है.
चाहिए तो बैंगलोर में कंसल्टेंसी करने जाओ तो बॉस ने बोला. Okay. My God. Some baby has also come.
Vipin san, by the time Hari san comes in, if you can address your comments, how about things went on by the time they come.
There are about 66 more attendees in the program right now, so I don't think it will be it will not be appropriate as of now.
Sannara, yes. Please click on the photograph.
No, now attendees are 0.
Yeah. First of all, I think I would like to begin by congratulating you all and in fact sharing with you the message which has come from the chairman last night. He was very much happy with the inaugural session that he addressed with the quality as well as the quantity of the audience that we had. And I believe he also attended a couple of sessions in between whenever he got some time on for it. So he was very much appreciative. And when I shared with him that this year we have broken all records of our TPM NC, I checked up with Ravi, and perhaps this is the largest event that we have had in terms of our NC. In terms of the numbers of people, the kind of a different quality aspects that we have covered in totality, the speakers, and even the revenue that we have been able to generate from this particular program. Ravi, correct me, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In recent days, you can say in recent days the participation of 300 numbers is correct. But if you take whole history, then it may not be, because sometimes we have touched around 450 also in our beginning days.
I am discounting a little bit of that because initial years were the initial euphoria years. The TQM and the movement was taking place and all. But when I look at, when we reach the maturity curve, after that, perhaps this has been the largest in terms of revenue, in terms of numbers, even in the terms of technical content, the international speakers that we had. And one good thing was that we have gone beyond the boundaries of Japan. And we have also looked at speakers from the other international domains. So there could be certain possibilities for us to collate and to collaborate and even co-create certain products in different to suit different markets. So that is an opportunity for us in a way. So I think I would like to again compliment you all. And I think it has ended on a Friday evening, so please do enjoy your weekends. I know some of you are on a consulting visit, and based on my last, I would say, I can't say clarion call by the Prime Minister, but whatever I had requested during our internal meeting, all of you have ensured that I'm not let down on the central office. Expectations. So it's been a phenomenal last 3 months that the TPM team has performed, and that is what has led to our revival. Shashikala is there, and maybe Hari may be joining, or if he is not joined, but she may correct me in case my statistics are not on the dot. We have reached a stable position. That means we have touched or we have wiped off all our debit figures that we were showing as the red figures that we are trying. So maybe we are not towards the surplus now. We have to collate all the figures, but at least we are, at the break-even point. That means we are earning for ourselves. There is no, negative or a red figure in our balance sheet as of now. We are
one announcement, sir. One announcement I want to make. That TPM Club India would be touching and crossing its commitment to you.
Fantastic, sir. Fantastic. So it's the TPM, I would say, which has led the revival and have helped us to hold our head high. So thank you all for, I would say, with the folded hands, that all of you have really, not only lived up to the expectations, but have whatever I requested, you all acted on it very, very passionately, and that is what led us to a revival stage in total, and to hold our head high in terms of whatever the expectations were. But only a word of caution that this momentum which we have reached, let us not slow down. There is much more to be done, much more to be achieved. And we have a larger cost, not only in terms of number of days or the revenue. I don't know. personally speaking, that is a figure which is only on the paper. But whatever that I have done so far in my life, be it in this organization or in the earlier organization, I have been very passionate about it. And some of the people whom I've interacted on one-to-one basis and have been with them for 2-3 days, I really have seen my real side of me, that whatever I do, I look from a larger national cause. And of course, the statistics, the balance sheet, etc., are a part of our life. But till we have, a fire in our belly, till we feel that we are doing something good for the larger cause, and not only for meeting the cash registers or the revenues, we tend to achieve much more, and we are able to look at the larger perspective of what we are doing. So there's a lot of responsibility. There is a lot of opportunity. There is, in fact, many of us are on the side of 50s, wherein we have, we have done that, or we have done that, everything that we have done through, we have gone through the different turmoils of life. We are at a stage where we should be building something, an institution, which we are able to, recall with a very, very, fond memories, that this is a kind of an institution which is helping the country to achieve its goal on a larger platform. So we have much to give. We have much to deliver. My humble request is, let's not rest on our laurels. And again, as I say, that the statistics, balance sheet, and all that are a part of the whole corporate game and all. But there is a larger vision which needs to be fulfilled. And if we work together, I assure you that we'll look back at the history that we have created with very, very fond memories. So thank you once again. It's been a very, very, I would say, I am feeling humbled with the kind of a response that I've got from the TPM team. It's absolutely amazing the way the team has worked overtime and has done much more than what it committed. And of course, sincere thanks to our man Friday, Karthik, and of course Satinder, who has been amazingly, he's been supporting each and every event of the organization, and we have a flawless programs. I keep on hearing from SRP about various programs, one of the digital center and other centers, running into some technical glitches, but not even one program, went awry because of the effort that Karthik put at the background. So thank you so much, Karthik.
Thank you.
In fact, Ravi owes me a crate of bottles, so I will share those bottles with you once I receive it from Ravi. So please be assured of it. I'll share 50% of that with you also. He did convey to me in the starting of the week that if I am able to, starting with Sunday or a Monday, I know how things and what things happen. So he did assure me some goodies.
Do you know what will be the answer of Ravi? He will say, yes, sir, I can give you. Please come to Bangalore for some company visit.
No, I will ensure if he gives, I have people, Karthik and Satinder, who will take care of how to deliver it to me. So you be assured on that. No, I will, what I'll do is I will just discuss with Satinder, and what we'll do is we'll arrange for the goodies to come by surface transport or something, because that's not very expensive. And over in Delhi, तो आपके घर में रहे मेरे घर में रहे क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
Sir, Hari sir have joined, sir. We can take the pic now. Everybody have joined.
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
So if the team is complete, please take the group photo. Yes.
Shashi, please put on the video. Hari sir.
Let's take a picture and then followed by Udut San's 2 words.
No. First take the picture. 2 words can become 4 words and 6 words also later.
Yeah. Hari sir, please switch on your video. Shashi.
Hari and Shashi, you are not on.
Yeah, Hari sir has come.
Yes,
Shashi.
Hari is on. Shashikala-san.
So I'm just trying. There is some network issue, sir.
The ladies always have some network issue of the ladies of IQ.
Over subscription.
Okay. On 3, everybody will smile. Yeah? 1, 2, and 3. Done, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Karthik and Sunil, Ravi, and entire team and of IQ, Institute of Quality, and TPM Club India. You have done a great job, excellent job. So tomorrow TPM Club India team will meet at 4 p.m. for the way forward discussion. Thank you. Take rest. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to
thanks for your guidance, support, and also the small activities up to very grassroots level support, like connecting full stop commas of the talk points and program schedules. So many thanks. And all my counselors, those who have done, all of you have put your best efforts to do whatever you can, and I'm sure that you all are winners. So thank you for that.
My special thanks to Ravi-san, my special thanks to Ganpati-san, Mani, Karthik, excellent work, Sudarshan, of course, all of you really, contribution by all the counselors, Biju, Rahul, everybody. So thank you, everybody. It was really enjoyable. Last 2 days was the finals, but we had a very long range of preparation earlier. So everyone contributed with their ideas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Now, before we end, I'll just like to announce that we have now a formal script writer in Mr. Sunil Malgi. So all the future speeches, etc., can be written by him. It was his words that were, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Munjal and even me, to a larger extent, echoed onto it. So fantastic support, Sudha. We didn't know that you had such skills, also hidden talents in you.
Yeah. So now, and an anchor also, we can use him as permanent anchor.
Yes. I know he's very impressive with ladies, of course.
And especially if the lady is coming from overseas. Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Take my lunch also. Okay. Bye. Thank you. See you. Bye.